Cultivating as an earthly immortal in the world of mages. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Tracking, Viscount Eaton. Far outside the village, with Lu Feng's eyesight, he could see the black smoke rising from the Black Valley village. The huge village was unusually quiet and almost eerie. It was only around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, when the sun was about to set. The villagers were busy working in the fields and going home to prepare dinner. How could the Black Valley village be quiet at this time? After a little observation, Lu Feng's heart sank. When the group entered the village, they saw the tragedy of the world. The village was full of dried corpses of villagers. Their faces were full of painful expressions. They were sucked dry of blood and died painfully. Lu Feng saw clear canine tooth marks on their necks. It's a vampire. Go search the village and find survivors. If you encounter danger, shout loudly. Lu Feng ordered with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Annie led a team of knight apprentices into the village to search. The corpses with tragic deaths made Annie and the knight apprentices feel a little more fearful. Many of the knight apprentices in this team came from villages like Black Valley Village. Seeing the tragic situation in Black Valley Village, they couldn't help but think of the villages where they lived. If the enemy went to their village, they couldn't even imagine the scene. In fear and anxiety, Anne and the knight apprentices quickly searched the village. They opened the doors of each house, but they didn't find any larger living creatures. Chickens, dogs, pigs, and sheep all turned into dried corpses without blood. Master, we found a total of 378 corpses, most of them were elderly men. According to the houses in the village, there are at least 600 people living in Black Valley Village. The remaining women and children whose bodies were missing should have been abducted by the enemy. We found traces of the enemy's retreat outside the village to the north. The enemy didn't seem to have any intention of covering up. The traces were very clear, and they looked fearless. Master, should we chase them? Anne and the knight apprentices searched Black Valley Village and immediately reported to Lu Feng. Chase, of course. These vampires took away the women and children of the villagers, and they should be planning to keep them as blood food reserves. If we arrive in time, we should be able to save some. Lu Feng said decisively without any hesitation. It's just right, I also want to see what dares to run wild in my territory. Yes, sir. Annie and the knight apprentice responded one after another, and then got on their horses. Following the traces left by the enemy's retreat, Lu Feng and his party walked out of the territory of Hongye. Sir, go north again, and the territory ahead is the territory of Baron White Wolf. Baron Redleaf has always been at odds with Baron White Wolf. Before the master came back, Baron White Wolf often sent troops to harass and invade the territory of Hongye town. A knight apprentice who knew about this reminded. It's okay, he's just a baron. If you provoke me, I'll kill him. Lu Feng didn't care. He had a good relationship with the Tulip Kingdom. It didn't matter if he killed a mere baron or occupied his territory. Following the enemy's traces, Lu Feng and his companions went deep into the White Wolf Baron's territory. The sun had set and darkness had fallen. Lu Feng and his companions were not ordinary people and had good eyesight. Lu Feng took out a magic stone lamp and provided a weak light, which was enough for them to see the front clearly without affecting their journey. After avoiding a village, the enemy's traces finally stopped in front of an ancient castle. On the gate of the castle, hung a dried head of a white wolf, and a flag with a white wolf emblem on top, fluttering in the dark night. Obviously, this castle belongs to the White Wolf Baron. Standing in the distance of the White Wolf Castle, Lu Feng extinguished the magic stone lamp, gloomy face, and whispered. Interesting, I smell the stink of vampires at this moment. In the White Wolf Castle, the most distinguished White Wolf Baron in this territory was nodding and bowing to serve a group of pale young people. His performance made a white wolf look like a licking dog. The young man sitting at the head of the White Wolf Castle's hall, holding 2 naked young maids in his arms, holding a cup of scarlet liquid in his hands, tasting it carefully. The strong smell of blood overflowed from the cup and uncontrollably penetrated into the noses of the 2 maids and the White Wolf Baron. The 2 maids, knowing that the liquid in the cup was blood, were trembling with fear, but the White Wolf Baron was excited and tried his best to serve the young man. Viscount Eaton, I specially prepared 10 pairs of pure girls for you. I don't know when I can become like you. The young man who was about to become Viscount Eaton was happy to serve him, and the White Wolf Baron carefully asked. Hearing the question from Baron White Wolf, the smile on Viscount Eaton's face disappeared. He drank the scarlet liquid in the cup in one gulp, looked into Baron White Wolf's eyes with evil charm, and said, "Only 10 pairs of pure girls, such a small number is not enough to evolve you into a noble vampire. As far as I know, your White Wolf territory has a population of 8,000. You just use some things to fool me, and you make it very difficult for me to deal with you," Viscount Eaton said, throwing away the cup in his hand, holding the young maid in his left hand into his arms, stretching out his bright red tongue, and gently licking the girl's delicate neck. The sharp canine teeth in his mouth gently scraped the skin on the girl's neck, as if looking for a suitable place to bite. Feeling Viscount Eaton's gaze, Baron White Wolf secretly cursed Eaton's greed in his heart, but he also knew that he gave too little. Viscount Eaton in front of him was not someone who could be easily fooled. But in order to become a noble vampire, Baron White Wolf gritted his teeth and agreed, "Okay, Viscount Eaton, I should be able to gather 200 pairs of pure girls in my territory. Do you think it's possible?" Hearing this, Viscount Eaton was happy, bit the neck of the girl in his arms, and sucked the girl's sweet and pure blood. In less than 2 minutes, a living person was sucked by Viscount Eaton until only skin and bones were left. The maid next to him trembled all over and fainted in fear. Putting down the body, Eaton stood up, licked his lips with some disgust and said, "The quality of food in your territory is not good. The food in the Red Leaf town next door is to practice the night breathing method. The blood of each person is sweet and delicious. When will your territory promote it?" Baron White Wolf did not respond to Viscount Eaton's words, but felt that Eaton had changed a lot in recent days. Not long ago, he was still a quiet and honest viscount. Who would have thought that after becoming a noble vampire, he would have such a big change? Not only is his physical fitness comparable to that of a great knight, he also has strange abilities, which seem to be the spells that only wizards can use in legends. These changes make Baron White Wolf more determined to evolve into a noble vampire. If he can become a noble vampire, then wouldn't he also be able to possess such power? Second update. End today. Chapter 77, First Embrace. Illumination. In the White Wolf Castle. After receiving Viscount Eaton's affirmative answer, Baron White Wolf also became excited. Becoming a noble vampire, what an attractive future. Viscount Eaton, who drank the blood of the maid, was in a good mood. His scarlet eyes swept over his men in the hall. The 9 knights who had been transformed by him and became vampires were drinking and enjoying themselves wantonly. During the day, they plundered a village in Hongye town and enjoyed a lot of delicious blood. These knights who had just been embraced by Viscount Eaton and became vampires were in a moment of adaptation and transformation. It won't be long before these vampire knights can go further, and it won't be difficult to become a great knight. Viscount Eaton, imagining the beautiful scene of the future, laughed. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just give you a first embrace so that you can become a real vampire," Viscount Eaton said to Baron White Wolf with a smile. "Thank you, sir." Hearing this, Baron White Wolf rubbed his hands nervously and moved his body closer to Viscount Eaton. Ah! 2 sharp canine teeth pierced into the neck of the White Wolf Baron fiercely. The White Wolf Baron felt the powerlessness of the blood disappearing from his body. After a moment, Viscount Eaton stopped sucking blood and injected a drop of dim vampire blood into the White Wolf Baron's body through his canine teeth. The dim blood drop drilled into the heart of the White Wolf Baron along the blood vessels and settled down. The White Wolf Baron only felt a cold energy spreading from his heart to his body, and his whole body was getting cold. Amid the strange changes in his body, a sense of hunger broke out from his body. The White Wolf Baron suddenly lost consciousness and looked for food like a crazy beast. When he saw the unconscious young maid next to him, the White Wolf Baron immediately pounced on the young maid like a hungry tiger, opened his bloody mouth, and stabbed 2 sharp canine teeth into the young maid's neck, greedily sucking the young maid's blood. After a while, the blood of the maid in the hand of Baron White Wolf was completely lost, and Baron White Wolf, who had had a full meal, also regained his sanity. Baron White Wolf, who regained consciousness, felt the strength slowly increasing in his body muscles, and was overjoyed, baring his scarlet teeth and laughing. "Vampire, I have finally become a noble vampire. Strength, my strength is increasing, ha ha ha." Just when Baron White Wolf was happy, there was a commotion outside the castle hall. "What's going on?" Viscount Eaton, who was disturbed, questioned Baron White Wolf with a gloomy face. Coming back from the joy of becoming a vampire, facing Viscount Eaton's questioning, a fear from the bottom of his heart surged into his heart. Facing Viscount Eaton who transformed him into a vampire, Baron White Wolf felt like he was his master, as if Viscount Eaton could control his life at will. The shallow-minded Baron White Wolf naturally didn't know that vampires have innate control over their followers cultivated with their blood essence, and they can control the life and death of their followers with just one thought. Baron White Wolf, who didn't know that he had become Viscount Eaton's slave, faced Viscount Eaton's questioning, and hurriedly got up from the ground in fear. He wiped his mouth hastily and ran to the door of the hall to check what happened outside the castle hall. Viscount Eaton's group of vampires' actions were really terrifying. Baron White Wolf was afraid that the news of tonight's banquet would be leaked, so he specifically ordered his men in the castle not to disturb their banquet. Logically speaking, his men shouldn't be so ignorant. Baron White Wolf listened to the noisy sound outside the hall, and when he was wondering, he stretched out his hand to open the door. The heavy iron and wood door of the hall slowly opened, and a nail hammer quickly enlarged in Baron White Wolf's sight. Before Baron White Wolf could react, it hit Baron White Wolf's chest hard. Bang! Under the force of the hammer, the chest of the White Wolf Baron collapsed instantly. With a crackling sound of bones breaking, the White Wolf Baron spurted blood and flew backwards into the banquet hall, dragging a large crack in the cashmere carpet in the hall. Master, they are all in this hall. There are quite a few powerful ones. Anne, who was dressed in armor, hammered the White Wolf Baron away, glanced at the hall, and shouted hurriedly. In the hall of the castle, Anne saw many fierce knights, especially Viscount Eaton who was sitting in the main seat, who gave her a sense of danger. Where did the food come from? It smells so good. The White Wolf Knight flew back to the hall, awakening the vampire knights who were still having fun in the hall. Their scarlet eyes all looked towards the door. Viscount Eaton didn't even look at the White Wolf Knight who was hit hard. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Anne in the armor at the door. Smelling the sweet smell of Anne's blood, Viscount Eaton's mouth was watering, and he moved his body and pounced on Anne. With such delicious food in front of him, Viscount Eaton could no longer control his body instincts. With his slender pale body and sharp claws, Viscount Eaton looked like a demon out of a cage under the dim candlelight. How brave! Seeing the enemy rushing towards her, Anne screamed. But she was not a pushover even though she was wearing armor. She had already practiced the savage elephant breathing technique to the level of a great knight. Her slender body was filled with a sturdy brute force, otherwise she would not wear armor and use heavy weapons such as a mace. Anne also practiced a moon wheel breathing technique every day to train her spirit. And was now a qualified first-class wizard apprentice. Witchcraft wisdom, Vajra protection, facing the enemy, Anne cast spells quickly, and 2 spells of ore floated on her body while she was chanting the spell. With a blessing of the spell, Anne's mind was clear and her body was full of strength. She did not show any fear. She picked up the mace in her hand and fought with Viscount Eaton. Ding ding ding. Eaton was agile, with a pair of claws wrapped in black and red blood energy, constantly colliding with Anne's hammer. As soon as the collision occurred, Viscount Eaton felt a huge force coming back from his fingertips, shaking his hands. How could it be possible? How could the food in front of him have such strong power? Viscount Eaton showed an unbelievable look on his face. After fighting with Viscount Eaton, Anne found that the enemy in front of her was not as strong as she imagined. Illumination. When swinging the hammer to attack Viscount Eaton, Anne still had the energy to chant and cast a spell. In an instant, a bright beam of light was emitted from the hammer and enveloped Viscount Eaton. Ah! The sacred and scorching light shone on Viscount Eaton, and immediately circles of burning marks appeared on Viscount Eaton's exposed skin, and pain spread. The scarlet eyes were extremely fragile, and they lost their eyesight directly under the attack of the illumination technique. A shrill scream came from Eaton's mouth. The swift attack suddenly became chaotic. Illumination is so useful. Feng used the light spell to transform the illumination, and in the battle against Viscount Eaton, it played an effect beyond Annie's expectations. Surprised, Annie immediately rushed over with a hammer and beat the fallen dog. Chapter 1. Chapter 78 Vampires in the Dark. Disaster is coming! Exclamation mark. Vampires are a dark race, absorbing and using dark energy, and have a low resistance to the power of light. Illumination is a transformation of the small light spell in the Buddhist world of the earthly immortals. The light it stimulates is filled with sacred and burning light energy. It is twice as effective with half the effort to deal with vampires like Viscount Eaton. Swinging the hammer and smashing it hard, Illumination continued to exert its power, and subdued Viscount Eaton in a few seconds. The amazing speed made the Blood Knights in the hall stun for a moment, then they picked up the weapons beside them and rushed towards Anne fiercely, wanting to save their master, Viscount Eaton. Help, go and save the Viscount. Facing these Blood Knights, Anne thought of the power of illumination, and suddenly a brilliant light bloomed in the hall. Ah! The Blood Knights, who rushed over fiercely, just took a few steps, and covered their eyes and wailed in the light of the illumination, rolling to the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. When the castle outside was breached and occupied by the knight apprentices brought by Feng walked into the hall slowly. Annie had tied up everyone and brought them to him. Master, these people should be the culprits who attacked Black Valley Village. The legendary vampires. Looking at the almost unrecognizable and screaming vampires in front of him, Feng raised his eyebrows. These vampires are really weak. Except for Viscount Eaton, who probably has the strength of a first-class wizard apprentice, the other Blood Knights are only at the knight level. It seems that they have someone above them. Staring at Viscount Eaton, Feng asked coldly, "Who is your boss? Who ordered you to attack Hongye town?" Viscount Eaton, who was blind, was a little stronger. Without the continuous damage of the illumination technique, the pain in his body gradually eased. He finally recovered a little energy. He felt the terrifying breath of Feng in the darkness before his eyes. Gulp. Faced with Feng's question, Viscount Eaton swallowed subconsciously. Such a strong man, who seems to be stronger than his master. Who is he? Who is he? Master, this vampire doesn't seem to understand what you are saying. He is so stubborn. Do you want me to use illumination magic to teach him a lesson? I just tested it and found that they are afraid of light-attributed spells. If they don't die, they might be used as experimental materials for my witchcraft research. Anne saw that Viscount Eaton didn't say anything, stared at him, and said seriously. Hearing Anne's emotionless words, Viscount Eaton trembled all over, feeling as if he was being stared at by a crazy gaze. Under that gaze, he seemed to have become a little white mouse for an experiment. No, please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Viscount Eaton was originally a noble loser in the Tula Principality. Naturally, he didn't have the spirit of dying rather than surrendering. When Anne pressed him, he immediately told everything he knew like a potato. During the revolution of Hongye popularizing the night-breathing method, Viscount Eaton and a group of other noble losers were bewitched by the vampires who had sneaked into the Tula Principality and became the vampires' followers. According to Viscount Eaton, there were a total of 28 nobles like him, scattered throughout the Tula Principality. Viscount Eaton directly provided Feng with a list of nobles, listing all the nobles who would become vampire followers. There are quite a few people, and their status is not low. Feng glanced at the list and whispered. Among these 28 people, Viscount Eaton has the lowest rank, and the others include 3 marquises, 16 earls, and 9 viscounts. From this point of view, at least half of the nobles in the Tula Principality have been bewitched by the vampires in secret. These nobles are basically the weak nobles in the Tula Principality. They do not have the rich family background of the old nobles, and they have suffered the greatest impact in the wave of popularizing the night-breathing method that Hongye town despised. Before they could see the future situation of the Tula Principality, the vampires in the dark used Redleaf town as a breakthrough point, and with a little bewitchment, they dragged these nobles into the water. After a little preparation, Viscount Eaton, the weakest among these nobles, was sent out to attack Redleaf town, which they regarded as a thorn in their eyes. This led to a series of events that happened today. After understanding the whole story and knowing the enemy in the dark, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. For wizards, unknown enemies are often the most terrifying. Now that he has figured out the enemy's situation, Feng is not afraid to deal with a vampire who is not a formal wizard. Pack up. From now on, this White Wolf territory belongs to Redleaf town. Take these vampires back to the laboratory and lock them up. You can use them for experiments, and Wizard Matai will surely like it. And the villagers of Black Valley Village. The villagers of Black Valley Village were abducted to White Wave Castle by Viscount Eaton and his Blood Knights, and were locked up as food. Feng handed the remaining mess to Annie to deal with. He took the list provided by Viscount Eaton, rode on the white velociraptor, and rushed to the capital of the Tula Principality. His enemy, the vampire, was lurking in the capital. The next day, The sun rose, and the residents of the White Wolf territory were frightened. When they opened the door, they immediately saw the red leaf flag fluttering on the top of the White Wolf castle. Did the Red Leaf town occupy the White Wolf territory? When Baron Redleaf arrived with his army and completely controlled the White Wolf territory, the residents of the White Wolf territory suddenly burst into great enthusiasm and warmly welcomed Baron Redleaf. "Baron Redleaf, please come in." When it was dusk, in front of the wizard tower outside the capital of the Tulip Principality, Lu Feng stopped the tired white velociraptor and shot him on a mark towards the wizard tower. "Redleaf Town, Wizard Rest, come to visit the Lawrence family." After receiving Lu Feng's message spell, a team of wizards from the Lawrence family walked out of the wizard tower and respectfully invited Lu Feng into the wizard tower. In the reception room of the wizard tower, "Sir Rest, I am Johnny Lawrence, the current patriarch of the Lawrence family. The third-class wizard apprentice of the Lawrence family," the old Johnny introduced himself. "I see that you are in a hurry. I wonder what you want to see our Lawrence family for." Although Johnny Lawrence had never seen Lu Feng in person, he and everyone in the Lawrence family had heard about the commotion Lu Feng made in Redleaf Town. When he saw Lu Feng today, Johnny Lawrence was a little surprised by his solemn aura and young, energetic body. "Mr. Johnny, this matter is quite urgent. I won't keep you in suspense. Your Tulip Principality is in big trouble." Lu Feng was straightforward, and as soon as he opened his mouth, all the wizards of the Lawrence family were shocked. It's really not that the author is short. There is really no way to update the new book during the period. In addition, let me say a good thing. This book will be on the shelves around March 1st. In order to update the book after it is on the shelves, the author has to save the manuscript. On the day of the release, the update starts at 10,000 words. Chapter 79, Discuss. Action. What disaster? "Sir Rest, please tell me in detail." Johnny Lawrence stood up from his chair with a bang, looked at Lu Feng in surprise, and asked in a deep voice. With Lu Feng's identity and strength, Johnny Lawrence believed that Lu Feng would not make a pointless joke to tease them. Since he said it, it must be true. The Tulip Kingdom is the base of the Lawrence family. If there is a disaster, it will affect the survival of the Lawrence family. For this reason, not only Johnny Lawrence, but also other wizards of the Lawrence family became anxious. It's like this. Yesterday, another group of people attacked Hongye town and destroyed a village in the territory. I tracked them all the way to find the culprit and found that it was a group of nobles of the duchy who had degenerated into vampires. There are many people involved in this, and many great nobles of the duchy have joined them. Lu Feng didn't waste words and directly threw the list of nobles tortured from Viscount Eaton on the table. After listening to Lu Feng's story, the wizards of the Lawrence family in the hall were shocked. Vampires? How could vampires appear in the Trendy subcontinent? The reaction of the wizards of the Lawrence family was the same as when Lu Feng saw the night courtier injured and learned the test results. Their first reaction was that they all didn't believe it. But after Lu Feng took out a drop of vampire blood and let them observe it, all the wizards of the Lawrence family were silent. The drop of vampire blood that Lu Feng showed was very fresh. He had just extracted it from the heart of Viscount Eaton before he left. All the wizards present were apprentices. With a sweep of their mental power, they could feel the rich and evil blood energy in the vampire blood. Johnny Lawrence sighed sadly, picked up the list of nobles brought by Lu Feng from the table, and checked it. At this glance, Johnny Lawrence immediately knew that the current situation of the Tulip Principality was not good. A large number of nobles had been lured and corrupted by the secret vampires. Send someone to call Vidya Lawrence, he is the current Grand Duke of Tulip. To deal with these nobles, we need the help of the people of the Principality. Johnny ordered. A young wizard apprentice next to him heard Johnny's order and immediately sent a message to the Grand Duke of Tulip in the Grand Duke's mansion. Everyone waited for half an hour. Vidya Lawrence, sweating all over his head, pushed open the door of the reception room and hurried to Johnny. This is what happened. Johnny Lawrence told Vidya Lawrence in detail about the appearance of vampires in the Tulip Principality, emphasizing the harm of vampires. After listening to his grandfather's explanation and learning about the power of the dark race vampires, the Grand Duke of Tulip broke out in cold sweat. After reading the list of fallen nobles of the Principality, Vidya was even more shocked. Some of the nobles on this list had communicated with him today, but he didn't find anything abnormal. If these vampires suddenly jumped up in front of him, Vidya would feel a slight chill on his neck. Kill, these vampires must be eradicated. For a moment, Vidya, who was terrified, had only this thought in his mind. "Please give me your orders, grandfather. All the soldiers and knights in the principality are ready to be dispatched," Vidya said with a serious face. "Well, since Grand Duke Tulip also understands the danger of this vampire disaster, let's not waste time and quickly discuss a way to deal with the vampires in the principality. We must destroy them before they become stronger." Lu Feng clapped his hands, attracting all the attention in the hall, and said in a deep voice, "Sir Rest, you are right. We really have to act quickly. Vampires are a dark race that is really unreasonable. As long as there is enough blood food, their population will spread quickly. By then, not only will the vampires be difficult to deal with, but the Principality of Tulip will also suffer considerable losses." Johnny Lawrence nodded, highly agreeing with Lu Feng's proposal. "I agree. I heard that after a vampire dies, the blood in the heart will lose its vitality and form a hard crystal core, which contains rich blood power and is a good thing for strengthening the body. It is very scarce in the secondary continent and can sell a lot of magic stones. Yes, I also want to catch a vampire for research. I heard that they are very good experimental materials." The wizards of the Lawrence family also echoed. After a fierce discussion, Lu Feng and the wizards of the Lawrence family quickly discussed how to deal with the vampires in the principality. The Lawrence wizard family has been operating the Tulip Principality for many years, and the forces under its command are intertwined. After the simple discussion meeting, the Lawrence family took action quickly. The list given by Lu Feng alone involves a huge number of nobles. Lu Feng has no time to work for the Tulip Principality and capture these corrupted noble vampires one by one. Now these vampires are handed over to the Lawrence family, which involves the foundation of the Lawrence family. In just a few words, these corrupted vampires have ushered in a catastrophe. When Johnny Lawrence accompanied Lu Feng to visit the wizard tower of the Lawrence family, a bloody ghost hunting operation was launched in the Tulip Principality. In the capital, with a bang, the gate of Earl Lin's mansion was violently knocked open by a team of armored knights carrying wooden stakes. "What do you want to do? This is the Earl's mansion. Who let you in?" Breaking into the Earl's mansion. The servant of Earl Lin's mansion had not finished speaking before he was knocked to the ground by a sword from the black armored knight who rushed into the Earl's mansion. The rest of the words were held back in his stomach and could only be said in the next life. "Who are you? Why did you break into my Earl's mansion?" The movement of the Earl's mansion disturbed Earl Lin, who was enjoying the delicious blood deep in the mansion. Earl Lin rushed to the black armored knight with anger and asked loudly, "Earl Lin, you have committed a crime. If you surrender quickly, I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude and slaughtering your Earl's mansion." A middle-aged wizard in the team of black armored knights looked at the bright red needle on the compass in his hand and said with a smile, "This is a big fish. I think it should be worth a lot of magic stones." Hearing the words of the middle-aged wizard, Earl Lin's heart jumped and he immediately realized that his identity as a vampire might be exposed. Earl Lin decisively changed into vampire form with red eyes and ghost claws. With a move of his body, he rushed to the wall where there was no black armored knight blocking him. Weak and powerless, the middle-aged wizard saw that Earl Lin was going to break through, and he was mentally moved and quickly cast a spell. The aura of the spell fell on Earl Lin, and suddenly, Earl Lin's body became weak, and his speed of movement dropped a lot in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp arrow flew. The well-prepared black armored knight raised his longbow, pulled the string like a full moon, and shot out sharp arrows. Count Lin, who had just stepped onto the wall, barely blocked a few sharp arrows under the negative buff of weakness, and was shot into a sieve in the rain of arrows, screaming and falling off the wall. The black armored knight guarding outside the wall immediately rushed forward, slashed with swords, and cut off Count Lin's limbs. After suffering such a heavy blow, Count Lin suddenly had no ability to resist. At this time, the middle-aged wizard apprentice holding a compass walked to Count Lin with a smile, looked at Count Lin's miserable appearance, shook his head and said, "What a pity, he is just a vampire servant who has just entered the wizard apprentice level, which is a bit far. My magic stone has been reduced by a lot." At once the middle-aged wizard was greeted by only Count Lin's scarlet eyes full of resentment. First update, please read it. Chapter 80 Spying in Secret. Check everyone. At the same time, the miserable experience of Earl Lin was also being played out in other places in the capital. When an old principality mobilized all its forces, the strength it showed was truly amazing. 5 days later, The fallen vampire nobles in the capital were all wiped out by thunder with the cooperation of Grand Duke Tulip and the wizards of the Wizard Tower. For a time, the smell of blood was everywhere, and the people in the capital were in panic. All kinds of rumors were flying around, and ordinary people were so scared that they huddled at home and dared not go out. Lu Feng and others who led this operation did not care about the emotions of ordinary people in the capital. These trivial matters should be handled by Grand Duke Tulip Vidya. Lu Feng and others were more concerned about capturing and killing vampires. One by one, blood cores and vampires who had lost their ability to move were all taken to the Wizard Tower. Report to the clan leader, Lord Rest. After a few days of action, we have captured and killed a total of 32 vampires in the capital, 380 ordinary followers, and we are sending wizard apprentices and troops to hunt down the vampires outside the capital. It may take some time to solve all of them. A middle-aged wizard from the Lawrence family reported. As for the source of the vampires, the one hiding in the dark, we have not found it yet, and we have not interrogated the captured vampires, but we have not obtained any relevant information. Mentioning this, the middle-aged wizard who reported was full of regret. What they have eliminated these days are only the wings of the vampires who have been stirring up trouble in secret. Eliminating them all is just cutting off one of their fingers, and not hurting their roots. On the contrary, this action of alerting the snakes in the grass is likely to make the vampires in the dark alert, and the future action plans will become more covert. But in the huge Tulip Principality, whether it is Johnny or Lu Feng, there is no way to find a hidden vampire with only the means of their apprenticeship stage. After exchanging a glance with Wizard Johnny, Lu Feng saw the helplessness in his eyes. If there were a formal wizard who could predict the future, he might be able to find some clues, but relying solely on wizard apprentices like them, there was no way at all. It was just that wizard apprentices did not have such means, but among the spells that Lu Feng had collected from the world of earthly immortals, there were means of divination and tracking, but it was not convenient to show them here. When he returned to Hongye town, he could track the location of the hidden vampire alone and eliminate the scourge. Lu Feng did not want to wait for the vampire to develop before fighting the boss. With this in mind, Lu Feng said goodbye. That's it for now. You guys continue to deal with the vampires in the Principality. I'm going back to Hongye town. If you find any clues about the vampires in secret, please let me know in time. No problem, Lord Rest. Please accept the crystal cores of these vampires. If it weren't for your help, our Lawrence family wouldn't have found the traces of vampires so quickly. Seeing that Lu Feng was determined to leave, Wizards Hongye didn't try to keep him. He just took out 4 crystal cores of the vampires killed in the past few days and handed them over to Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't refuse and directly accepted the vampire crystal cores handed over by Wizards Hongye. The information he provided was considered to have saved the entire Tulip Principality once, and it was worth it. Saying goodbye to the wizards of the Lawrence family, Lu Feng rode on a white velociraptor, left the wizard tower, and ran towards Hongye town. After running for a day and a night, Lu Feng returned to Kane Manor. When he came back, it was dark. When he entered the gate of the manor, Lu Feng, riding on the white velociraptor, paused for a moment and flicked his finger into the darkness. A stream of magic power passed through the air, and with a snap, a fat bat on the eaves of the manor was hit by Lu Feng's magic power and fell to the ground. Master, it's a bat. Annie, who went out to greet Lu Feng, picked up the body of the bat. Let's go back, it seems that some dirty things are targeting us. Looking at the fat bat, Lu Feng frowned slightly and called Annie to enter the manor. In an ordinary house in Hongye town, a simple and honest young man was lying on the bed. When Lu Feng killed the bat, he opened his eyes. In the darkness, a scarlet light flashed from the young man's eyes. Sure enough, this wizard rest in Hongye town has some skills. The third-class wizard apprentice is really a powerful opponent. However, his flesh and blood are more delicious. I can smell the fragrance of his flesh and blood just by looking at him through the bat. In the dark room, the simple and honest young man drooled. After enduring for a moment, he was finally tempted. He got up from the bed, turned into a bat and flew out of the window and disappeared in the house. The next day, the weather was fine. Facing the bright morning sun, the honest young man smiled and greeted his neighbors, and then went to work in the martial arts hall in the town. As soon as he entered the martial arts hall, the honest young man felt that there was an abnormal atmosphere in the martial arts hall today. Hey, have you heard that a daughter of a family in Dogmu Street died yesterday? The death was extremely tragic. There were 2 blood holes on her neck. It seemed that all the blood in her body was drained. The dry appearance was scary. I heard that the girl's death looked like the dead in Hongye village on the edge of the town. My cousin in the city guard told me. I heard that it seemed to be done by a particularly terrifying creature. It seems to be called a vampire, and the wizard Rest has caught several of them. The news of the death spread in the martial arts hall. The honest young man listened to these rumors, and the corners of his mouth curled up unintentionally. The taste of fear is his favorite taste. However, the honest young man had not enjoyed the fear for long, as there were sounds of gongs and drums outside the martial arts hall, followed by the shouts of the city guards. Residents of Hongye town who hear the sound, quickly come out, line up in an orderly manner, and go to the street office for inspection. Don't make any noise, and please cooperate with the city guards. Hearing the voice of the city guards, the residents of Hongye town in the martial arts hall packed up their things, and under the leadership of the owner of the martial arts hall, quickly walked out of the martial arts hall, came to the street outside the martial arts hall, and joined along in orderly queue. Second update, please read it. Chapter 81, Burning Incense to Find the Trace. Curse. The honest young man was surprised at the unprecedented organization of the residents of Hongye town. In order not to attract attention, he had to line up with a martial arts team. Do you know what the Baron is going to do? Such a big fuss, such a scene only happened during the war drill last year, right? Is Hongye territory going to go to war with someone again? I heard that it was a vampire killing people. It is said that vampires can hide among humans. The Baron's action this time may be that he has a way to detect vampires. I see, then we should also pay attention to the people around us on weekdays. If we find any suspicious people, report them immediately. The Baron once said that the eyes of the masses are sharp. The honest young man didn't care about the conversations heard by others. He came to Hongye town from the capital of the Tulip Principality and had long anticipated the current situation. The compass secret treasure used by the Tulip Principality to detect vampires was also observed closely by the honest young man. The compass secret treasure locks the blood energy that becomes the source of power in the vampire. When a vampire with blood energy approaches the compass secret treasure within 50 meters, the compass needle will turn red and shine. However, I am not a low-level creature like a vampire, I am a wizard. The honest young man was extremely confident and said to himself. On the street, the neat team slowly moved forward and entered the street office in an orderly manner. One by one, the residents of Hongye town calmly accepted the inspection of the city guard. As expected by the honest young man, the inspection equipment used by the city guard was indeed the compass secret treasure he had seen in the capital. Soon, the honest young man walked into the street office. There were 3 people in front of him, and it was his turn soon. Smelling the pleasant incense in the street office, he waited for a while. The honest young man came to the table where the city guard was inspecting. The city guard looked up, took the identity certificate from the honest young man, pointed to a compass and said, "Richard? Please put your hand here." The honest young man Richard stretched out his hand and put it on the compass as the city guard said. The needle on the compass did not move at all, and no red light appeared. After confirming that everything was correct, the city guard smiled and said, "Very good, no problems were detected, you can go." Okay. The honest young man Richard also smiled and nodded, and a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of his bright eyes. "You want to catch me with just this little trick? It's just a big dream." Walking out of the street office, Richard smiled as he watched the residents of Hongye town who were entering the street office for inspection. "It's okay now, I'm going back to the martial arts hall to work." Before leaving, Richard subconsciously sniffed his nose. The incense in the street office smelled really good. I wonder where I can buy it in Hongye town. When the honest young man Richard walked away, Feng, who had been standing on the second floor of the street office, looked at Richard's back and shook his head. In front of him, a wisp of pleasant sandalwood smoke slowly dissipated. The incense burning and tracking method in the world of earthly immortals is quite effective. Feng chuckled. The incense burning and tracking method is a tracking spell that Feng got from the Hongye society. Use items that are closely related to the person being tracked, such as hair, blood, breath, etc., and use the power of incense to find traces. The lurking vampires create many blood clan followers using their own blood essence. Feng harvested some vampire crystal cores from the Lawrence family. Using the blood essence in the vampire crystal core and the close connection with the lurking vampire, Lu Feng performed the incense burning method to find traces, and the effect was outstanding. This is why the Hongye town area has a huge national detection today. This vampire has been locked, and the rest is to weave a net to capture it. Through the observation just now, this vampire also has the strength of a third-class wizard apprentice, only slightly weaker than Lu Feng. Considering the bloodline spells that vampires may have as a medium-level dark race, Lu Feng is ready to make some more preparations. Unlike ordinary people who cultivate into wizard apprentices, creatures of the dark race, such as vampires, will awaken a certain number of bloodline spells as their strength increases according to the concentration of their blood. Bloodline spells do not require chanting spells, just seals, and the thought can release spells. Like Annie, who has undergone bloodline transformation, the blood of the Red Ridge Yin Fire Snake allows her to cast the spell, Black Flame, without chanting. Lu Feng does not want to be tricked by the bloodline spells of the vampires and cause a rollover when facing opponents of the same level. What's more, this is the center of Hongye town. A battle here will certainly affect the surroundings and cause huge losses. Taking out the vampire crystal core, Lu Feng smiled and looked in the direction of Cane Manor. Lu Feng has learned a lot of spells to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness from the earthly immortal world. Now, there is still some time, just in time to test it on the vampires. At this time, he should start preparing the curse spells he prepared. In a courtyard of Cane Manor, a small earth and stone altar was quickly built under Annie's command. After the altar was built, Annie took out a palm-sized scarecrow from her arms and placed it in the center of the altar. Then, according to the ritual the master told her, Anne came to the altar where the scarecrow was placed. Chanting strange spells in a low voice, dancing wildly with a solemn expression, every move was filled with mystery. Houston led a group of high-level knight apprentices to stand behind Anne, with a solemn expression, and followed Anne's sacrificial dance, chanting slowly and dancing. In the sacrificial ceremony, the wishes of everyone gathered on the altar through the ceremony. The scarecrow on the altar floated strangely under the catalysis of many wishes and sacrificial rituals. While Anne and others were sacrificing, Richard, a simple and honest young man who was moving equipment in the martial arts hall, suddenly felt a little irritable in his heart. Very uncomfortable. Master, I feel a little uncomfortable today. I want to go home and rest for half a day. Is it okay? The strangeness in his heart made Richard frown. He always felt that something bad was going to happen, so he went to the master of the martial arts hall to ask for leave. Are you okay? Were you scared by the vampire killing people yesterday? You seem to be a grown-up, so you wouldn't be so timid. Don't worry, we have the wizard rest in Hongye town. All evil will be brought to justice, and it won't be long before that evil vampire is killed. The owner of the martial arts hall was a little surprised to grant the honest young man Richard a half-day leave. This kid has always been in good health and has never asked for leave. He kept nagging about his concern. Listening to the owner praising the wizard rest in Hongye town, Richard became even more irritated. After getting the owner's permission to take leave, he turned around and left the martial arts hall without even saying thank you, and ran towards home. Chapter 1. Please read on, recommend, and vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. Escape. Intercept. After leaving the martial arts hall, the honest young man Richard returned home. In this familiar place, Richard's irritability was slightly reduced. What happened? Richard was very confused. This strange irritability was the first time he encountered it. Using the spells he knew, Richard checked himself and found no problems with his body. Richard's old body, after being transplanted with the vampire blood, had long since regained its youth and vitality. This body was stronger than the Great Knight, and it was still powerful, and it was impossible for it to get sick. I always have a bad feeling. To be on the safe side, I'd better not stay in Hongye town. Although it's a pity that I didn't eat the flesh and blood of the wizard rest, it's not worth joking with my life. Richard frowned and immediately walked out of the door and walked towards the outskirts of Hongye town. The further he walked out, the faster Richard ran. Who are you and why are you running wildly on the street? The city guards patrolling the street noticed Richard's abnormality and shouted. Hearing the voice of the city guards, Richard didn't even turn his head and burst with speed to the extreme. After the city guard finished shouting, he saw a shadow flash in front of him, and the honest young man he had just seen disappeared. He immediately thought that there was something wrong with this person. Thinking of the vampire murder in Hongye town, Guard Chen immediately suspected that the person in front of him was related to vampires, and hurriedly called his teammates for support. He hurriedly fled Hongye town and came to a sparsely populated field. The honest young man Richard suddenly turned around and stared at a thick tree not far away. He asked in a puzzled tone, "Who are you? I should not know you. Why are you following me?" As he spoke, the honest young man Richard's expression changed, his face showed a fierce look, and a pair of scarlet daggers appeared in his hands. Feng, who was hiding behind the tree, heard Richard's question, but did not speak in response. He chanted a spell, formed a seal and cast a spell, and immediately cast a spell, Vine Entanglement. The emerald green aura spread, and the green grass vines under Richard's feet sheared. Almost instantly, more than 10 bowl-thick vines rose from the ground, waving like tentacles and entwining Richard. "Are you the wizard rest from Hongye town?" As soon as Feng made a move, the honest young man Richard realized the identity of the person who came. Although he was wondering how Feng knew his identity, his movements were not slow at all. Shadow sneak attack. As soon as the thought came to him, Richard's whole body instantly turned into a black shadow and escaped from the range of the vines. Richard, who turned into a black shadow, did not run away, but quickly ran towards Feng. In his hand, the scarlet dagger on his temples shone with a chilling cold light. Feng had already guessed Richard's reaction, and he was not panicked at all. He stepped back again and again, always keeping a distance from Richard, who turned into a black shadow. Feng's retreat also exposed himself to Richard. A suit of black plate armor, a black iron shield as tall as a person, and a mace in his hand, with high defense and output, Richard exclaimed. This was the first time Richard had seen such a fearful wizard. Wearing such heavy equipment, could he still move swiftly? After transplanting vampire blood and becoming a blood wizard, Richard, who had always liked to be an assassin, showed disdain in his eyes. With high agility, he liked this slow-moving iron can the most. Feng's speed was ultimately inferior to Richard, who specialized in speed. Richard, who was in the shadow sneak spell state, quickly caught up with Feng. Ding ding ding. Richard swung his dagger quickly, stabbing out deadly attacks one after another. Feng raised his shield and struggled to block the vicious and cruel stabs. "Come and die." Scarlet Feng, seeing a mistake made by Feng, Richard nimbly jumped behind Feng, the scarlet dagger in his hand shining with a dazzling red light. The dagger wrapped with vampire blood magic showed amazing power. Richard swung the dagger at the connection between the plate armor and the helmet behind Feng and stabbed it fiercely. If Feng was stabbed in the neck by this attack, no matter how strong his vitality was, his head would be cut off by the dagger in Richard's hand. At this moment, an emerald green light spread out from a long cloth bag behind Feng, turning into a barrier covering Feng's back. Boom! The scarlet dagger carrying the power of the Scarlet Fang spell fell behind Feng, but what shocked Richard was that the attack spell he was proud of did not work, and only pierced the emerald green light that protected Feng's body. Feng also reacted when his dagger fell, and the sharp dagger only stabbed on the black iron plate armor, drawing dazzling sparks. How is it possible? My secret treasure, the vampire Feng, combined with the power of the spell, can easily break the shield spell of the wizard apprentice level, and you are still a wizard apprentice. Richard couldn't believe his eyes, and at the same time realized that the wizard rest in Hongye town was a powerful opponent. Now it's my turn. Illumination spell. Feng turned his head and smiled, and a dazzling light burst out from his hammer. With Feng's strength, the power of this spell is far beyond that of any. The bright light shines in all directions, and for a moment Feng seems to hold a small sun in his hand. Ah! Are you kidding? This is illumination spell. The vampire blood in Richard's body is not low. The Buddhist small light spell Annie casts can restrain ordinary vampires, and Feng can naturally restrain Richard. The scorching light shines down, and the shadow stealth spell covering Richard's body is instantly dispelled. His exposed skin also turned slightly red under the scorching light, and the vampire blood in his body was like a natural enemy, shrinking and not obeying. However, Richard was not a pure-blooded vampire after all. He was still a wizard apprentice. The small light spell only caused him some damage, not fatal. However, at this point, Richard also knew how powerful Feng was. He knew he could not defeat him, And he was not a northern barbarian with a brain full of muscles. He was an elegant assassin. After missing the first strike, Richard was ready to run away. Just as Richard retreated sharply, he felt irritated again, and suddenly, a sharp pain came from his legs. Under the piercing pain, Richard staggered and his retreat slowed down. At this time, Feng, who was wearing the small light spell, quickly caught up, wielding a hammer like a light bulb and hammering Richard on the head. Ah! The burning light and the pain in his legs immediately made Richard lose his speed. He barely blocked Feng's hammer with his vampire fangs for a few times, but Feng broke through his defense with a shield strike, knocking the dagger in his hand away. Then came one heavy and fiery hammer blow after another. Second update, please read on. Chapter 83, Executed. Blood Code. The light of the small light spell burned Richard's body, and the hammer destroyed his vitality. Light and power, a powerful combination, burst out with amazing power. Richard fought back frantically, but his severely weakened attacks all at Feng's black iron shield, and could not break the shield's defense at all. Richard's consciousness sank into endless pain and was on the verge of collapse. After Feng's third small light spell, Richard's whole body was black, and the whole person had lost his human form. The exposed flesh and blood were all traces of severe burns, which was very creepy. Even though he was a medium-level dark race, he was taken advantage of by Feng and cursed by Annie and others, which crippled his legs and lost his speed. How could he be Feng's opponent? Richard lay on the ground miserably, enjoying the baptism of light. It was not until Feng stabbed his heart with a hammer and crushed his head that Richard was completely silent. The blood and flesh of Richard were completely burned with the little light mantra, and the vampire who stirred up the Tulip Principality and caused countless people to die tragically was completely destroyed. Feng took a deep breath. This time, the vampire hunting operation was safe and sound. However, this guy is not a vampire at all, but a blood wizard who has transplanted vampire blood. No wonder the Compass secret treasure of the Lawrence family can't detect it. Vampires are a dark race, and their body structure is different from that of humans. And the blood wizard who has transplanted vampire blood is still a human, with almost no difference. It's just that he has the blood of a vampire and can use blood spells. In theory, the blood wizard uses the blood of the vampire for his own use and integrates it into the blood of humans, which improves the level of life and is of extraordinary significance. But judging from Richard's habit of sucking human blood, this blood wizard who is only a wizard apprentice has failed a little. After the fusion of blood, his mental will was polluted by the vampire blood, and he looks more like a vampire than a human. A complete failure. Richard's flesh and blood burned up, leaving only two black objects in a mass of black ash. Feng waved a breeze to blow away the ashes, and two of Richard's relics appeared. One was the vampire fangs that Richard used as a weapon. They were two small scarlet daggers. It was unknown what metal they were made of. They were cold and sharp. The vampire fangs daggers were an apprentice-level wizard's secret treasure. They were solidified with the triple attack effects of bleeding, sharpness, and armor breaking, and they were incredibly powerful. If Feng hadn't been protected by the King Mu spirit realm in a set of plate armor, being stabbed by the vampire fangs would have been fatal. Feng picked up the vampire fangs and waved them. The scarlet daggers were powerful, but they were too small. The tall and strong Feng didn't use them very well. After using the combination of a nail hammer and an iron shield for many years, he was not used to using small daggers. However, the material and enchantment of this dagger are good. When Feng has time, he plans to use the refining method of the earthly immortal world to transform it into a flying sword or a flying knife. It is a good choice to add attack means. After inserting the two daggers on the belt of Ganban, Feng checked another relic left in Richard's ashes. This relic is a palm-sized copper book, about 2 fingers thick. The copper cover is engraved with a creepy scarlet eye. No matter from which angle Feng looks at it, he will look into the scarlet eye. Feng felt uncomfortable being stared at by a red eye all the time. Where did this guy get such a strange wizard's secret treasure? There must be something fishy in it. Looking at the strange copper book, Feng frowned and covered the strange red eye on the cover of the copper book with a piece of black cloth. The uncomfortable feeling slowly disappeared. Due to the complexity of the wizard profession, the wizard world often has some strange things, such as the ghost tree fragments that Feng dealt with last time. If not handled properly, it will easily lead to a series of troubles. Feng guessed that this copper book was also a similar strange item, so he did not dare to be careless. After covering his strange red eyes, Lu Feng carefully observed it and found 4 obscure and twisted lines on the spine of the copper book. From the more than 10 languages he learned, Lu Feng barely recognized that this was an ancient Elvish language, which was more complex and complicated than the Elvish language circulated in the wizard world today. Guessing, it probably means blood code. Blood code? Could this guy become a vampire blood wizard by obtaining the information in this book? Lu Feng guessed, thinking that there should be a 70% to 80% possibility. The passage connecting the underground dark world on the Trandy subcontinent has long been closed, and there has been no sign of it being open for nearly 100 years. It is basically impossible for vampires to exist. There is still a possibility of inflow from other continents. However, for wizard apprentices who can obtain vampire blood from other continents, wouldn't it be good to get some blood from other extraordinary creatures? Vampires, a dark race that feeds on human blood and is inherently evil, are too harmful to the wizard's base of ordinary people. In any continent of a wizard organization, they are hated by everyone. In order to covet a little benefit from the blood wizard, he turned himself into a wanted criminal and a walking magic stone. Ordinary wizard apprentices would not choose this. Although Lu Feng was a little curious about the mystery of the blood code, he had no intention of opening the blood code. He manipulated the trees to form a wooden box and wrapped the blood code. Lu Feng cleaned up the traces of the battle at the scene and returned to Kane Manor. The blood code, such a dangerous and strange item, must not be left on the territory of Hongye town. It is too harmful. Back at the manor, Lu Feng met Annie and others. On the cursed altar set up by Annie and others, the scarecrow engraved with the vampire wizard Richard had completely collapsed and exploded into a pile of fragments with Richard's death. The simple earth and stone altar was covered with cracks as the scarecrow collapsed. Obviously, it can no longer be used a second time. The knight apprentices who participated in the curse casting were also somewhat depressed. Casting spells has a price, which consumes everyone's mental strength. The knight apprentice's mental strength is not strong to begin with, and this consumption is particularly obvious in them. You did a good job this time. Annie, go get a bottle of vitality potion, dilute it and share it with everyone. The curse of everyone's combined efforts crippled Richard's legs in the battle, weakened Richard's agility and speed, and saved Lu Feng a lot of effort, so naturally he was not stingy with rewards. Thank you for the reward, sir. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the knight apprentices opened their mouths to thank him. They have experienced the benefits of the vitality potion. Even if there is only one bottle, it is enough to save them more than 10 days of hard training after diluting it and sharing it with everyone. This time, it is worth it to work hard for the master. First update. Please read it. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 84, Marcus Hongye. His power of will increases greatly. After giving the rewards, Lu Feng also verbally praised their excellent performance, inspiring this group of young knight apprentices to be full of enthusiasm and full of motivation to practice the knight's breathing method. After encouraging this group of knight apprentices, Lu Feng left Annie and asked the others to disperse. Annie, go and inform Baron Hongye and tell him that the vampire who committed the murder in Hongye town has been killed by me, so that he can rest assured, and by the way, do a good job of comforting the residents of Hongye town. Understood, master. I will go to inform the Baron right away. Annie nodded and responded, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, Master Lu Feng's strength. By the way, you can also ask Baron Hongye to inform Grand Duke Tulip and explain my solution to the vampire. As he said, Lu Feng thought of the Lawrence family again and gave instructions. Annie received Lu Feng's order and quickly brought the news of the vampire being killed to Baron Hongye Andre in Hongye Castle. Baron Redleaf, who was worried about comforting Redleaf Town, smiled instantly after receiving Anne's news. He immediately arranged for officials in Redleaf Castle to post notices to inform the residents of Redleaf Castle and appease the people. Under the guarantee of Lu Feng's strength and credibility, the haze brought by the vampires in the hearts of the residents of Redleaf Town suddenly disappeared. While cheering and jumping for joy, they all praised Lu Feng's reputation. When the residents of Redleaf Town were happy, Baron Andre did not forget Lu Feng's instructions. He wrote a letter about what happened in Redleaf Town and sent it to the capital of Tulip Principality. The messenger galloped, and 3 days later, Grand Duke Tulip received a letter from Baron Redleaf. After learning from the letter that the source of the vampires in the Cholera Tulip Principality had been eliminated by the wizard rest, Grand Duke Tulip showed a rare smile on his face. These days, As the wizard apprentices of the principality led the soldiers of the principality out of the capital and checked the noble territories on the land, bad news came one after another. The fallen vampire nobles in the capital were afraid that the matter would get out of hand and attract the attention of the wizards of the Lawrence family, so they restrained themselves from killing and sucking blood. However, in the noble territories outside the capital where the news could not be transmitted in time, the cruel acts made by the fallen vampire nobles made the Grand Duke of Tulip shudder. Fortunately, Lu Feng has now dealt with the source of vampires, and there is no continuous supply of vampires. As long as the wizards of the principality wipe out the remaining fallen vampire nobles, this matter can finally come to an end. If the vampires continue to cause trouble in the Tulip Principality, I am afraid that the Tulip Principality will become an empty shell after a long time. Sir Rest's achievements should be publicized, and Baron Redleaf should also be rewarded generously. The Redleaf territory is too small, so it is just right to give them all these nearby territories. The happy Grand Duke of Tulip ordered the waiter to get a map of the Tulip Principality and find a location of the Redleaf territory. The Tulip Principality is located on the Trandy subcontinent, and is a coastal country in the northeast. The entire territory is roughly in the shape of a tulip bud. Redleaf Town is located in the southwestern area of the Tulip Principality, and is adjacent to the narrow and dangerous Blackstone Mountains in the south. Grand Duke Tulip looked at the map and simply drew a circle, assigning an area near Redleaf territory to Baron Redleaf, making Baron Redleaf a powerful marquess. Compared with Lu Feng's friendship, this little piece of land is nothing. Grand Duke Tulip is selling his grandfather's land, and he doesn't feel bad at all. After Baron Redleaf received a reward from the capital, he was shocked to see that Redleaf territory had expanded several times. Although Redleaf territory had expanded a little in the past, it was barely the size of an earldom, but it was still a lot worse than the territory of a marquisate today. Baron Redleaf, oh no, it should be called Marcus Redleaf now. After receiving these rewards, Marcus Redleaf praised the Grand Duke for being generous and quickly wrote a letter to thank Grand Duke Tulip. However, the Marquess of Redleaf was not overwhelmed by the joy of the promotion of his title and the expansion of his territory. He clearly knew that all this was the credit of his younger brother Lu Feng. A powerful wizard is more useful here than anything else. The Grand Duke of Tulip was not equal to Lu Feng in status, and wanted to get closer to Lu Feng, so all the credit fell on Andre. After Lu Feng knew about this, he was not very happy. The secular fame and fortune and the title had nothing to do with him. Compared with these seemingly powerful titles, he was more concerned about how much incense and willpower the expanded Redleaf territory could provide him. Therefore, Lu Feng just told his second brother Andre to develop the Redleaf territory well, strive to make the territory more prosperous, and make the population of Redleaf territory more. Only with people can Lu Feng collect more incense and willpower from the territory. Andre naturally patted his chest and promised Lu Feng that he would definitely build the Redleaf territory better. Lu Feng listened to the matter of the territory, and then continued to stay in the manor and practice with his heart. The vampire turmoil subsided. The fallen nobles, most of the remnants of the old era who opposed the reform of Hongye town, suffered countless casualties in this wave of assistance from the vampire Richard. Without these obstacles, the excellent development model of Hongye town was soon learned and imitated by the new generation of nobles of the principality who were willing to accept new things. The wandering poets in the tavern sang praises to Lu Feng's heroic deeds, the vendors in the market praised Lu Feng's business reforms, the students in the martial arts hall thanked Lu Feng for his broad mind, and the farmers in the fields talked about the high-yield crops improved by Lu Feng. Lu Feng's reputation, under the deliberate propaganda of the Grand Duke of Tulip, went beyond the Hongye territory and gradually spread to the entire principality, becoming a legendary figure. In Kane Manor, Lu Feng closed his eyes and sank into the Kingmu spirit realm. The rolling incense and wish power swept in from all directions, forming a real ocean of wish power around the spiritual realm. If the cultivators in the earthly immortal world saw this scene, they would surely be grinning with joy, but Lu Feng could not smile at all. There was no other reason, there were too many incense and wish powers. Lu Feng had never thought that just destroying a vampire would gather so much wish power. There were too many wish powers, and he was almost drowned. Every day, he urged the Kingmu spirit realm to absorb the incense and wish power, and to sacrifice the spiritual realm restrictions, exhausting his mental power. There was no change in the ocean of wish power outside the Kingmu spirit realm. What is this? This is a rich trouble. However, In the pain, Lu Feng was also very happy to see the rapid growth of the Qingmu spirit realm. During this period, the spiritual realm restrictions of the Qingmu spirit realm, the green light on the green halo has become 30% emerald green. The spiritual realm restrictions have made great progress, and the scope and power of the spiritual realm are also increasing day by day. When the Qingmu spirit realm is activated, the green spiritual realm brilliance can now cover most of Lu Feng's skin, and the defense power of a layer of spiritual realm brilliance is slightly higher than his plate armor. Second update, please read. I'd also like to recommend a new book by a friend, which is also about dual travel, a story about a man who lives in a high-level martial arts world and cultivates immortality. Chapter 85, Cultivate the Spiritual Realm and Practice Magic Tools Again. Lu Feng had experimented and found that the defensive ability of the Qingmu spiritual realm's divine radiance was comparable to the level 0 spell, Life Shield, that he chanted and cast carefully. Casting, Life Shield, requires mental energy and wastes time chanting and casting, while the casting of the Qingmu spiritual realm only requires Lu Feng to activate the prohibition in the Qingmu spiritual realm with his mind, and the mental energy consumed is close to zero. Casting spells with telekinesis is similar to the bloodline spells of extraordinary races, which is convenient and fast. Moreover, the protection of the Qingmu spiritual realm is more durable. As long as there is spiritual energy and incense and willpower in the Qingmu spiritual realm, even if the spiritual realm's divine radiance is broken, it can still be recondensed and restored in a short time to continue to provide protection for Lu Feng. The Qingmu spiritual realm can also provide strength to bless the body. With the blessing of the spiritual realm, Lu Feng's strength has increased by 90%. The effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 makes Lu Feng feel like he has touched a formal wizard. The first requirement for a wizard apprentice to be promoted to a formal wizard is to meet the mental power standard in the mental space, so that the gaseous mental power can be transformed into liquid mental power. Lu Feng has been a third-class wizard apprentice for so many years. Due to his qualifications, his mental power has stopped growing for a long time. It was not until he got the golden finger, learned the Qingmu Changsheng Sutra of the earthly immortal world, and practiced 108 Qingmu Changsheng acupoints that his body's vitality increased and the bottleneck of mental power was loosened. Now, with the blessing brought by the thriving growth of the Qingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng finally saw the hope of becoming a formal wizard. After persisting for so many years, Lu Feng finally saw the hope of the future. It's not easy. Appreciating the benefits of the growth of the Qingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng worked harder to control the Qingmu spirit realm to refine the abundant incense and willpower from the wizard world. General Shen Wei, the residual soul of monk Hujing, and the ghost soul that gave birth to the Zuanine soul-stealing sword key were all used by Lu Feng to consume the incense and willpower in experiments. These ghost souls, after practicing into the Qingmu spirit realm, are also considered part of the Qingmu spirit realm. Although their strength is weak, they should also play their part in light and heat to promote the growth of the Qingmu spirit realm. After the experiment, the remaining souls of General Shen Wei and Monk Hujing, after the Yu family's summoning technique, have become spiritual bodies, and barely have the ability to digest the power of incense and vows. The 9 ghosts in the ghost tree fragments that Lu Feng used to nourish the Zuanine soul-snatching sword did not have such ability. The ghosts that absorbed the death power in the ghost tree fragments to breed the Zuanine soul-snatching sword key were very repulsive to the power of incense and vows. Forcibly using the power of incense and vows to sacrifice would make the ghost bodies composed of their death power become mixed and impure, greatly affecting the power of the Zuanine soul-snatching sword key. Seeing this result, Lu Feng had no choice but to give up. He immediately asked the wizard Meitaiyu to help him collect some ghosts and resentful spirits. The wizard Meitaiyu, who had a very comfortable life in Hongye territory, immediately set out to help find the ghosts and resentful spirits after receiving Lu Feng's order. The wizard Meitaiyu was lucky. After a few days, he helped Lu Feng find 7 ghosts and resentful spirits. They were not strong and could only kill an ordinary knight. The powerful vengeful spirits, the wizard Meitaiyu dare not touch. The vengeful spirits at the wizard apprentice level, this kind of thing has extremely strong mental attack capabilities, and some special individuals are also attached with special curses, which are quite troublesome to deal with. With the strength of Meitaiyu, a second-class wizard apprentice, it is possible to overturn when dealing with the vengeful spirits of the lower level. Lu Feng will not let him take a risk. The 7 newly acquired vengeful spirits were used to summon the gods at home to be sacrificed and refined into spirits similar to the mighty general. There are a total of 9 spirits, floating in the upper layer of the Kingmu spirit realm, rotating around the energy absorbing ancient tree seeds. With the assistance of these spirits, Lu Feng's speed of urging the Kingmu spirit realm to digest the incense and willpower increased by about half, which is better than nothing. In addition to cultivating the Kingmu spirit realm step by step, Lu Feng also took the time to refine the magic gourd and vampire fangs that Luo Zuking obtained when she killed a black and white impermanence. The vampire fangs are a pair of small daggers, and Lu Feng is not used to using them. The gourd artifact that holds the soul-stealing smoke is a low-grade artifact with 2 prohibitions. The power of the soul-stealing smoke seems ordinary to Lu Feng. At least at his level, the combat power that can be improved by using this artifact is negligible and useless. Both weapons are not suitable for use. Lu Feng refined them according to his own ideas. The 2 vampire fangs were removed from the blade by Lu Feng, and modified into 2 flying knives, which were refined into the arms of the ghost that nourished the Zuanine soul-stealing sword energy. The 2 sword energies with a form are more powerful and strengthen the armor-breaking power. Even if the enemy has a protective spell to resist the Zuanine soul-stealing sword energy, the vampire fangs hidden in the sword energy will also play the original armor-breaking effect and increase the damage. As for the gourd artifact, Lu Feng disliked the low toxicity of the soul-stealing smoke, so he found some poisons with the characteristics of the wizard world from his laboratory and practiced them in it to increase the power of the poisonous smoke. By the way, Lu Feng also put the incense poison filtered out by Kingmu Lingjing when absorbing the incense power into the poisonous smoke. Incense power is the product of human spirit and emotion, which contains both the best wishes of living beings and desires that are noble, vulgar, or even ugly and cannot be looked at directly. Kingmu Lingjing absorbs the incense power, absorbing the most beautiful and purest wishes of human hearts. Sincerity can make a stone open. This most beautiful wish contains an extremely powerful force, and it is this force that drives Kingmu Lingjing to continue to grow and improve. After absorbing these beautiful powers, what remains in the incense power is the incense poison that is harmful to Kingmu Lingjing. Accumulated, it falls into the Kingmu Lingjing and appears as a pool of rotten swamp mud with poisonous bubbles. If it is an ordinary person, just one look will cause countless thoughts to rush into his mind, whispering like a demon, raging wildly. In a moment, he will be turned into an idiot, or even his soul will be damaged, and he will die. It just so happened that Lu Feng felt that the soul-demanding smoke in the gourd artifact was not poisonous enough. So he refined this gourd artifact into the Kingmu spirit realm and used it as a trash can for the Kingmu spirit realm. All the incense poison accumulated in it. The gourd artifact that was refined with the incense poison was still a low-grade artifact with 2 prohibitions, but the power of the poison smoke was multiplied. Lu Feng had experimented with Annie's skeleton. A night-level skeleton was corroded by the poison smoke in a few breaths, and its soul was scattered and its bones decayed. The power of the poison mist was amazing. Lu Feng estimated that if the vampire wizard Richard, who he had killed not long ago, was hit by this poison mist, the poison would explode and he would be half dead even if he didn't die. While the power of this gourd poison smoke is amazing, it also has a not-so-fatal flaw. A gourd of poison smoke can only be released 3 times. After 3 uses, it must be returned to the Kingmu spirit realm to collect the incense poison and recharge. First update today. Please read it. Chapter 86, Simple and Easy to Learn the Art of Summoning Gods. Limited by the basic materials of the gourd magic weapon, it can store 3 attacks, which has reached the limit of the gourd magic weapon. If it is forcibly charged, the gourd magic weapon will explode. There is no need for this. After finding a home for the 2 magic weapons in stock, Lu Feng also studied another relic of the vampire wizard Richard. The copper-covered book, the Blood Code. This thing is very strange. The scarlet eyes on the copper cover seem to contain a strange mental power. Lu Feng asked his second brother Andre for a death row prisoner and asked him to look directly at the scarlet eyes on the Blood Code. After staring into the eyes for less than 3 minutes, the death row prisoner's mind began to become abnormal, and he desperately touched the Blood Code. Even if his body was bound, he would struggle desperately, and he didn't care if his body was covered with scars. Injury and pain could not make the death row prisoner sober up. Lu Feng let the death row prisoner touch the Blood Code. When the death row prisoner's hand touched the eyes on the Blood Code, a scarlet mist stretched out from the eyes and inserted into the flesh of the death row prisoner. In a few breaths, the prisoner was sucked dry, but the Blood Code did not kill the prisoner directly. When the prisoner was about to die, A stream of scarlet blood floated out of the eyes of the blood code and fell into the prisoner's body, hanging on to the prisoner's life. The prisoner who had absorbed the scarlet blood survived, but became extremely bloodthirsty. Lu Feng handed him a live sheep, and the prisoner opened his mouth and bit it, sucking blood. After sucking 5 live sheep dry, the prisoner's dry body regained vitality, and faintly showed the physical characteristics of a vampire. The eyes turned red, the skin turned white, and the canine teeth became longer. This blood code can actually turn people into vampires. It's really strange. Lu Feng looked at the copper book, fearful, covered his scarlet eyes, and continued to observe the prisoner who was transformed into a vampire. Through various tests, Lu Feng found that the prisoner who was transformed into a vampire had lost all his memories and turned into a very pure beast. The instinct of only sucking blood to fill the stomach is very different from the dependent vampires developed by the vampire wizard Richard. Those vampires can all preserve their memories and even become stronger. Lu Feng, who has not studied vampires deeply, can't think of the reason. It can only be attributed to the fact that the vampire wizard Richard used a special method that he didn't know when transforming his dependents. Kill the death row vampire prisoners and burn them to ashes. Lu Feng put away the blood code and kept it. He now has the bright road of the earthly immortal world, and there is no need to embark on the evil path of transforming himself into a vampire. This thing cannot be spread out, it is easy to poison the world. Lu Feng can only keep it temporarily. Lu Feng dare not use other methods to disassemble this weird blood code. If he makes a mistake and triggers the weirdness contained in the blood code, it will be more trouble than gain. He can only wait until his strength is strengthened in the future before making plans. It is a good choice to hand it over to the botanical garden, in exchange for benefits, or keep it for his own research. After dealing with these trivial matters in the wizard world, Lu Feng did not forget to return to the earthly world from time to time. The Red Leaf Club in the earthly world is developing in full swing. Next to the Shinto spirit realm, the Red Leaf Club's headquarters has become more and more complete and luxurious with the joint efforts of all members. Luo Zuking lived up to Lu Feng's trust and managed the Red Leaf Club in an orderly manner. Standing on the wall outside the Red Leaf Club's headquarters, Lu Feng looked at the 2 camps opposite and listened to Luo Zuking's report. During the days when Lu Feng was busy in the wizard world, the number of members of the Red Leaf Club increased to 1,500. After reaching this number, the growth of the Red Leaf Club's membership encountered a bottleneck. Dongxi City and Chuan City are so small, and Master Chu and the San Gang occupy 8 or 9 out of 10. Under the expansion and squeeze of the 2 families, there are only so many casual cultivators who can survive. This is also the limit of the Red Leaf Club, and the rest is to dig into the corners of the 2 families. But after the killing of the chicken to scare the monkeys by Mr. Chu and the San Gang and the slight improvement of their treatment, the 2 gangs that were originally ready to make a move also quieted down and dared not mention the good of the Red Leaf Society. The gang members who served the 2 families understood the cruelty of their own people the best. The 2 families that temporarily suppressed the internal hidden dangers also built their own bases around the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm, actively built walls, and waited for the moment when the Shinto spirit realm was opened. The 3 parties worked together and confronted each other, making the air around them slightly heavy. Lu Feng didn't know what Mr. Chu and the 3 gang leaders of the San Gang were preparing for. He still practiced step-by-step and cultivated members of the Red Leaf Society by the way. After all, it was power that determined the ownership of the Shinto spirit realm. In the atmosphere of the Red Leaf Society that encouraged communication and sharing, Yu Donglei took advantage of the slight advantage of joining the Red Leaf Society first and joining Lu Feng to vigorously promote the Yu family's art of summoning gods. Since offering the core of the family's summoning technique, the great general of divine power, Yu Donglei has taken his family's inheritance very lightly. When he sees new members of the Red Leaf Club, he actively promotes his family's summoning technique. In Yu Donglei's words, the summoning technique is easy to learn, and the combat effectiveness is formed quickly. With the endorsement of the President's spiritual realm, there are few side effects. It is a must-have technique for home travel, killing and arson, and protecting your life. You won't suffer any loss if you learn it, and you won't be fooled if you learn it. The most core divine general, the Yu family and Lu Feng have jointly sacrificed and refined it. It only takes a little time to increase the combat effectiveness several times. With Yu Donglei's vigorous promotion, this quick-made spell immediately attracted many members of the Red Leaf Club with low strength and poor inheritance to try. After the experiment, These people found that the summoning technique really had many advantages and few disadvantages, as Yu Donglai said. With these people paving the way, the Yu family's summoning technique quickly became popular in the Red Leaf Club, and many people rushed to learn it. In this regard, Lu Feng did not stop it. Although learning the Yu family's summoning technique all at once will make the attack mode of the members of the Red Leaf Society become monotonous and templated, which is not conducive to the development of the Earth Immortal's skills. But it is of great benefit to improving the overall strength of the Red Leaf Society. The quick-learning Yu family summoning technique can mass-produce available combat power. Another point is that the strength of the great General Hongye has increased rapidly under the concerted sacrifice and practice of many members of the Red Leaf Society, and the appearance of his spirit body has become clearer and more agile. With a continuous incense and wish power provided by Lu Feng, the strength of the great General Hongye soon surpassed his 8 brothers, and he was far ahead of his brothers and reached the level of a high-grade Taoist boy. With the 8 spirit brothers, the effect of assisting Lu Feng in refining the incense and wish power reached as much as 10%. With this benefit, Lu Feng was also happy that Yu Donglai vigorously promoted the Yu family's summoning technique. In order to show his praise, Lu Feng also gave Yu Donglai a sapling of jade fruit brought from the wizard world to help him practice his life spirit plan and practice the King Mu Chang Sheng Sutra. The jade fruit is the seed that Lu Feng brought back from the botanical garden. The jade fruit grown has the effect of healing injuries and restoring physical strength. Yu Donglai is practicing the art of summoning gods and needs to temper his body. The effect of this demonized plant is just right for him. Second update. Please read on and give me a monthly vote. Chapter 87, Important Notice, don't keep the book. Comments on the release and rules for additional updates. After 43 days of serialization and 175,000 words of waiting, it will finally be available to the shelves after 2400 hours tonight. Thanks to the editor Kaguya and all the readers for their support. After 2400 hours tonight, 3 chapters of 10,000 words will be released in succession. Please give me the first order 1. On the importance of the first order. The first order is the number of subscribers within 24 hours, that is, the whole day of March 1st, of the first chapter, which is the 85th chapter of the book, being charged for the first time. This subscription data is crucial for whether this book can be recommended in the future, whether it can achieve results, and whether it can continue to be written. If you are a reader who reads books on the Kidian app, please try to support the genuine version, at least subscribe to the 85th chapter. It only costs 10 cents, and you can give the author a determination and motivation to continue writing. If you are a reader who reads books on QQ Reading or other channels, please try to download the Kidian app, charge 1 yuan or a few cents, and subscribe to the 85th chapter of this book to support the author's first order data. Please give me the first order, please give me the first order, please give me the first order. I say it 3 times because it is important. Thank you for your support. 2. Updates after the book is available. Starting from March 1st, the daily update will be 6,000 plus, and generally 2 chapters are 3,000 words. Of course, I also work hard and try my best to update 10,000 words a day, just to give it a try for everyone. Don't think that I usually delay the release of 4,000 words until the evening. In fact, my hand speed is still good. If I am motivated, it is not difficult to update 10,000 words a day. As for the source of this motivation, it depends on everyone's subscription support. If the first order of this book can exceed 3,000, I will do my best to give you 10,000 a day for a month, as an explanation to everyone. Third, how to make the author add more chapters from tonight, every night. 1. First of all, the first order within 24 hours. When it is close to the listing, I feel that the daily data is a bit lagging, but I don't care about having too high expectations. The first order is based on 2,000. For every additional 2,000 words will be added. So those who support the book should stop supporting the book and start it immediately too. Based on the average rating at 2400 hours on March 1st, if it does not increase by 200, 1 additional chapter of 2,000 words will be added. Therefore, please try to support the genuine version on the Kidian Reading app. The average rating data is also an important data related to the life and death of the book. A book with too low an average rating is basically equivalent to a death sentence, and it will never be able to turn over, no matter how many words are written. 3. For every increase of 1,000 monthly tickets, 1 additional chapter of 2,000 words will be added. The monthly tickets for March are on my back, please kill me. 4. For every reward of 50,000 Kidian coins, one additional chapter will be added. This is up to fate and mainly depends on subscriptions. 5. Other situations depend on the author's update situation and mood. After March 1st, a single chapter will be open to count the results of the first day of listing. At the end of each month, the additional updates for that month will also be counted, and I will not default on my debts. 4th, some statements. Finally, in order to prevent the author and some readers who really follow the book from being disgusted by some keyboard warriors and brainless trolls, as well as comments that advertise and sell movies in the comment area, this book will start to open a little fan value speech tomorrow. Please understand. When I was an author, I looked at the brainless comments in the comment area every day, and the self-righteous instructions and settings really affected my mentality. I deleted and banned many trolls, but the group of keyboard warriors is too large. The more these people troll, the less likely they will subscribe. I can't indulge these brainless trolls who are reluctant to spend even 1 Kidian coin, so I'll set a comment limit and clean up the comment area. In addition, no matter how others troll, this book is still good among the recent Kidian new books. In the era of the God's Gemini in February and March, I succeeded in stealing chickens and got many recommendations first with your strong support. New book strong recommendation, Small Trumpet, Sanjiang. These recommendations are all the joint efforts of everyone and me. Thank you readers again. This book is not bad to follow. There were still 3,500 plus follow-ups last Saturday. There should be a play for fine products in the future. This book is a double travel story about a wizard who tries to cultivate himself. The author has been writing books for a long time. Some of the settings are unreasonable. Please point them out kindly. If you like it, read it. If not, let's part ways amicably and don't be so angry. Finally, the author is sometimes in a hurry to upload it after writing it. Due to limited energy, he may not review it carefully. There may be some typos that affect reading. You are welcome to find bugs in the comment area. Basically, I will modify what is pointed out in the comment area in a timely manner. If you want to join the group, you can add the Book Friends group with the introduction to chat. Everyone, see you at 2400 hours tonight. February 28, 2023, LV1, A Failed Author, A Noble Character. Chapter 88 Involution. Red Leaf Tower. Yu Donglai was overjoyed to receive a spiritual plant as a reward, as well as a technique that could lead him to the realm of a Taoist priest and a spiritual realm. Under Lu Feng's guidance, Yu Donglai quickly transformed the mixed mana in his body into the mana of the Qingmu Changsheng Sutra. He also sacrificed the jade fruit to become a life spiritual plant, which sprouted and grew. With the help of the summoning technique, Yu Donglai's strength increased greatly, and he was about to catch up with Luo Zuking. As his strength grew, Yu Donglai's status in the Red Leaf Society rose, and he became the second person under Lu Feng. Lu Feng took advantage of the situation and made Yu Donglai the vice president of the Red Leaf Society, ranking after Luo Zuking. He helped Luo Zuking deal with the trivial matters in the Red Leaf Society and shared some of the work pressure. This allowed Luo Zuking to have more free time to practice with all her heart. Seeing that someone was catching up with her, Luo Zuking also worked hard to practice and did not dare to slack off. After learning that Yu Donglai was rewarded for spreading the Yu family's summoning technique, the other members of the Red Leaf Society were all excited and worked hard to practice. At the same time, they racked their brains to get Lu Feng's reward. Getting a reward from Lu Feng could save them several years of hard work. Lu Feng did not hide it, and told everyone in the Red Leaf Society through Yu Donglai. As long as you make a contribution to the Red Leaf Society, you can get his reward. There are many types of contributions. It can be to gain benefits for the Red Leaf Society, or to contribute a technique that is beneficial to the Red Leaf Society, or to improve the strength of the members of the Red Leaf Society. Of course, Lu Feng also included his own needs in the contribution of the Red Leaf Society. The fundamental purpose of his establishment of the Red Leaf Society was to improve his own strength. One person's wisdom is short, but everyone's wisdom is long. Although these casual cultivators of the Red Leaf Society are not as strong as him, they are also cultivators who have deeply cultivated the way of earthly immortals. Family heritage, master's words and deeds, and the accumulated experience of generations always know more than he, an outsider who has been here for less than a few months. Lu Feng practiced the Qingmu Changsheng Sutra all by himself. The establishment of the Red Leaf Club was also to cultivate 3 or 2 like-minded people from these people to assist him in moving forward. Therefore, Lu Feng also posted his needs in the task column of the Red Leaf Club. If the members of the Red Leaf Club can provide him with a wonderful method to cultivate and build a spiritual realm, Lu Feng will naturally not hesitate to reward them. After Lu Feng's meaning was conveyed, Yu Donglai did not forget to publicize how his family's summoning technique helped Lu Feng. The divine general refined by the Yu family's summoning technique was integrated into the Qingmu spiritual realm and served Lu Feng. After spreading the practice of the summoning technique, the divine general's strength increased and became a capable general under Lu Feng. After understanding this layer of cause and effect, many members of the Red Leaf Club secretly cursed Yu Donglai for relying on the power of the gods. But on second thought, everyone also understood the trajectory of Yu Donglai's rise. They were all thinking about what they could do to contribute to the development of the president's spiritual realm. Yu Donglai could train a powerful general to help the president, so why can't I? Many members of the Red Leaf Club who were somewhat capable were thinking and actively thinking and trying. As for the members of the Red Leaf Club with average strength, they were sweating and practicing diligently and honestly. As the president, Lu Feng was generous. It was not easy to enter the Red Leaf Club and enjoy such treatment. If you don't practice well, you will be scolded for wasting things if you tell others. With a sweet carrot hanging in front of your nose, the members of the Red Leaf Club rolled inward. Lu Feng saw everything and tried his best to be the navigator of the Red Leaf Club, so that the Red Leaf Club could develop in the shape he needed. As the helmsman of the Red Leaf Club, the atmosphere and the earthly immortal world became more and more solemn. Lu Feng knew that this was just the calm before the storm. According to the intelligence received by the Red Leaf Club, Master Chu was actively harming Dongxi City, and the people in the city complained. There are even more terrifying murder legends circulating, and the whole city is shrouded in the fear of death and the resentment of exploitation. Members of the Red Leaf Society speculated that Mr. Chu was collecting resentment and fear. The most beautiful visions of intelligent creatures can form an extremely effective incense and wish power. The fear of death, the resentment towards creatures can also form a power similar to the incense and wish power. Mr. Chu collected this negative power, probably to sacrifice and refine the yin ghost spirit realm he built, hoping to go further. The Sand Gang in Chuan City is also doing similar things. They use gang members to coerce and lure the people of Chuan City to pray to them and contribute their wishes. Although this method can squeeze out the incense and wish power for a while, it is also a case of exhausting the pond and fishing, and it will also lead to a lot of resentment. However, for the sake of the Shinto spirit realm, Mr. Chu and the Sand Gang can't care too much. If Lu Feng hadn't intervened, they could still go on slowly and step by step, but with Lu Feng, they had to roll up. Lu Feng lamented the misfortune of the people in the two cities, and also lamented the hardship of Mr. Chu and the Sand Gang, but he was unmoved. Dongxi City and Chuan City are too far away from here. They are the home grounds of Mr. Chu and the Sand Gang. There are so many arrangements and traps there that they cannot be saved. Now, Lu Feng refines a huge amount of willpower every day, and the Qingmu spirit realm is growing every moment. If he has the time to save the people in the two cities, he might as well refine more incense willpower and increase his strength. If you are poor, you can only take care of yourself, and if you are rich, you can help the world. When his spiritual realm is fully developed, he can save more. In this seemingly stable environment, the wizard world, the wizard tower that Lu Feng has been thinking about has finally been capped and completed. The sun is high in the sky, and there are no clouds in the sky. Lu Feng climbed to the top of the wizard tower and looked down. The scenery of Cane Manor, Hongye Town, and even the Black Rock Mountains in the distance is in full view. The wizard tower is a hexagonal prism-shaped tower, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with a total of 8 floors, 6 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, covering an area of 10,000 square meters. The 6-story tower is 16 meters high on each floor, and the 6 floors plus the spire on the top are a total of 100 meters high. The towering wizard tower stands on the land of Hongye territory and has become a landmark building in Hongye territory. The height of the wizard tower symbolizes Lu Feng's strength, allowing all residents of Hongye territory to feel Lu Feng's presence at all times. A powerful wizard is protecting everyone in the territory, giving the people a different sense of peace of mind and security. What a pity. This tower is just a shell, and I need to fill it with parts before it can be called a real wizard tower. Lu Feng looked into the distance and said with a smile. Wizard Matthew, Annie and others all nodded in agreement. Although the tower built of black rocks is strong and durable, With good protection capabilities, it is still not good enough for wizards. The wizard tower also needs to add various protective arrays and core components to make it a powerful fortress that can provide experimental needs and combat support for wizards. Only then can it be considered a qualified wizard tower. Lu Feng still has work to do. Today is a good day for the completion of the wizard tower. Please give it a name. Baron Andre suggested, and others also agreed with a smile. That's right, let me think about it. What name should I call it? Lu Feng knocked his head and thought. Naming has never been Lu Feng's forte. Looking at the dark and towering wizard tower under his feet, Lu Feng was a little embarrassed for a while. After holding it in for a long time, Lu Feng finally said, Hongye leads the Red Leaf Tower. From now on, this wizard tower will be called Red Leaf Tower. Puff. Behind Lu Feng, everyone laughed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Azuchiho's Wizard Tower. Although the name of the Red Leaf Tower was crude, it was still decided at Lu Feng's insistence. After inspecting and accepting the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng gathered with everyone and held a banquet to celebrate the completion of the Wizard Tower. It has been several months since the start of construction. Lu Feng was a hands-off boss. In addition to providing drawings and occasional inspections, all other work was completed by Annie and others. Taking advantage of the banquet, Lu Feng sincerely thanked everyone for their efforts. Amid laughter and joy, everyone drank happily. After the banquet, Lu Feng began to move the underground laboratory. In Kane Manor, the underground laboratory that made Lu Feng feel very insecure ushered in its final glory. Carefully and cautiously, Lu Feng went back and forth several times and finally emptied all the equipment and materials in the underground laboratory and placed them in the Red Leaf Tower. In the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng used the first floor above ground as a hall for entertaining guests and a place for future exchanges between wizard apprentices. Lu Feng left the second floor above ground as a dormitory for apprentices, and the third floor was used as a public laboratory for the wizard tower. The 4th to 6th floors above ground are Lu Feng's private land. The 4th floor is his own laboratory, the 5th floor is used for rest and reception, and the 6th floor is arranged as a training hall, which is also the control core of the wizard tower array he will control in the future. Now that he has moved from the underground laboratory to the wizard tower built with blackstone, Lu Feng feels more secure. But this wizard tower is still far from a real wizard tower. There is no protective array, element pool, or puppet guard. The core of the wizard tower is the element pool that gathers elemental energy. Only with the energy provided by the element pool can the normal operation of various arrays in the wizard tower be supported. Otherwise, if the magic stone is burned, it will not take long for me to go bankrupt. Lu Feng was thinking about the future construction of the Red Leaf Tower. After thinking for a while, Lu Feng temporarily gave up the idea of building an element pool. The element pool has the effect of gathering elemental energy between heaven and earth. The most common is the Earth Attribute Energy Pool, which is placed in the Wizard Tower and connected to the pulse of the Earth, so that the power of the Earth can be continuously gathered. However, to create an Earth Element Energy Pool, an Earth Element Heart is needed as the core of the element pool. Earth Element Hearts are generally produced in large mineral veins or in the body of elemental creatures, Earth Golems. The Earth Element Heart in a large mineral vein is the core of the mineral vein. Once taken away, it will cause the mineral vein to be unbalanced and reduce production. Generally, few people sell this kind of Earth Element Heart. The Earth Element Heart that flows into the market is generally the life core of the elemental creature Earth Golem. The Earth Golem is born as a first-level extraordinary creature, comparable to a formal wizard, with infinite power, and can also control the Earth Element to cast Earth attribute spells. The strength is amazing, usually 3 to 5 gather in a family unit, and it is very difficult to hunt. With a property in Lu Feng's pocket, 8,000 magic stones are not enough to buy an Earth Element Heart. Unable to afford it and unable to beat it, Lu Feng can only find another way to temporarily replace the element pool in the Wizard Tower. After changing his mind, Lu Feng quickly found a qualified substitute. That is, King Mu Lingjing. The function of the element pool is to absorb and store elemental energy. As a small space, King Mu's spirit realm is better at absorbing and storing elemental energy than the element pool. Put the ghost tree fragments in the center of the top floor of the Red Leaf Tower, where there is a round stone platform the size of a table. In the center of the stone platform are 6 pure gold pillars that connect the entire wizard tower. When building the wizard tower, Lu Feng smelted a large amount of gold and silver and buried them in the black rock materials used to build the wizard tower as energy circuits in the wizard tower. Gold and silver are spread all over the walls of the wizard tower, deep underground, connecting the veins of the earth, compared to the black rock materials that consume huge manpower. These gold and silver are the giants of the wizard tower's cost. Gold and silver are already cheap energy-conducting metals. Lu Feng remembers that the energy-conducting metals used in his master, Tia's wizard tower are all more rare mithril. Mithril is a metal more precious than gold in the wizard world. During the forging process of an ordinary long sword, as long as 1% of the total weight of mithril is added, the sharpness, flexibility and hardness of the weapon can be improved by several levels. On the trendy subcontinent, mithril is often a treasure that knights dream of. Every knight's dream is to own a weapon mixed with mithril. 1 unit of mithril can often buy 1,000 gold coins in the subcontinent. Even on the Trudeau continent, in the botanical garden, 1 magic stone must be bought for 1 unit. The mithril of an entire wizard tower, just thinking about it, Lu Feng knows how rich his master, Tia, is. It's a pity that Lu Feng's master is a man, otherwise Lu Feng would risk his life to eat a gigolo. After sighing at the master's wealth, Lu Feng came back to his senses, took out the ghost tree fragment, and placed it on the stone platform. Lu Feng sat cross-legged in front of the stone platform. With a thought, 8 spirits flew out of the Kingmu spirit realm, floating on Lu Feng's left and right, guarding his safety. The stone platform was specially made by Lu Feng for the ghost tree fragments. After the ghost tree fragments were placed in it, it fit perfectly. Under Lu Feng's control, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds that had grown a lot but had not yet sprouted pulled out 6 white jade roots from the ghost tree fragments and pierced into the 6 golden pillars on the stone platform. With the help of the gold and silver energy circuits, the emerald green divine light of the Kingmu spirit realm spread along the gold and silver circuits in the walls of the wizard tower. At first, it only covered the entire stone platform under the ghost tree fragments. Slowly, the divine light of the Kingmu spirit realm began to expand to the entire 6th floor. An hour later, the entire wizard tower was shrouded in the light of the Kingmu spirit realm. Inside the tower, the knight apprentice who was doing the interior decoration for the wizard felt the changes in the wizard tower and asked his companions around him in a somewhat strange way, "Do you feel that the air in the wizard tower has become much fresher?" Hearing this, everyone who was busy felt the same way. Lu Feng didn't know how the busy knight apprentice among the wizards felt. He was now fully immersed in the Kingmu spirit realm, controlling the seeds of the energy-absorbing ancient tree to interact with the entire wizard tower. The Kingmu spirit realm was still too weak, and it was still a bit difficult to carry the energy supply of an entire wizard tower. Lu Feng's mental power was just right for the control. As the emerald green divine light of the Kingmu spirit realm expanded and enveloped the entire wizard tower, Lu Feng, who was united with the spirit realm, felt his mental power spreading outward along the gold and silver energy circuits that ran through the wizard tower. It was as if the entire wizard tower had become his body, and the gold and silver energy circuits had become his tentacles for sensing the outside world. This peculiar perspective brought a great burden to Lu Feng's spirit. He did not dare to delay and quickly controlled the Kingmu spirit realm to communicate with the earth under the wizard tower. Earth gave birth to wood, and with the energy-absorbing ancient tree's talent for absorbing energy, Lu Feng quickly used the wizard tower to connect to the earth's gold and silver energy circuits and absorb the earth element energy hidden underground. Strands of gray-brown earth element energy flowed into the wizard tower along the gold and silver energy circuits and gathered on the stone platform on the 6th floor where the ghost tree fragments were placed. After the white roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds came into contact with the earth element energy surging from the 6 golden pillars, the seeds trembled slightly and then greedily absorbed the earth element energy like a whale swallowing a dragon. With the support of the earth element energy, the divine brilliance spreading from the Kingmu spirit realm became more stable, and Lu Feng's mental pressure dropped sharply. After the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds stabilized this set of energy circuits, Lu Feng drew out his mental power and continued to urge the Kingmu spirit realm to release its power. Yuan Qiansun, universally inform all spirits, the true officials of the mountains and rivers, the land spirits, do not be alarmed. Promoting the power of the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng recited the earth-protecting mantra from the earthly immortal world. In the faint mantra, A circle of twisted emerald green airflow talismans appeared in front of Lu Feng. These talismans intertwined together, presenting the appearance of a wizard tower, and constantly merged into the stone platform in front of Lu Feng. At first, the stone platform did not change, but as Lu Feng continued to refine it, a shadow of a wizard tower appeared on the stone platform. The green light shone, countless talismans flew, and it was peaceful and tranquil, and the land was safe and the house was protected. Just like the Buddhist method of refining instruments of hujing, chanting the mantra continuously can refine talismans. The mantra of protecting the land and protecting the house that Lu Feng obtained also only needs to chant the mantra to continuously refine the building into talisman. Lu Feng was ambitious. After knowing that he could not build an element pool in a short time, he changed his mind and planned to use the method of the earthly fairy world to temporarily refine the wizard tower into talisman. After picking and choosing, Lu Feng used the simplest but most difficult mantra of protecting the land and protecting the house. When the wizard tower began to be built, Lu Feng and Annie worked together to carve the mantra of protecting the land and protecting the house on each piece of black stone material used. Each piece of black stone material contains the power of peaceful and evil suppressing mantras. The divine radiance of the Aoki spirit realm connected all the black stone materials of the entire wizard tower through the gold and silver energy circuits that ran through the entire tower. The power of the Azuchi Hataku curse on each stone was also integrated with the divine radiance of the Aoki spirit realm, making the wizard tower a huge talisman. Although this approach is not as easy as arranging the array of the wizard world, it is better in terms of saving money and having growth potential. In the continuous chanting and refining of the spell, the command of the Azuchi Hataku curse in the entire wizard tower became stronger and stronger. At the same time, Lu Feng's thoughts moved, and a stream of incense and wish power filtered by the Aoki spirit realm flowed into the virtual shadow of the wizard tower on the stone platform. The influx of incense and wish power made the virtual shadow of the wizard tower tremble slightly. On the emerald green virtual shadow, the spell and talisman of the Azuchi Hataku curse instantly became clearer. Lu Feng estimated that this stream of incense and wish power could at least match his recitation of it 10 times. Sure enough, the power of incense and vows can also be used to sacrifice this kind of magic tools. This can save a lot of money on magic stones. Seeing the excellent effect of the power of incense and vows, Lu Feng was even happier. He didn't have many magic stones in his pocket, but he had a lot of incense and vows. Except for a little effort to filter it with the Kingmu spirit realm, there is no cost. With Lu Feng moving into the wizard tower, the core of Kane Manor was also transferred to the wizard tower with the establishment of the Red Leaf Wizard Tower. Annie, Houston, and the 100 high-level knight apprentices who had been trained in the manor for a long time all moved into the wizard tower. The second floor above ground has an area of nearly 10,000 square meters, 16 meters high, divided into 2 floors, one room after another, which is more than enough to accommodate more than 100 people. Other daily routines are the same, those who practice, and those who do things. However, with the ritual of the Azuchi Hazuki curse, everyone in the wizard tower has an additional evening class before going to bed. They need to recite the Azuchi Hazuki curse around the central pillar of the wizard before going to bed until their mental strength is exhausted. Having worked under Lu Feng for a long time, Annie and the others knew that Lu Feng had some strange spells. There were precedents for spells such as Witch Wisdom, Vajra Protection, and Illumination. No one rejected Lu Feng's request. On the contrary, they actively recited the spells after experiencing the benefits until every bit of their mental power was exhausted. With the Kingmu spirit realm, the power of incense and vows, and the joint efforts of everyone in the wizard tower, the wizard tower's sacrifice and refining soon began to show results. 10 days later, on the stone platform in the center of the 6th floor of the wizard tower, the shadow of the wizard tower had completely solidified, and the spells and talismans of the Azuchi Hazuki curse were also particularly clear. Now the wizard tower's talisman has been initially sacrificed successfully, and the protective ability of the Azuchi Hazuki curse can already resist the 0-level spells of the 3rd-class wizard apprentice. What remains is to persevere in the sacrifice and refinement to continuously improve the effectiveness of this talisman. Lu Feng looked at the shadow of the wizard tower on the stone platform and was very happy. The Antubeoze curse from the world of earthly immortals, in theory, can be infinitely stacked when refining buildings to improve the protective power of the Antubeoze curse. But it is only a theoretical effect. In fact, it is limited by the material of the building and the time of refining. The power of the superimposed spell has a limit. However, Lu Feng has not yet seen the limit of his own wizard tower. The Anti-Baozi curse can continue to be refined. After a long time, it should be no problem to resist the attack of a first-level formal wizard. After the Anti-Baozi curse stabilizes, Lu Feng's King Mu Lingjing can move at will. Without the assistance of the King Mu Lingjing, the energy stored in the wizard's phantom on the stone platform can also withstand 10 attacks from a third-level wizard apprentice. However, the King Mu Lingjing was not removed immediately. These days, when the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds absorbed the energy of the elements of heaven and earth from the outside world through the energy circuit of the wizard tower, they absorbed a lot of earth element energy. Lu Feng found that the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds that absorbed the earth element energy made the spiritual realm restriction faster. After absorbing the pure wood energy in the ghost tree fragments for a long time, mixed with some earth element energy, it is more beneficial to the growth of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds. Earth gives birth to wood, probably like this. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was naturally reluctant to take down the King Mu spirit realm, allowing the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds to take root in the stone platform and absorb the earth element energy. At the same time, part of the earth element energy absorbed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds was also integrated into the ghost tree fragments. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds have been rooted in the ghost tree fragments for a long time. The place where they first took root has been drained of wood energy by the seeds, leaving only a stream of pure death power condensed in it. Now the addition of earth element energy makes the death power in this area feel heavier. The hard ghost tree fragments are also under the influence of earth element energy, slowly evolving towards the trend of soil. Lu Feng was curious about the changes in the ghost tree fragments and studied them carefully. Limited by theoretical knowledge, he could not understand it. But he did not feel any harm from it. On the contrary, with the changes in the ghost tree fragments, the area where the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds took root for a long time seemed to be slowly integrating into the King Mu spirit realm. The core of King Mu spirit realm is the upgrading of plants and trees, but with the integration of this area, it has a bit more of the taste of life and death, and the growth of soil and trees. The long-distance transformation of King Mu spirit realm has become smoother. Lu Feng has a vague feeling in his heart that such a change in King Mu spirit realm will only benefit him in the future, not harm him. So he let it go and let King Mu spirit realm develop freely. Chapter 90, Lawrence's Gift. Spiritual realm changes. After the wizard tower was temporarily stabilized, the congratulations from the Lawrence family came belatedly. After the completion of the wizard tower, Lu Feng had no intention of making a big announcement. His wizard tower was too shabby, with nothing but a show, not something worth promoting. Lu Feng only had a little fun with Andre and others in Hongye territory, and it was several days later when the news reached the Lawrence family. The Lawrence family made some preparations and rushed to Hongye territory from the capital, and several more days passed. Lu Feng received a handwritten congratulatory letter from Johnny Lawrence, who was really happy that Lu Feng could build a wizard tower. The wizard tower is a representation of strength, and having another wizard friend with a wizard tower is obviously something to be proud of and celebrate. The gift sent by the Lawrence family was the materials for 300 vitality potions and a component of a wizard tower, the communication array. The gift sent by the Lawrence family was a second-class wizard apprentice named Mayfair Lawrence. She is a graceful and elegant noble girl, said to be the sister of Grand Duke Tulip, with a beautiful face and a charming figure. She has a unique charm in a dress. At the welcome banquet in the wizard tower, "It's great to meet Mr. Lawrence." Mayfair greeted Lu Feng, and when he bowed inadvertently, he showed a touch of Snow White style in front of him. Lu Feng knew the thoughts of the Lawrence family at a glance, and received the wizard Mayfair indifferently. Lu Feng, who didn't understand the style, made Mayfair a little disappointed, so he also discussed the cooperation of potions with Lu Feng. In the past, Lu Feng asked the wizard Meitai to buy materials for vitality potions. The last time Lu Feng visited the wizard tower of the Lawrence family, he also mentioned his own alchemy skills. This time, taking the opportunity to congratulate Lu Feng, the Lawrence family sent someone to discuss the matter. Lu Feng was happy to hear about the cooperation. After the wizard tower was established, it needed to be operated. It would sooner or later drag down the economy of the territory if it relied entirely on the Red Leaf territory for support. Lu Feng spent so much gold and silver to build a wizard tower that all the gold and silver in circulation in the Red Leaf territory could not be collected. Lu Feng spent a few hundred magic stones to get enough gold and silver from the wizard organization in Port Dillons. It is impossible for Lu Feng to keep paying for such a large wizard tower. After supporting Annie and her group, they should also make some profits for themselves. The pharmacy industry is a start. Lu Feng, who is proficient in botany, has a certain talent in the field of pharmacy. Although he stopped at the third-class pharmacy apprentice due to his wizard strength, he is proficient in apprentice-level potions and can refine more than 10 kinds. Vitality potion is the most basic one among them. A first-class pharmacy apprentice can refine it. Lu Feng has already made a lot of fun refining vitality potion apprentices. He took Mayfair to the 5th floor of the wizard tower, away from the noisy banquet. In the quiet living room, Lu Feng had a long talk with her and soon decided on a pharmacy cooperation plan with the Lawrence family. The first thing that was finalized for cooperation was the vitality potion. The vitality potion was cheap and widely tried. Many wizards regarded the vitality potion as the main source of nutrition for the body. When you are thirsty or hungry, you can drink a bottle of vitality potion to satisfy your hunger, and the effect is great. It is precisely because of this universality that the vitality potion has never been worried about sales in the circle of apprentice-level wizards. The way to refine vitality potions is to sell at a low profit but high volume. Lu Feng had worked in the botanical garden for a period of time before. He was familiar with the way of vitality potions. In addition, he learned the special refining skills from his master, Tia, so the profit was still considerable. The cooperation that Lu Feng and the Lawrence family finalized was that the Lawrence family, relying on local connections, would provide potion materials and be responsible for the sale of potions, while Lu Feng would be responsible for the refining of potions. For other apprentice-level potions, Lu Feng could provide customized services if needed. The negotiation went smoothly. The next day, Mayfair stayed temporarily in Lu Feng's wizard tower. The 300 potion materials sent by the Lawrence family were the first batch of cooperation between Lu Feng and the Lawrence family. When Lu Feng finished refining, Mayfair took them away and was responsible for sales. So, in addition to practicing on weekdays, Lu Feng had another job to earn magic stones, refining vitality potions. Now, Annie practiced a moon wheel meditation method, and her mental power has stabilized at the first-class wizard apprentice stage. Under Lu Feng's words and deeds, Annie also began to learn to refine potions. Annie assisted by the side. Lu Feng handed over a series of simple steps of processing medicinal materials and extracting essence to Annie. And he was responsible for the most critical step, refining and shaping. While greatly reducing Lu Feng's burden, it also increased the speed of refining vitality potions. Mayfair stayed in the wizard tower for half a month, and Lu Feng used up all the materials for the 300 vitality potions and refined them all into vitality potions. With his special skill of 1 practice 3, Lu Feng refined 702 bottles of vitality potion from 300 medicinal materials. In order to avoid scaring Mayfair, Lu Feng only gave Mayfair 350 bottles of vitality potion. Even so, Mayfair was surprised by Lu Feng's results and widened his eyes. He covered his lips and exclaimed, "Sir Rest, your medicine refining skills are simply the pinnacle. You may not be found in the entire Trendy subcontinent. It is an honor for our Lawrence family to cooperate with you." After seeing Lu Feng's extraordinary medicine refining skills, Mayfair refused the agreed agreement to purchase at a price 10% lower than the market price, and insisted on purchasing Lu Feng's vitality potion at the market price. A pharmacist with extraordinary skills is worthy of the Lawrence family to bow their heads and cooperate in business at a loss. "Sir, please don't refuse. Even if my grandfather came, he would definitely not dare to purchase it at a price lower than the market price." Mayfair insisted again and again, and Lu Feng didn't say anything else. "I was just a little surprised at the level of pharmacists in the Trendy subcontinent. It was really too bad. In the botanical garden, this kind of extraordinary refining skills are basically required for pharmacy apprentices. The pharmacy papers in the botanical garden are ridiculous. If you don't have extraordinary pharmacy skills, you can't even eat a hot shit when learning to refine medicine in the botanical garden." While sighing, Lu Feng never mentioned the remaining 300 bottles of vitality potion in his laboratory. If these were taken out, it would probably scare the shallow little witch in front of him. Anyway, it was all earned by Lu Feng, and he could earn more. Lu Feng was also happy that Mayfair showed sincerity on behalf of the family. The market price of a bottle is about 350 gold coins. 350 bottles of vitality potion are worth a total of 122,500 gold coins, which is equivalent to 122.5 magic stones. When Mayfair took out the money to pay, she was embarrassed. After emptying her pockets, she only took out 64 magic stones. Originally, according to the Lawrence family's estimate, Lu Feng could refine 200 bottles of vitality potion with 300 materials, which was already a heaven-defying success rate. In addition, Lu Feng might need to keep some for use, so he could buy back 170 or 80 bottles of vitality potion, which was already the best. It was enough to give Mayfair 60 magic stones. Who knew that Lu Feng's pharmaceutical skills were so superb, and he refined too many potions, plus Mayfair raised the price. Under multiple factors, Mayfair's magic stones were not enough. Even if he added the 4 magic stones he brought with him, it was not enough. Take these potions back first, and when you sell them, you can exchange them for potion materials and ship them to me. You don't have to pay for the magic stones in a hurry. Lu Feng suggested, easing Mayfair's embarrassment. The cooperation with the Lawrence family is destined to be long-term. Lu Feng believes that Mayfair will never dare to mess around with such a small matter. Thank you, Lord Rest. Mayfair stroked his chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked. Fortunately, Lu Feng was generous. If he had met a pharmacist with a strange temper, this cooperation might have collapsed because of this little thing, and it might even have damaged the relationship between the two families. If so, she would have become a sinner of the Lawrence family. Mayfair sincerely thanked Lu Feng for his generosity. After handing over the living creatures of the vitality potion from Lu Feng, Mayfair left the range of the wizard tower under the protection of the Lawrence family's knights. He was still thinking about Lu Feng. Leaning against the window of the carriage, the breeze blew on his face, lifting strands of black hair. Lu Feng's handsome and young appearance often lingered in Mayfair's heart. After sending away the Mayfair wizard of the Lawrence family, Lu Feng's life returned to peaceful daily practice. It will take some time for the Lawrence family to sell all the 350 bottles of vitality potion. The next arrival of medicinal materials is estimated to be a month later. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the spring of the wizard world is halfway over. The winter chill has completely faded. It is time for all things to revive and the grass and trees to sprout. The spring breeze blew across the red leaf territory, and the scent of the grass and trees between heaven and earth became much stronger. With the arrival of the spring breeze, the Kingmu spirit realm also became full of vitality. As the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds at the core of the Kingmu spirit realm, it seemed that they had a tendency to sprout under Lu Feng's cultivation. The speed of the Kingmu spirit realm's forbidden sacrifice and refinement was accelerated, and now it had reached 80%. When Lu Feng was ready to take advantage of the arrival of spring and complete the Kingmu spirit realm in one go, there was a movement from the earthly immortal world. In the center of the three families' power, the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm had new movements. The movement of the Shinto spirit realm immediately attracted the three families to gather together and pay attention to the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm. On the wall of the Red Leaf Society's residence, Lu Feng lay leisurely on a recliner, sipping a little wine in the warm spring sunshine. Two beautiful maids of the Red Leaf Society were serving Lu Feng attentively. From time to time, they put the cut fruits into Lu Feng's mouth for him to taste. He looked like a rich family master, leisurely enjoying a spring day. Behind him, Luo Zuking, Yu Donglai and other capable men stood straight, with a dignified bearing and extraordinary momentum. Master, the light of the Shinto spirit realm began to change last night. After a spring thunder, the light gate began to change. Luo Zuking reported to Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded and looked at the Shinto spirit realm light gate in the center of the three families' residence. In the center of the light gate, standing on a large stone, a faint crack appeared at this time, revealing a hint of light green. Under a spring night thunder, the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm was like a seed sprouting, revealing a little tender green bud. Have you ever gone to investigate? Can you send in spirit insects to investigate? Lu Feng asked. Master, when our three families discovered this slight change, we tried it, but neither spirit insects nor swords could get in. It seems that there is an invisible barrier on the light gate, blocking all foreign objects from entering it. Luo Zuking reported truthfully. Doesn't it mean that, until the light gate is fully opened, no one can enter the Shinto spirit realm? Lu Feng said with a smile, His eyes cast towards Master Chu and the 3 gang leaders of the Sen gang who were also observing the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm. The eyes of the 5 people met in the air, and sparks seemed to be generated during the collision. Master Chu's coldness, Lu Feng's vitality, and the Sen gang's stellar anger. At their level, mental power is also a kind of personal strength, and mental power can be integrated into the eyes to hurt people from a distance. In the silent contest, the 3 parties were afraid. Since the last fight until now, no one has stopped moving forward these days, and they are all preparing to fight for the benefits of the Shinto spirit realm. Master, after our observation, the green on the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm is slowly expanding. In about 3 days, it should be completely open. Chapter 91. The spiritual realm is about to open. Be prepared for danger and borrow treasures. The trend of the light gate of the Shinto spiritual realm opening up was a conclusion drawn by many people in the Red Leaf Society after observation and joint calculation. After repeated verification, it was highly reliable. Lu Feng looked at the light gate, and in the gap that showed a slight tendency to open up, a hint of bright emerald green was revealed. With the appearance of this change, Lu Feng clearly felt that the concentration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the station was slightly rising. The crack in the light gate allowed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth locked in the Shinto spiritual realm to escape, affecting the surrounding environment. Sniffing his nose, Lu Feng smelled the scent of the spiritual energy of plants and trees. As soon as the light gate opened, I felt that the surrounding plants and trees became more active. Could it be that the environment in this Shinto spiritual realm is more suitable for the growth of plants and trees? Lu Feng also talked about the Shinto spiritual realm with some knowledgeable casual cultivators in the Red Leaf Society. The essence of the Shinto spiritual realm is similar to the Kingmu spiritual realm that Lu Feng is cultivating and building. Both are independent small spaces, but compared to the Kingmu spiritual realm, the Shinto spiritual realm in front of him is obviously more advanced. The Kingmu spiritual realm is new, simple and fragile. In essence, a spiritual realm consisting of various spiritual energies of heaven and earth surrounding the seeds of energy-absorbing ancient trees cannot be called a spiritual realm. The Kingmu spiritual realm composed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extremely fragile. Only some spiritual bodies and ghosts that do not need the basic substances of life can survive in it. Luozuking and Udonglui's natal spiritual plants can survive in the Kingmu spiritual realm because after their sacrifices and refinements, they have already become similar to magical instruments and treasures, and have escaped the scope of ordinary plants. This is also the reason why the natal spiritual plants can still grow in the Danshan acupoints without soil, air, and water. When Lu Feng completes the sacrifice and refinement of the first spiritual realm restriction of his Kingmu spiritual realm, the Kingmu spiritual realm will completely transform. At the time of transformation, a spatial force will be born, allowing the Kingmu spiritual realm composed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gradually improve the law domain and completely transform into a spiritual realm. Become a space where living things can survive. This Shinto spiritual realm in front of everyone is such an existence. Moreover, since there were gods in it, the space in such a spiritual realm would be more stable, larger and more vast. In the circle of cultivators in the earthly immortal world, there is always a legend that gods are full of treasures. Exhaling turns into clouds, and rain falls to give birth to all things. Drops of blood turn into orchids, and eating them can revive the dead and turn bones into flesh. Although no one has seen gods appear in the world for a long time, there are occasional Shinto spiritual realms on the land of the Great Zhuang dynasty. The emergence of various treasures related to gods has greatly satisfied the fantasy of the general public about gods. I just don't know what good can be done in this Shinto spiritual realm I encountered. According to the tip that has just been revealed, the owner of this Shinto spiritual realm seems to be a god related to plants and trees. Combining the inference of the Red Leaf Society members, Lu Feng concluded. Cultivators have the way of earthly immortals, and gods have the way of gods. Gods are born from the laws of heaven and earth and can hold power in one area. Due to the amount and type of power, they have their own magical powers, which are endless. The knowledge of gods collected by the Red Leaf Society was very general. Lu Feng read all of it, but he only had a rough impression of the records in his mind. After all, gods have not existed in the world for too many years, and it is possible that they have already become extinct. In the wizard world, among the limited knowledge that Lu Feng has come into contact with, there are also few written records about gods. He also asked his master, Tia, But his master Tia just smiled and said that his strength was too weak, and gods were taboo knowledge that he could not touch. Knowing too much will damage your brain. After being warned by his master, Lu Feng, who is a coward, decisively gave up the idea of getting to the bottom of it. I just don't know what kind of things exist in the spiritual realm that is somewhat related to gods, and how dangerous it is. Lu Feng looked at the two families from afar, his eyes deep. This opportunity still needs to be fought for, otherwise the other Chu Master and San Gang will get it, and then it will be the time for Lu Feng to be unlucky. By then, he can run away, but the Red Leaf Society that he has worked so hard to establish will not be able to run away. There are still 3 days left. When the time comes, our three families will inevitably clash. Inform everyone to prepare in advance and keep a close eye on the two families. If they call for external assistance, notify me immediately. Lu Feng reminded Lu Ozuking. The Kingmu spirit realm is growing rapidly. As long as Mr. Chu and the San Gang do not join hands to face him, Lu Feng is not afraid at all. Fighting alone, with a newly refined Zuan Soul Captivating Sword Key and the Poison Gourd, Lu Feng has a good chance of dealing with the San Gang. Mr. Chu is probably 50-50. However, judging from the current situation, the two families are very angry and do not seem to be able to let down their guard and join forces to deal with him. The only thing that worries Lu Feng is that the two families have been entrenched here for many years, and they may have 3 or 5 good friends. If they call a few people of equal strength to conspire against the Shinto spirit realm, Lu Feng, who is alone, will not be able to resist. Thinking of this, Lu Feng suddenly felt a little uneasy. No, I have to get some more protective things. Lu Feng thought about safety in times of crisis and decided to do something to get some trump cards. After arranging the Red Leaf Club, Lu Feng returned to the wizard world. He found the wizard Matayu and asked him if he had any channels to buy or borrow the wizard's secret treasure for protection. The set of plate armor that Lu Feng brought back from the botanical garden, when combined, is considered a good existence among the apprentice-level wizard's secret treasures. The combination spell, Wall of Fortitude, engraved on the plate armor can resist several third-level apprentice-level spell attacks. Lu Feng has worked in the botanical garden for a long time, and most of his wealth has been spent on this set of plate armor for protection. To be honest, the remaining magic stones in Lu Feng's pocket are not enough to buy 1 or 2 handy protective secret treasures. Lu Feng's intention of finding the wizard Matayu is obviously the latter, and he is going to find someone to borrow 2 protective secret treasures for 2 days. It is estimated that it will not take much time to explore the Shinto spirit realm. Borrowing 1 or 2 secret treasures and returning them quickly is definitely the most efficient and cost-effective method at the moment. After listening to Lu Feng's inquiry, Wizard Matayu pondered for a while and said, "The wizard's secret treasure for self-defense is basically the most expensive one among all the wizard's secret treasures. Unless you find someone to customize it, if you want to buy it, it is estimated that only the Wizard Tower in Port Dillon's on the Trendy subcontinent may have secret treasures sold from other continents." Although he was a little confused when he learned that Lu Feng urgently needed the wizard's secret treasure, Wizard Matayu still did not recommend Lu Feng to rush to buy the self-defense secret treasure. If the situation is urgent, he can find a way to borrow it. Wizard Matayu took off a pure white bone bracelet from his wrist and asked with a smile, "If you need it, I have an apprentice-level secret treasure, bone ring, here." After being activated, it can release a level 0 spell, bone plating, which can resist an apprentice-level spell attack. Do you want to borrow it first? Lu Feng took Matayu's bone ring and took a look. The pure white bone bracelet felt cold in his hand, and the surface of the bone ring was etched with a faint bright silver pattern. It solidified a level 0 spell, bone plating. After being mentally activated, it can condense a bone armor, attached to the surface of the body, and resist spell attacks. Judging from the energy level in the bone ring, Lu Feng estimated that this secret treasure would have no difficulty in resisting an attack from a second-class apprentice. However, the good stuff that Wizard Matayu had kept in his bottom box was still a little short of Lu Feng's requirements. After returning the bone ring to Wizard Matayu, Lu Feng shook his head regretfully. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Wizard Matayu smiled sadly, knowing that his protective wizard treasure could not meet Lu Feng's needs. After carefully putting away the bone ring, Wizard Matayu's heart moved, as if he had thought of something, and suggested, "Speaking of protective wizard treasures, I thought of a good place. There is a protective treasure that meets your requirements, but this treasure is too valuable. I wonder if you can borrow it. Oh, tell me about it. Seeing Wizard Mei Taiyu's hesitation, Lu Feng immediately became interested and asked curiously. Lu Feng's requirements were not low, and even the bone ring could not meet them. Wizard Mei Taiyu naturally knew it. But he still said with certainty that there was a wizard treasure that could meet his requirements. I think the grade of this wizard treasure must be not low, and its protective ability can at least withstand the spell attack of a third-class wizard apprentice. After hesitating for a while, Wizard Matayu said in a tangled manner, I will only tell you, don't tell anyone else. I promise, I will never tell this to anyone else. Lu Feng solemnly assured Wizard Matayu. Seeing this, Wizard Matayu leaned close to Lu Feng's ear and whispered, in fact, the Lawrence family has a first-level wizard secret treasure, which happens to be a self-protection. It has always been the Lawrence family's trump card. I also learned about the existence of this secret treasure by chance. Wizard Matayu didn't know more about the Lawrence family's self-protection wizard secret treasure, but with this news, Lu Feng immediately had a target. After once again promising to keep Wizard Matayu's secret, Lu Feng sent Wizard Matayu away. Back to the 6th floor of the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng came to the communication array placed not far from the central stone platform. This communication array was sent by the Lawrence family to congratulate Lu Feng on the completion of the Wizard Tower, along with the vitality potion materials, by the Mayfield Wizard. The entire communication array is in the shape of a long irregular cylinder, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, like a stack of round cakes. It is snow-white in color, with a blue crystal ball the size of a human head on top. The communication array was placed by Lu Feng next to the stone platform. It was powered by the gold and silver energy circuit, barely exerting the effectiveness of the communication array. Compared with the precious element pool, the Kingmu spirit realm is still a little worse after all, and the energy intensity provided is not enough to perfectly exert the function of the communication array. Under the energy supply of the Kingmu spirit realm, the communication range of Lu Feng's communication array is only the size of several tulip principalities. It is no problem to cover the area around the Red Leaf territory, but it is only a pipe dream to cross the Trandy subcontinent and communicate with a botanical garden far away in the Trudeau continent. Lu Feng estimated that it would take until his Kingmu spirit realm completely transformed into a spiritual realm and became a stable space before it would be possible to communicate with a botanical garden and chat with his master, Tia. In Lu Feng's view, the communication array is similar to the telephone in his previous life. It's just that the communication array is a combination of the communication base station and the mobile phone in the previous life. In addition to the stable communication effect, it also needs a stable and sufficient energy supply. This thing is too large and consumes a lot of energy. It can only play its role when it is placed in the Wizard Tower. When the Lawrence family sent him the communication array, they left Lu Feng the communication code of the Lawrence family Wizard Tower. The communication code is similar to the phone number in the previous life, representing the communication frequency of the Lawrence family communication array. Lu Feng communicated with the communication array with his mental power, adjusted the corresponding frequency, and quickly connected to the Lawrence family's communication array. Hello, may I ask who you are? Ah. It turns out to be the Honorable Lord Rest. Who do you need to find? The communication was connected, and a young man's face appeared in the crystal ball on the communication array. He was a wizard apprentice of the Lawrence family, responsible for guarding the communication array. Seeing Lu Feng on the communication array, the young wizard apprentice immediately recognized Lu Feng's identity and greeted Lu Feng nervously. During the last vampire incident, when Lu Feng went to the capital of the Tulip Principality, he stayed in the Wizard Tower for 2 days and visited the Wizard Tower. He basically met all the wizard apprentices of the Lawrence family. It was natural for the young wizard apprentice in front of the communication array to recognize Lu Feng's identity. Hello, I want to discuss something with Wizard Johnny. Can you please notify him? Lu Feng greeted politely and then explained his purpose. No problem, Lord Rest, the clan leader is in the Wizard Tower today. I will go to inform the clan leader, please wait a moment. The young wizard replied politely, and after explaining, his figure disappeared in the crystal ball. Lu Feng waited in front of the crystal ball of the communication array for about 10 minutes, and the figure of Wizard Johnny of the Lawrence family appeared in the crystal ball. Hello, Lord Rest. Wizard Johnny smiled and greeted Lu Feng. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude for the gift from Johnny and said, Mr. Johnny, long time no see. Thank you for the gift you sent. I have already discussed the cooperation on the vitality potion with Wizard Mayfair. This communication array is also very useful. That's good, that's good. The cooperation on the potion can be achieved. Both of us can earn magic stones. It's a win-win cooperation. Haha. This communication array is not worth much. We just happen to have an extra one in our wizard tower. When the cooperation on the vitality potion was mentioned, Wizard Johnny smiled even more and replied politely. Mayfair had just left Lu Feng not long ago and was still on his way back to the capital. However, the news of the cooperation on the vitality potion and Lu Feng's superb pharmaceutical skills had long been brought back to the Lawrence family by Wizard Mayfair through a flying magic pet. Shortly before Lu Feng activated the communication array, Wizard Johnny praised Mayfair's excellent diplomatic skills at the family meeting of the Lawrence family. On the trendy subcontinent, a pharmacy apprentice with superb pharmacy skills is a sought-after sweetbun and a shining golden thigh. With Lu Feng's exaggerated success rate in pharmacy, as long as the Lawrence family holds on to this golden thigh, there will be a good life in the future. According to statistics from the Botanical Garden Library, the theoretical lifespan of a third-class wizard apprentice is about 130 to 150. Johnny Lawrence is 109 years old this year. Living to this age is considered longevity at the level of a third-class wizard apprentice. As he grows older, Johnny Lawrence can clearly feel that his mental power is slowly shrinking. In a few years, he may not be able to maintain the cultivation of a third-class wizard apprentice. In the last few years of his life, Johnny Lawrence felt that he was blessed by fate to meet Lu Feng. Today's first update, 4,200 words. There will be more in the evening, don't worry. Please read and subscribe. Chapter 92, Earth Crown, a win-win situation for both parties. Lu Feng didn't know what Wizard Zhuangni was thinking, but he could clearly sense his closeness from the tone of Wizard Zhuangni's words. Touching his chin, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Judging from his attitude, there might be hope for the treasure loan. After chatting with Wizard Zhuangni for a while and discussing some details of the potion cooperation, Lu Feng saw that the atmosphere between the two sides was hot. So he tactfully proposed the idea of borrowing treasures to Wizard Zhuangni. Suddenly, after hearing Lu Feng's words, Wizard Zhuangni on the other side of the communication array fell silent. Wizard Zhuangni's somewhat turbid eyes looked at Lu Feng, and from Lu Feng's eyes, Wizard Zhuangni saw only seriousness. After hesitating for a while, Wizard Johnny sighed, breaking the silence between the two parties, and said, "Rester, I don't know where you heard this news from. Indeed, my Lawrence family does have such a first-level wizard secret treasure. It's just..." Hearing Wizard Johnny's tangled words, Lu Feng's mind moved, and he said with a smile, "Wizard Johnny, now I have a close relationship with the Lawrence family, right? Regarding this first-level wizard secret treasure, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. If I can afford the price, I hope to borrow this protective secret treasure from the Lawrence family. It won't take long, just a few days." Although he was smiling, Lu Feng's tone was firm, and he had a kind of confidence that he must get it. Since Wizard Johnny has personally admitted that the Lawrence family has a first-level wizard secret treasure, it means that he has the intention to borrow the wizard secret treasure. At this time, Lu Feng needs to show some sincerity. The first-level wizard secret treasure is not a cabbage. Even in the Botanical Garden, one can sell for tens of thousands of magic stones. The Lawrence family's first-level wizard secret treasure is used to protect the family's trump card. It is extremely precious and naturally cannot be easily lent out. If it is not returned, it will affect the family's inheritance and the Lawrence family will suffer heavy losses. Therefore, lending a first-level wizard secret treasure is a gamble for both the Lawrence family and Johnny Wizard. If the gamble wins, everyone is happy. If the gamble loses, everything is lost. No one can bear this responsibility. Hearing Lu Feng's promise, Wizard Zhuangni felt more at ease and slowly said, "This first-level wizard secret treasure of our Lawrence family is called the Earth Crown. It is a wizard secret treasure made with a first-level earth element heart as the core, and it is branded with a first-level magic, rock shield. The Earth Crown has been in the Lawrence family for more than 100 years. When it was obtained, it was broken in many places. At that time, this secret treasure was almost scrapped except for its own material. After nearly 100 years of repairs, the Earth Crown has barely restored 50% to 60% of the power of a first-level wizard's secret treasure." Wizard Zhuangni said this, and Lu Feng immediately understood the situation of this first-level wizard's secret treasure of the Lawrence family. While it is precious, it is also in a damaged and fragile state. If Lu Feng borrows it to resist some powerful spells, the earth crown, which has been repaired with great difficulty, may be damaged again. Lending it out once may involve many subsequent troubles. Wizards Hongye, you can rest assured. If I cause any damage to the earth crown during use, I am willing to bear all the repair costs. At the same time, the Lawrence family can also borrow the cost of the earth crown. All my promises can be signed in a contract. Lu Feng said seriously again. Well, please allow me to have a meeting with the family to discuss it. Hearing this, Wizards Hongye thought about it for a while, and finally did not make a decision alone. Okay. Lu Feng nodded. He also knew the difficulty of Wizards Hongye. Wizards Hongye represented not only himself, but also the entire Lawrence family. The crystal ball on the communication array dimmed. Wizards Hongye on the other side closed the communication array and summoned the members of the Lawrence family to have a heated discussion on the matter. The communication array was closed, and Lu Feng returned to the Kingmu spirit realm to continue to offer sacrifices to the spirit realm, waiting for the Lawrence family's reply. About an hour later, the communication array not far from the stone platform buzzed, waking up Lu Feng, who was offering sacrifices to the spirit realm. The result of the Lawrence family's discussion is out. Lu Feng was delighted and quickly stood up and came to the communication array. The crystal ball lit up again, and the face of Wizard Johnny appeared in the crystal ball. When they talked again, Wizard Johnny's expression was no longer as solemn and hesitant as before. It seemed that the family meeting had discussed the result and made him make a decision. Lu Feng estimated that the Lawrence family had already made a decision. He should be able to borrow the earth crown, but he didn't know what conditions the Lawrence family would put forward. Under Lu Feng's gaze, Wizard Johnny in the crystal ball slowly opened his mouth and said with a smile, "After the family meeting, we all agreed that we can temporarily lend the earth crown to you." "Great, thank you for your help, Johnny. By the way, what are the temporary loan requirements discussed by the Lawrence family?" After hearing Johnny's words, Lu Feng smiled. Johnny looked at Lu Feng and said a rental requirement that surprised Lu Feng. "The requirements for the temporary loan we agreed on are that you need to pay a deposit of 1,000 magic stones, and a rental fee of 10 magic stones per day, and guarantee that the earth crown will not be damaged during the rental period. At the same time, the Lawrence family also wants to ask you for a promise." The rental fee that Johnny gave was unexpectedly low for Lu Feng. A deposit of 1,000 magic stones, and a rental fee of 10 magic stones per day. Compared with the earth crown, a first-level wizard's secret treasure worth tens of thousands of magic stones, this fee is simply a free gift for Lu Feng. Free gift? The Lawrence family is not stupid, so it is naturally impossible. Lu Feng knew that the Lawrence family must be waiting for him in the promise in the last sentence. What promise? Lu Feng stared into Johnny's eyes and asked seriously. People always have to have some pursuits. Not to say that a promise is worth 1,000 gold, at least Lu Feng will definitely fulfill the promise he promised. Therefore, he never makes promises easily. If the Lawrence family discusses it, the promise he needs to agree to is too outrageous. Even if the earth crown is rented to him for free, Lu Feng can only reluctantly refuse. As for the opening of the Shinto spirit realm, Lu Feng could only think of another way. Under Lu Feng's gaze, Johnny slowly spoke, a little relaxed. "Rester, you don't have to worry too much. This request that our Lawrence family has discussed is actually not difficult. You only need to promise the Lawrence family that after my death, you will protect the Lawrence family for 20 years. That's it." Lu Feng asked in shock after hearing Johnny's words. Only the somewhat gloomy eyes of Johnny Wizard were greeted, and then both sides of the communication array fell silent at this moment. After a long time, Lu Feng spoke, a little melancholy. "Johnny, are you leaving?" "Alice." Johnny sighed, and the figure in the crystal ball seemed to hunch over all of a sudden. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "I am old. I am already 109 years old this year. The lifespan of a third-class wizard apprentice is only 130 to 150 years old. I fought for my life many times when I was young. My body is already covered with wounds. It is almost impossible for me to live to the end of my life. Recently, I have felt that my mental strength has begun to shrink. I will probably die in a few years, but the Lawrence family, second-class wizard apprentices, have no hope of promotion. Without me, how can they keep this family business? Johnny's words were full of helpless emotions. If they can live, who would be willing to die? Listening to Johnny's story, Lu Feng felt the same. Before he got the golden finger, when he took the boat back to the Trendy subcontinent, he was tortured by the limitations of his qualifications and lifespan. If there was no space gate to cross the earthly world, Lu Feng would probably look like Johnny now after he was 100 years old. This is also why, after obtaining the treasure, Space Gate, Lu Feng was willing to risk his life and travel to the unfamiliar Earth immortal world. Compared with death, that little crisis is nothing. Johnny, I agree to your request, Lu Feng said solemnly. Johnny used a first-level wizard's secret treasure in exchange for Lu Feng's 20 years of protection, which is absolutely not a loss. Leasing, if Lu Feng can borrow a secret treasure once, he can borrow it a second time. From then on, the Lawrence family is basically tied to Lu Feng. With Lu Feng's strength and his pharmaceutical technology, the Lawrence family can at least rely on Lu Feng's thighs and enjoy the benefits for many years until Lu Feng lives to the end of his apprentice-level life. With this deal, Johnny basically arranged the Lawrence family's funeral. For him, it was a big profit. But for Lu Feng, it was also not a loss. When he used the Earth Crown to protect himself and explore the Shinto spirit realm of the Earth immortal world, his Kingmu spirit realm would basically have reached the time of perfect transformation. After the transformation is complete, he will be a Taoist priest of the earthly immortal Dao with strength comparable to that of a formal wizard. You have to believe in the strength of the formal wizard realm. At that time, it will only take a word to protect the Lawrence family. Basically, Lu Feng can temporarily have the right to use a first-level wizard's secret treasure without paying anything. For Lu Feng, it is also a big profit. After finalizing this win-win cooperation, both of them were smiling across the communication array. The next day, the weather was clear. Cry. Not long after the sun rose, a loud eagle cry sounded outside the Red Leaf Tower. A black giant eagle with a wide wingspan and standing up as high as a two-story building swooped down from the sky and landed on the square outside the Red Leaf Tower. Enemy attack. The knight apprentice who had just changed shifts to guard the tower in the early morning was frightened by the fierce momentum of the giant eagle and shouted loudly, and sounded the alarm. Don't worry, it's not the enemy, it's the distinguished guest. At this moment, Lu Feng led Annie out of the wizard tower, and Annie shouted in a clear voice. Under Annie's command, the nervous knight apprentices put down their weapons. Only then did they see that there was a kind white-haired old man behind the giant eagle. Welcome, Wizard Johnny. Lu Feng greeted him enthusiastically. Second update, 3,000 words. There is another 3,000 words, it will probably be late, watch it tomorrow. Chapter 93. The contract has been signed, and you got it right on the first guess. Stepping on the wings of the black giant eagle, Wizard Hongye walked down slowly. Although Wizard Hongye looked old, his physical fitness did not seem to have declined much. He flew from the capital of the Tulip Principality to the Red Leaf territory on a giant eagle overnight. After a night of cold wind, he was still energetic and did not show any fatigue. However, this was only Wizard Hongye's current state. The strength of a third-class wizard apprentice was enough to support a strong body. When his life was about to end, the mental decline period would come completely. Wizard Hongye might not be able to get up from the bed after a sleep. That time would be the most painful moment in his life. This wizard tower is really good. It's very high, very magnificent, and very safe. Wizard Hongye praised Lu Feng's newly built Red Leaf Tower without hesitation. Although Lu Feng's wizard tower was only newly built, Wizard Hongye clearly sensed through his mental power that a gentle and heavy force was condensed in the tower body, guarding the safety and stability of the wizard tower. Obviously, a protective array that can protect the wizard tower has been built in this newly built wizard tower. When he saw it in the capital that day, although Johnny knew that Lu Feng was quite powerful. But today when he came to Lu Feng's territory, he was again enlightened. Just from a wizard tower, Johnny saw that Lu Feng was extraordinary. He felt more and more that it was the right choice to entrust the family to Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't know what Johnny was thinking, and enthusiastically led Johnny into the wizard tower. He waved away Annie and others who followed behind him, and took Johnny to the 5th floor of the wizard tower. The reception room on the 5th floor was far away from the noise, and there was no one around. Johnny and Lu Feng smiled at each other. In Lu Feng's expectant eyes, Johnny took out a palm-sized pocket from his arms. Lu Feng saw the inscription on the pocket and knew that the pocket Johnny took out was also a secret treasure. And it was a rare space secret treasure, a storage pocket. The pocket is engraved with the space expansion technique. The apprentice level storage pocket usually has several cubic meters of space for storing items. Lu Feng also has such a pocket. It was a gift from his master, Tia, when he was promoted to a third-level apprentice. It looks like a leaf on the outside, and has 3 cubic meters of space inside. Lu Feng usually uses it to store his armor and weapons. Johnny opened the pocket, reached in and took out a watermelon-sized cocky ember. Lu Feng looked at the cocky ember. In the center of the crystal translucent ember, there was a black rock crown solidified. As soon as the earth crown was taken out of the storage pocket, Lu Feng felt that the air around him was a little heavier. The earth element energy emitted by the first-level wizard's secret treasure inadvertently can already affect the surrounding environment. This is the earth crown of the Lawrence family. To protect it, I sealed it with amber crystals filled with earth elements. In addition to protecting it, the rich earth elements in the amber crystals can also slowly nourish the earth crown. Wizard Johnny placed the amber that sealed the earth crown on the table in front of the two. Then, he chanted a spell, and the hard amber crystal slowly melted under the catalysis of his mental power. Like a candle under high temperature, it flowed and slowly revealed the black crown inside. Without the seal of the amber crystals, exposed to the air, the earth element smell emitted by the earth crown became even stronger. This earth crown is worthy of being a first-level secret treasure. It is really powerful. Lu Feng praised sincerely, and was also very happy. The more powerful this earth crown is, the stronger the protective ability of the rock shield it stimulates, and the safer his life will be. After unsealing the seal of the earth crown, Johnny took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and said, "This is the contract I drafted. Check it and confirm it, then we will sign the contract together." Although Johnny was optimistic about Lu Feng, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. Both parties felt relieved and the transaction was more secure. Lu Feng took the contract handed over by Johnny and read it carefully. The terms on it were exactly the same as what the two had discussed before, without any changes. A deposit of 1,000 magic stones, and a rental fee of 10 magic stones a day. It also came with a promise to protect the Lawrence family for 20 years. After reading the terms on the contract, Lu Feng used various methods to test the parchment. No microtext or strange patterns were found on the parchment to hide the contract information. There was no trickery, and the Lawrence family had good credibility. Lu Feng also took out 1,100 magic stones from his storage pocket and placed them on the table where the earth crown was placed. "Okay, let's start signing the contract." Then, Lu Feng and Zhuangni recited the terms of both parties on the parchment contract together. As they recited in unison, the shadow of a golden scale appeared on the parchment contract. This was the scale of justice that was branded in the wizard world. Under the effect of the contract ceremony, the shadow descended. The scale of justice is a dimensional artifact of the same level as the spear of truth, and is often used to witness fair and just transactions. Seeing the shadow of the scale of justice appear, Lu Feng threw the 100 magic stones he had prepared in advance into the shadow of the scale. These 100 magic stones were the fee they paid for the scale of justice to descend. After paying the fee, the shadows of the two people's transaction items appeared on the golden trays on both sides of the scale of justice. On the tray on Zhuangni's side was the earth crown. On the tray on Lu Feng's side was the magic stone and a text. With a creak. In the incredible eyes of Lu Feng and Zhuangni, the pointer in the center of the scale of justice actually slightly tilted towards Lu Feng's side. In the weighing of the scales of justice, the value of Lu Feng's promise and the magic stone surpassed Johnny's earth crown. The contract is done. Established. When the two were confused, a cold and ruthless voice sounded in their souls. The parchment contract in front of them spontaneously ignited without fire, and then the tilted golden scale slowly dissipated. At the same time, Lu Feng and the others felt a little more weight on their souls. That was the weight of the contract after the scales of justice were fair. Okay, with the scales of justice as a witness, the contracts between the two parties has been concluded. The one who breaks his promise should be punished for breaking his promise. After the contract was signed, Johnny put the magic stone into his storage pocket, and Lu Feng also took the earth crown in his hand. Touching it with his own hands, Lu Feng could sense the weight of the earth crown more clearly. He learned from Johnny and used the spell of the earth crown, and the transaction between the two parties was officially completed. Lu Feng warmly greeted the wizard Johnny and held a welcome banquet for him to let Johnny see the local characteristics of Red Leaf territory. After the laughter and joy, Johnny temporarily stayed on the 5th floor of the Red Leaf Tower. After arranging everything, it was already night. Arriving at the center of the 6th floor of the Wizard Tower, Lu Feng picked up the earth crown placed next to the Greenwood Spirit Realm. Rich earth element energy escaped from the earth crown, and the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds next to it trembled slightly, like a puppy seeing food, shaking its roots towards Lu Feng. It seemed that it couldn't wait to take root in the earth crown and absorb the rich earth element power from it. Patting the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds lightly, Lu Feng shook his head and said to himself regretfully, "This won't work. This treasure is not mine, and it can't withstand the suction of your roots. If you suck it dry and damage it, I will be punished for breaking my promise." Lu Feng had seen the ability of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seeds. The hardness of the ghost tree fragments could not withstand its roots, and it pierced through them with one stab. The earth crown was already broken in many places, and the Lawrence family spent a lot of effort to repair it. If the energy-absorbing ancient tree seed is stabbed a few more times, it will be broken. If the contract is broken, the scales of justice will impose a penalty for breaking the promise. Thinking of the various strange punishments recorded in the books, Lu Feng did not want to become a negative example in the textbook. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seed, which already had a little intelligence, trembled slightly after listening to Lu Feng's words, and then stretched out its roots to roll up the earth crown from Lu Feng's hand. With a clang, the earth crown fell on the ghost tree fragments, just covering the energy-absorbing ancient tree seed in the center of the crown. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seed stretched out its roots and gently placed it on the earth crown. Pure earth element energy flowed into the seed along the roots, and at the same time, streams of emerald green divine light flowed out of the seed and merged into the earth crown. Under Lu Feng's surprised eyes, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seed gently extracted the earth element energy from the earth crown, and at the same time slowly repaired the earth crown with its own plant energy. During the operation of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seed, the breadth of the earth crown not only did not decline, but was slowly increasing. Although the earth crown was repaired very slowly due to the weakness of the Kingmu spirit realm, it was also developing in a good direction. This seed is so powerful. When I return the earth crown in the future, maybe Zhuangni will thank me when he sees the repaired earth crown. Lu Feng laughed. At the same time, he also felt that with the help of the earth crown, the speed of Kingmu spirit realm's sacrifice and refining increased a little bit. Wonderful. While Lu Feng was looking for people to borrow treasures, subtle changes were also taking place in the Earth Immortal world. That night, Yu Dongli, who was guarding the wall of the Red Leaf Society, saw 5 white-robed figures enter the Sangang's station with great fanfare. After waiting for a while, 3 more sneaky men in black carefully sneaked into the residence of Mr. Chu. Sure enough, the temptation of the Shinto spirit realm is still too great. The president guessed it right. These 2 families really called people. No, you guys stay here and keep your eyes open. I will notify the president immediately. Yu Donglai instructed the monks guarding the wall, jumped off the wall, and ran towards Lu Feng's house. Pa. There was a rapid knock on the door. Lu Feng, who had just returned from the wizard world, heard someone knocking on the door. When he opened the door, Yu Donglai's anxious face came into view. President, you guess it right. Outsiders have entered the residence of Mr. Chu and the Sangang. Lu Feng frowned when he heard it. After touching the ghost tree fragments behind him, his brows relaxed again, and he asked Yu Donglai, tell me in detail. How many specific people are there, and what their strength is? Have you seen it clearly? The third update, 3,000 words. Today's update is 10,200 words, and the second day of the day is a success. Please read it, and please vote for it. Chapter 94 Two Sides Help. The time has come. After Lu Feng's inquiry, Yu Donglai described in detail the outsiders he had just seen entering the 2 camps. 3 people came from Mr. Chu's side. 5 people came from the Sangang. The people from Mr. Chu's side were very careful and wrapped in black robes, so I couldn't see them clearly. The people from the Sangang looked like a group of Taoists in white robes. They walked into the camp with a swagger. Judging from their clothes and momentum, they seemed to be the group of demons from Qingfang Mountain. Yu Donglai carefully recalled the clothes of the group of people he saw and told Lu Feng about it. The demons from Qingfang Mountain. Speaking of Qingfang Mountain, Lu Feng turned around and looked at a map hanging on the wall in the house. This was a topographic map of the nearby area that Luo Zuking had people draw after the establishment of the Red Leaf Society. With the current Red Leaf Society's camp as the center, Dongxi City and Chuan City are on the left and right. Dongxi City and Chuan City are located in the remote Kaiyongzhou, on the territory of the Great Zhuan dynasty. There are scarce resources and sparsely populated areas. The nearest cities to the two cities are hundreds of kilometers away. Of course, between the two cities, there are also some powerful forces that have established their own mountains and enclosed land as kings. Qinfang Mountain mentioned by Yu Donglai is such an existence. Qinfang Mountain is located more than 100 miles northeast of Chuan City. It is an endless mountain range with a wide valley in the mountains. An evil force called Qingfang Temple occupied Qingfang Mountain. The demons in the temple abducted some people from nearby and kept them in the valley in the mountains to reproduce. Qinfang Temple claims to be a Taoist, but it has a bad reputation outside. It specializes in robbing and killing people for money, so it is called a demon by the people of Chuan City. When Yu Donglai was making a living in Chuan City before, he was also bullied by the demons of Qingfang Mountain. He still remembers their clothes and appearance. Oh, by the way, President, the demons of Qingfang Mountain are the best at driving ghosts and monsters. Basically, any demon with a little bit of Taoism can become an army by himself, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Yu Donglai added. Driving ghosts and monsters is similar to that of Mr. Chu in Dongxi City. Lu Feng guessed. He had come into contact with a world of earthly immortals, and Mr. Chu was the one who was good at driving ghosts and monsters. When he first met Mr. Chu, he was deeply impressed by Mr. Chu's 100 Ghosts formation and Yin Ghost Spirit realm. Even as strong as Monk Hujing, the Mingwang Dharma image he sacrificed was masculine and fierce, and the momentum was magnificent. Under the power of the 100 Ghosts formation, he could only explode with hatred and escape with a trace of residual soul. I don't know how much difference there is between the method of driving ghosts and monsters in Qingfang Mountain and Mr. Chu. Lu Feng, who had a piece of ghost tree fragment in his hand, was interested in their method from the bottom of his heart. After noting down the characteristics of Qingfang Mountain, Lu Feng asked Yu Donglai about the information of the three people who went to Mr. Chu's camp. Yu Donglai shook his head regretfully, indicating that he didn't know. The three people were dressed in black, with their heads and faces covered. They had nothing to identify their identities. Yu Donglai could only feel that the three people had a gloomy aura and their cultivation was not inferior to his. No other extra information could be provided. Lu Feng looked at Yu Donglai. He practiced a Qingmu Changsheng Sutra and cultivated 5 or 6 acupoints. He was only a low-grade Taoist boy. He was stronger than him, but the range was large. It's a bit difficult. Both families called for external aid, but fortunately I had foresight and made preparations in advance, otherwise it would be troublesome. Lu Feng touched the fragments of the ghost tree, and his worries were not too many. After borrowing the earth crown, Lu Feng's defense ability increased several times. As long as there are no masters who have cultivated to the spiritual realm to participate, he is already invincible in this small place. Combining the memory of Monk Hujing and some information collected by the members of the Red Leaf Society, the level of the Shinto spiritual realm in front of him is not high, and the spatial stability of the spiritual realm is poor. At most, it can accommodate cultivators at the level of upper-grade Taoist boys. If a Taoist who has built a spiritual realm enters it, it is easy to cause the space in the Shinto spiritual realm to collapse. The power of the space collapse is so strong that even a Taoist who has built a spiritual realm will die if he encounters it. Due to the space in the Shinto spiritual realm, basically no Taoist who has built a spiritual realm will enter it to take risks. Besides, which Taoist who has built a spiritual realm is not a big boss who sits in a certain area, and there is no need to take risks for a little bit of resources in the Shinto spiritual realm. Only the poor monks who beg for food in remote areas like Mr. Chu and the San Gang are willing to take risks with their lives. Go to an unknown and possibly dangerous Shinto spiritual realm to fight for your life. If it weren't for the competition from the other two families, Lu Feng would not be willing to take risks. Lu Feng's plan to enter the Shinto spiritual realm was not to rob the resources in it, but just to disrupt the good things of the two families, so that they could not get the benefits of the Shinto spiritual realm and break through the Shinto spiritual realm before him. Lu Feng had this idea, and Mr. Chu and the 3 gang leaders of the San Gang were also like this. While Lu Feng and Yu Donglai were discussing the two families, in the San Gang's base, A Taoist priest in a gray robe with a gloomy face was proudly stroking a tuft of pointed beard on his chin. This person was the head of King Feng Mountain, the Taoist priest Erlong, who was at the upper-grade Taoist child realm. The strongest person on King Feng Mountain had already cultivated the rudiments of the spiritual realm, and his strength was equal to that of the 3 gang leaders of the San Gang. Behind the Taoist priest Erlong stood 4 Taoist children in black robes, each with a gloomy aura and fierce eyes. Opposite the Taoist priest Erlong, the 3 gang leaders of the San Gang sat down one by one. With the wine on the table, Wang Wu of the San Gang smiled and said, "Today, I see that Brother Erlong has become more and more advanced in his cultivation, and has trained such a talented disciple. I think that with the help of Brother Erlong, we should be able to explore the spiritual realm of the gods this time." After hearing Wang Wu's flattering words, Brother Erlong's face did not change, and he said lightly, Okay. More than 30 years ago, I explored the spiritual realm of the gods once, and I have some experience. With me leading the way, and with the help of the 3 of you, we will definitely return with a full load." Seeing that Brother Erlong was full of confidence, the 3 gang leaders smiled at each other. It seems that they invited the right person. In the camp of Master Chu sat high above, and the 3 black shadows who returned to the camp tonight were standing respectfully below him. After changing into black-faced owls, the appearance of the 3 people appeared. The leader was a white-haired old woman, and there were 2 men standing behind her. One was tall and strong, with a simple look, like a wild bull. The other was thin and had a long and narrow horse face. Thanks to the blessing of the young master, I, Meng Hui, will bring my sons Zhang Niu and Wang Ma to successfully complete the young master's task. The white-haired old woman said, taking out a yellow gourd from her bosom and respectfully handing it to the young Master Chu. Taking the yellow gourd from the old woman's hand, the young Master Chu shook the gourd with satisfaction, and waves of ghost-like howling sounds emanated from the gourd. The subordinates standing next to him, just listening to the aftermath of the sound, immediately turned pale and their bodies were shaky. The ghost-like howling sounds from the gourd contained an astonishing mental impact. Ordinary people would die if they heard it. But when the ghost-like howling sounds from the yellow gourd were heard by the young Master Chu, he didn't even blink. When the yellow gourd was opened, ghosts flew out with shrill howls. After smelling the blood of a living person on Mr. Chu, these ghosts immediately pounced on Mr. Chu. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, white jade-like female hands stretched out from a dark space above Mr. Chu's head. The ghosts that pounced on Mr. Chu were caught by the jade hands like chickens before they could touch Mr. Chu's skin and flesh, and dragged back into the dark space. Then, waves of teeth-grinding chewing sounds came from the dark space above Mr. Chu's head. The ghosts that emerged from the yellow gourd became food for the hundreds of ghosts kept in the space above Mr. Chu's head in less than a moment. Looking at the dark space above Mr. Chu's head, the old woman and the 2 young men below all showed longing on their faces. After Master Chu collected all the ghosts in the yellow gourd into the ghost spirit realm, the aura of Master Chu changed slightly. Master Chu showed a rare smile on his face, returned the yellow gourd to the white-haired old woman, and said lightly, "Meng Hui, you did a good job this time. The ghosts you collected just helped me. In a day or 2, the Shinto spirit realm will be opened. At that time, you and I will explore the opportunities together. When my spirit realm is complete, there will be a place for you." "Thank you, Master." Hearing this, the 3 people below responded with shining eyes. One day passed in a flash. The sun set, the night fell, and bonfires and torches burned, illuminating the small valley where the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm was located. The 3 parties gathered together, and everyone's eyes were focused on the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm. After 3 days of expansion, the light gate of the Shinto spiritual realm has begun to take shape. Through the light gate, everyone can already see that there is a verdant forest in the Shinto spiritual realm. It's almost time. The Shinto spiritual realm is about to open. Lu Feng stood on the wall of the Red Leaf Society with a calm face. From the appearance of the gods to the spiritual realm, Lu Feng saw the future of the Qingmu spiritual realm he built. Perhaps one day, his Qingmu spiritual realm can also expand into such a vast little world. While waiting for the opening of the Shinto spiritual realm, Lu Feng also told Luo Zuking and Yu Donglai some things. This time, he planned to go to the Shinto spiritual realm alone and did not intend to bring members of the Red Leaf Society. The Red Leaf Society was just established not long ago, and only some casual cultivators joined, and their strength was not strong. He helped them for some time, but their cultivation had not yet increased to a level that satisfied Lu Feng. Taking them into the Shinto spiritual realm would only hold Lu Feng back. It would be better for him to go alone. Anyway, he entered the Shinto spirit realm only to hinder the actions of Master Chu and the Sen gang. First update. 3,000 words. I'm not in good shape today. 10,000 is not enough, probably 6,000. Chapter 95, Battle Royal in the Spirit Realm, Poison of the Alchemy Apprentice. Under the gaze of countless people from the three families. Suddenly, with a humming sound, the light gate of the Shinto spiritual realm trembled for a moment, and then it was completely solidified, and a spirit full of vitality escaped from the Shinto spiritual realm. In just a few breaths, countless green grasses grew wildly on the stone river beach next to the light gate, and a green meadow grew under the light gate. But at this moment, everyone present had no intention of appreciating the miracle of life under the light gate of the Shinto spiritual realm. The three families formed a horn with each other, and auras rose and collided with each other. The side of Mr. Chu was gloomy, Lu Feng was full of vitality, and the San gang was as hot as the stars. The side of Mr. Chu also had an old woman and two men joining, and the momentum was even stronger. The San gang also had Erlong Taoist joining, adding a cold and fierce aura. Only Lu Feng was alone here, and although his aura was much stronger than before, he was still no match for the other two parties. Wang Wu of the San gang, seeing this situation, raised his lips and mocked Lu Feng. Brother Luo, it seems that your Red Leaf Club is not good enough. You are alone and will suffer in the spiritual realm of the gods. He looked concerned, but his eyes were full of murderous light, thinking about how to kill Lu Feng with Erlong Taoist in the spiritual realm. Chu Master also looked at Lu Feng with a playful look, and the strong man next to the old woman reached out and touched her neck, with obvious threat. Facing the threats from both sides, Lu Feng's face remained normal, but he sneered in his heart. People's hearts are not the same as they used to be. I thought I could just ruin your good deeds in the spiritual realm, but you two families want to kill me in the spiritual realm. Mr. Chu's strength seems to have improved a bit, and the three people behind him have good cultivation. Is this what he relies on? The Taoist Erlong from Qingfang Mountain invited by the San gang is also very powerful. Since you want my life, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I might as well kill you in this Shinto spiritual realm. It just so happens that I am also envious of your cultivation techniques. Lu Feng was filled with murderous intent. Brother Luo, what are you waiting for? The gate of the Shinto spiritual realm has been opened. Why don't you go in quickly? Do you still need us to help you? The opening of the Shinto spiritual realm basically means that the life of the Shinto spiritual realm has reached its last moment. It is often the limit to be able to open it for 7 or 8 days. Brother Luo, don't waste everyone's time. When the light gate of the Shinto spiritual realm was opened, the fat man Wang Wu was saying annoying words. Lu Feng took a quick look. In this matter, the Sam gang and young Master Chu were on the same front. They all wanted to kill Lu Feng in the Shinto spirit realm. What if they went in first and Lu Feng didn't want to go in and ran away? How could they steal money and kill people? Okay. Under the joint pressure of the two sides, Lu Feng smiled and came to the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm with the fragments of the ghost tree on his back. Under his clothes, the Qingmu spirit realm had protected his body. The poison gourd and the Zuanine soul-capturing sword energy in the spirit realm were ready to go. Once he entered it and there was danger approaching, he would immediately activate the earth crown. Taking a deep breath and staring at young Master Chu and others, Lu Feng stepped into the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm and disappeared. After Lu Feng entered, young Master Chu and his 3 men moved and immediately went into the light gate. The 3 leaders of the San gang and the Taoist Erlong with 4 Taoist children followed closely behind. After several leaders entered the Shinto spiritual realm, some people from the San gang and Mr. Chu could not hold back their greed, rushed out of the station, and entered the light gate. There were also several independent cultivators in the Red Leaf Society who were ready to move, but under Luo Zuking's white bone longsword and Yu Donglai's divine power, they all gave up the idea of entering the Shinto spiritual realm. When the last high-ranking member of the San gang entered the Shinto spiritual realm, Luo Zuking raised the torch and shouted softly, "My men, come out and get ready." Swish! A sound of swords and weapons clashing rang out in the Red Leaf Society station. Led by Luo Zuking and Yu Donglai, the fully armed members of the Red Leaf Society rushed to the station of the San gang and Mr. Chu. Boom! A white bone soul-sucking sword energy broke through the defense of the wall, and then killed several diehards who led the resistance, and the Red Leaf Society's army rushed into the wall. The top leaders of the two families rushed into the Shinto spirit realm. Without the strong personnel stationed there, Luo Zuking and Yu Donglai took over the two families' bases effortlessly. Amid the voices of surrender without killing, many people from the two families gave up resistance. There were also some activists from the two forces who had suffered from bullying, shouting, "The Red Leaf Society is here, and King Shin has it. Dear members of the Red Leaf Society, please come in, I will lead the way." And other slogans, laying down their weapons and becoming guides. Although Mr. Chu and the San Gang could control the bodies of these people with swords, they could not control their hearts that yearned for a better life. In silence, a more fierce resistance was nurtured. It took almost no effort for Luo Zuking and Yu Donglai to occupy all the areas around the Shinto spirit realm. After the sweep was completed, Luo Zuking came to the light gate of the Shinto spirit realm, breathing the aura of the plants and trees full of vitality, and she murmured, "Now, the future of the Red Leaf Society depends on the president." On the other side, stepping into the light gate. After a while of spinning, Lu Feng appeared again, and in front of him was a lush forest. He looked up at the sky, but there was no sun or moon. There was only a canopy of light shrouding the sky like a pot lid. The sky didn't seem to be high, and Lu Feng could feel a sense of oppression just by looking at it. He jumped to the top of the tree and looked around, and could only see a vast sea of forest. The land in this Shinto spiritual realm didn't seem to be very large. Lu Feng's position was close to the edge of the Shinto spiritual realm, and the canopy was as far as his eyes could see. Lu Feng estimated that he was at most 5 or 6 miles away from the canopy at the end of the sea of forest. The entire Shinto spiritual realm, in his observation, was about the size of a town. It seems that after entering the light gate of the Shinto spiritual realm, the position in the Shinto spiritual realm should be random. It's interesting. This is a real-life battle royal. Lu Feng smiled, his mental power spread, his perception was full, and he searched around. Very good, he came early, and there was no one in nearby for the time being. The mighty general in the Kingmu spirit realm floated out holding the poisonous fog gourd and guarded around Lu Feng. The next moment, there was a click, and Lu Feng changed into plate armor, picked up the nail hammer and the black iron shield. Get ready, it's time to hunt. Under the plate armor mask, Lu Feng's mouth curled up with an arc of excitement, and then quickly disappeared from the spot and ran towards the center of the Shinto spirit realm. Not long after leaving, Chu Master, Sen Gang, and Erlong Taoist also appeared in various places in the Shinto spirit realm. The three leaders of the Sen Gang, Erlong Taoist and 4 Taoist children, hand in hand, appeared together in a place in the vast forest. Erlong Taoist, who had already had the experience of exploring the Shinto spirit realm once, reminded the three leaders of the San Gang in advance. As long as they hold hands, the Shinto spirit realm will treat them as a whole when teleporting them into the Shinto spirit realm, and teleport them to the same place in the Shinto spirit realm. Next, I'll have to trouble you, Brother Erlong. Your soldiers and ghosts are just right for this Shinto spiritual realm. You'll be responsible for the exploration. If we run into an enemy later, we'll handle it. After a group of people stood up, the wealthy Wang Wu said with a satisfied smile. Brother Erlong laughed strangely, took out a chessboard from his arms, and said, "There are 500 soldiers and ghosts in my battalion. The Shinto spiritual realm is just a small place, just enough for me to spread out. It's not easy to find people and things." Brother Erlong was extremely confident. As he urged, black smoke gushed out from the chessboard, and the thick cold air dissipated, and a layer of white frost instantly condensed on the surrounding grass and trees. "Listen to my orders, you soldiers, quickly patrol with me." Brother Erlong shouted strangely and ordered, and he was responded by waves of ghosts crying and wolves howling, and then billowing black smoke surged in all directions to explore the surroundings. Seeing the mighty momentum of Erlong Taoist commanding the ghosts, Wang Wu of San Gang smiled on his rich face. He laughed at the two brothers beside him and said, "Dao Erlong has already taken action, and we brothers cannot lose momentum. Let's go." After that, Wang Wu, Su Si and Qi Sam stood up in the position of the three talents. The auras of the three people blended and integrated together in an instant. Between the three people, a bright and shining space appeared and disappeared. In it, there was a faint sun rising and moon setting, and the stars were shining. What a prototype of a starry spiritual realm. The three gang leaders are indeed gifted. The three of them work together to practice a spiritual realm. If they can succeed, the three of them will have a smoother road to the path of earthly immortals in the future. Seeing the prototype of the spiritual realm of Sangang, Erlong Taoist stroked his beard. His eyes became more solemn, but his face was full of praise. No, it's still Dao Yao's rampant soldiers who are powerful. Our little Taoist practice is nothing. Wang Wu smiled and replied. The few people looked friendly on the surface, but only they themselves knew what they were thinking. Young Master Chu did not know the meaning of hand in hand, and separated from his men when he fell into the Shinto spiritual realm. However, he was confident in his strength and did not care about the location of the old woman and the two men under his command. Looking around, young Master Chu rushed to the center of the Shinto spiritual realm. On the other side, under the green tree, the two men under young Master Chu, Zhang Niu and Wang Ma, were lucky enough to fall together. Brother, we seem to have separated from young master and mother. What should we do next? Zhang Niu looked around and asked his brother Wang Ma. Young master once said that if we are separated, we should go directly to the center of the Shinto spiritual realm. We will do as young master said and go to the center of the Shinto spiritual realm to meet young master. Wang Ma, with a hoarse face, patted his brother's shoulder and said, Okay, brother, let's go. What's that smell? It's so sweet. Zhang Niu nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to lift his foot, he suddenly smelled a sweet smell. Before he finished speaking, his head felt dizzy. Oh no, it's so poisonous. Who is it? Come out quickly. Wang Ma inhaled a breath of poison gas and reacted quickly, covering his mouth and nose. At the same time, he clenched his fists, and his blood gushed out. A blood-colored phantom of a fierce horse appeared behind him. But the next moment, the blood-colored phantom that just appeared behind him shattered instantly, and Wang Ma was hit by the backlash. As a result, blood spurted out of his mouth. When his body was shaky and his consciousness was blurred, a black steel figure appeared in Wang Ma's eyes. You, so poisonous. With a plop, Wang Ma and Zhang Niu lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Tisk, it seems that my knowledge of pharmacy is still there. The poison I carefully prepared has a strong effect. Lu Feng threw out a bloodthirsty vine and tied up the two of them. He smiled and took out a few bottles of potions from his arms. Next, it's harvest time. The second update, 3,200 words. I'm not in good condition today, so this is it. Recover and fight again tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Wild Bull and Fierce Horse, and Ghost Chasing. The poison of Breath of Cold Wind is really powerful. These two people are strong and have the cultivation level of middle-grade Taoist children, close to that of upper-grade Taoist children, but they couldn't resist it at all. Lu Feng shook his head. Breath of Cold Wind was a highly toxic potion that he specially refined and put into the gourd magic weapon. The poisonous smoke in the gourd magic weapon was originally less toxic, and it was not as toxic as the highly toxic potion that Lu Feng refined using materials from the wizard world and a time-tested formula. The newly added poisonous smoke was colorless and only had a faint sweet smell. It could enter the body through the exposed parts, such as the skin and mucous membranes, to exert its toxicity. Basically, by the time you smell the sweet smell of Breath of Cold Wind, you have already been poisoned to a serious extent. Poisoning is indeed very useful against unprepared enemies. Wang Ma and Zhang Niu had weak cultivation and no resistance. The more powerful incense poison in the gourd magic weapon had not yet been activated, and the two fell down. After tying the two to the tree, Lu Feng reached out to check their pockets. Fuck, he's actually a poor bastard. Lu Feng muttered in disgrace. The two men had nothing but a few taels of gold and silver, not even a manual of martial arts. Wang Ma used a short steel knife, and Zhang Niu used a fork made of fine iron. The quality was also average, not even a magic weapon. It was only refined with magic power, and could barely be considered a talisman with a hard texture. He stuffed the two weapons into his storage pocket. Lu Feng controlled the gourd magic weapon to remove some of the Breath of Cold Wind toxins from the two people's bodies. After the toxicity was reduced, Lu Feng lightly tapped the acupuncture points on the two people's bodies to stimulate their spirits and wake up Wang Ma and Zhang Niu. Woo! Wang Ma and Zhang Niu, who woke up, wanted to talk, but Lu Feng didn't listen to a word. He just opened the potion bottle that he had just taken out and put aside. In an instant, a sweet citrus smell emanated. When they smelled the sweetness again, the two immediately remembered the smell that had poisoned them just now. No way, it's coming again. With their eyes wide open, the two were filled with fear. Although the black-armored man in front of them could not see his expression, they imagined that he must have a smile like a devil from hell on his face. Gulp. Lu Feng poured half a bottle of the orange liquid in the transparent potion bottle into each of them. Wang Ma and Zhang Niu gritted their teeth and tried their best to resist, but the toxin of breath of cold wind was still taking effect. They were weak and could not resist at all. Lu Feng casually removed their chins, and the orange potion was easily poured into their mouths. The sweet, citrus-like taste spread on the taste buds. Although Wang Ma and Zhang Niu were afraid in their hearts, they still felt a little happy about tasting sweets. What is this? It tastes quite good. But the next moment, the taste of happiness surged into their heads, and their consciousness instantly became confused. Done, the truth serum potion has started to work. Lu Feng observed the changes in the physical signs of the two people after drinking the potion, and he was happy. The truth serum potion is an apprentice-level potion that acts on the brain and can make people enter a special state of sedation and answer questions accurately in an unconscious state. The two were only middle-grade Taoist children, and the apprentice-level truth serum potion was just enough. With Lu Feng's medicine-making skills, it was not difficult to make the truth serum potion. When he was free in the wizard world, Lu Feng asked the wizard Matayu to help him collect the materials for making it and made some for backup. Now, just after entering the Shinto spiritual realm in the earthly immortal world, this medicine came in handy. Under the effect of the truth serum potion, Lu Feng kept asking questions, and the two answered confusedly. Soon, Lu Feng got out of the two people's mouths about the exercises they practiced, as well as some secrets of Mr. Chu. Barbarian God art? Use the body's ki and blood to sacrifice the barbarian god and obtain the power of gods and ghosts. One is a barbarian bull and the other is a steed. So that's it. Lu Feng tore open the clothes on the upper body of the two with a little interest, and between the bare chests and backs, two clear blood-colored tattoos were revealed. On Zhang Niu's back was a tattoo of a black bull with bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura. On Wang Ma's chest was a tattoo of a silver horse with four hooves stepping into the air and a vigorous posture. The blood-colored tattoos of the bull and horse were vivid and lifelike. Although the two people's skills were called the barbarian god skills, which were said to be a sacrifice to the barbarian god to obtain the power of gods and ghosts, Lu Feng felt a breath of ghosts and a strong bloody aura from the two blood-colored tattoos. The two tattoos were clearly the ghosts of two monsters. They were said to be gods, but they were actually ghosts. The ghosts were sealed into the body, and the blood and ki were offered to drive them. After understanding the two people's skills, Zhang Niu and Wang Ma suddenly lost their value in Lu Feng's eyes. After thinking about it for a while, he immediately had a plan to deal with the two people. The essence of the beast soul is also the principle of the soul. Lu Feng condensed two undead marks and hid them into the blood-colored tattoos on the two people, intending to enslave the beast souls of the cow and the horse. Sensing the effect of the mark of the dead, the blood-colored tattooed beast souls on the two men immediately rebelled. They had been blessed with blood and ki for a long time and had some spirituality. How could they be willing to be enslaved? They struggled, absorbing the blood and ki of Zhang Niu and Wang Ma, calling on the two to join forces to resist. But Zhang Niu and Wang Ma were poisoned by the breath of the cold wind, and their minds were destroyed by the truth serum potion. They were like idiots at this time. How could they help the beast souls when they were in danger? The two beast souls resisted for a while, but they were unable to resist Lu Feng, who was stronger than them. Soon, the mark of the dead invaded their cores and successfully enslaved them. Eat them, Lu Feng ordered, and the beast souls of Nia Ma and Wang Ma immediately swallowed Zhang Niu and Wang Ma's blood and ki, magic power, and even souls. In just a moment, the bodies of the two began to dry up. After a while, the two blood-colored tattoos became more and more scarlet and bright. With a hiss, the flesh and blood of Zhang and Wang Ma dried up, and he died, but the two beast souls had a strong breath, and they faintly touched the bottleneck of the upper-grade Taoist boy realm. Under Lu Feng's control, the two beast souls separated from the strength of the two and floated into the air. According to the method of offering sacrifices to beast souls in the barbarian divine art, Lu Feng urged his magic power to bombard the two blood-colored beast souls. Suddenly, the cow and the horse seemed to come alive, and they were connected with Lu Feng's spirit. In an instant, Lu Feng inherited the practice of the two barbarian divine art. Moo. Hiss. The cow and the horse screamed to the sky, and the scarlet blood lingered on their bodies, fierce and perverse, and majestic. After a moment, the cow and the horse suddenly turned into scarlet tattoos and wrapped around Lu Feng's torso. The barbarian cow entered his back, and the horse wrapped around his waist, each forming a vivid scarlet tattoo. Lu Feng felt that these two tattoos brought him a powerful force. Although it did not exceed the strength of his original body, it could also improve his body by 50% or 60%. After all, tattoos are just tattoos, not part of the body, so Lu Feng doesn't have to worry about the conflict between this barbaric magic and his own King Mu Chang Sheng Sutra. Two blood-colored tattoos are just like wearing two pieces of clothes. The beast souls that two subordinates of Chu had sacrificed with great effort were stolen by Lu Feng. The cultivation methods of the two were personally granted by Chu, and even the two beast souls were caught by Chu himself. Lu Feng didn't believe that Chu couldn't think of this method to seize the cultivation. The cultivation methods of these two people are so special, maybe they are also the cultivation furnaces prepared by Chu for himself. If he knew that I stole it, I wonder what his expression would be. Lu Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he was also satisfied. It only took half an hour, the cost of a bottle of truth serum, to increase his physical strength by 50% to 60%. This deal is really worthwhile. Lu Feng urged the bloodthirsty devil vine to clean up the dried bodies of the two people. Just as he was about to move forward and continue exploring the spiritual realm of the gods, he felt a stream of yin qi floating towards him. Where did the yin ghosts come from? So many. In Lu Feng's spiritual perception, one by one, the yin ghosts were wrapped in bursts of black smoke and swarmed towards his location. The breath of the yin ghosts was not strong, and it was probably just enough to kill a warrior. But there were too many of them. In the time it took Lu Feng to discover the traces of the yin ghosts, dozens of yin ghosts had already smelled the surging blood on his body and followed the trail. Roar, roar, roar. After a few breaths, dozens of black smoke appeared in Lu Feng's vision, rolling with rolling yin qi, and attacked with ghosts crying and wolves howling. Little evil ghost, not strong, doesn't look like the subordinates of Mr. Chu, it should be the rampant ghosts of the Qingfang Mountain Demon Dao. Lu Feng immediately had an estimate in his mind after taking a glance at the flying black smoke evil ghosts. In the ghost realm of Mr. Chu, the hundreds of ghosts gathered took the elite ghost route, while the demons of Qingfang Mountain took the number route and commanded the ghosts. The characteristics are obvious. The evil ghosts rushed over, and Lu Feng had not moved yet. The mighty general who had been guarding him rushed forward with a poisonous fog gourd. The billowing colorful smoke spewed out from the gourd, and the golden spirit of the mighty general shook his body. With the smoke from the gourd magic weapon, he instantly condensed into a tall and mighty black armored general, holding a shining big guandao, with a mighty momentum. The big guandao in his hand shook, sweeping across the army, and in the awe-inspiring sword, 3 or 5 black smoke evil ghosts who were charging in front were cut in two with one sword. The smoke from the gourd magic weapon driven by the mighty general was mixed with a little bit of incense poison, and the black smoke ghosts would be destroyed if touched, and die if touched. After destroying the first wave of charging ghosts, the mighty general rushed into the pile of black smoke ghosts with a knife, killing them all. The general is mighty, it's just right for you two to try your power. Seeing the might of the mighty general, Lu Feng was extremely satisfied. He laughed and urged the cow and horse that turned into tattoos to reveal their figures and cooperate with the mighty general to surround the remaining black smoke ghosts. The bull butted the horns and the horse stepped into the air. The bloody beast soul figure was also powerful and beat the black smoke ghosts to pulp. The three of them worked together and killed dozens of ghosts that rushed over. After a while, they were all killed and turned into bursts of black smoke that dissipated between heaven and earth. After the battle, the mighty general flew back to Lu Feng, and the cow and horse showed a happy expression, greedily opening their mouths to swallow the black smoke scattered on the battlefield. The black smoke contained the yin qi and soul power of the ghosts, which were great supplements for the cow and horse beast souls to increase their strength. These two guys are quite thrifty. They don't even let go of these residual souls and evil spirits. Lu Feng used 2 spells to help the cattle and horse beast souls clean up the mess. After cleaning up, He took the cattle and horse beast souls back into his body and ran towards the center of the Shinto spiritual realm. After killing the ghost soldiers of the King Feng Mountain Demon Dao, I think my position has been discovered by the San Gang and the King Feng Mountain Demon Dao. Lu Feng didn't want to be surrounded by them, so he ran away first. In the case of a disadvantage in numbers, it is extremely important to maintain the advantage of the first move. As soon as Lu Feng ran away, the King Feng Mountain Demon Dao or Long Taoist, who was far away on the other side, opened his eyes and said with a little anger, "The little thief killed my rampant soldiers. The position has been exposed. Let's go quickly." 3,200 words, the first update. There is one more update, please wait. Chapter 97 Walking in the Forest, Mengpo makes soup. Dao Iao's soldiers are really good at finding people. That little thief from the Red Leaf Society can't get away. Erlong Daoist successfully located him, and Wang Wu immediately laughed. Let's go. Erlong Daoist threw out a palm-sized paper sedan chair, which grew in the wind and turned into its normal size in a moment. The small paper sedan chair was actually a magical instrument. Erlong Daoist got into the sedan chair, and the 4 Taoist children who had been following him immediately turned into sedan bearers and lifted the sedan chair. The 4 people walked lightly, lifted the sedan chair and walked away, and walked a long way in a few breaths. The dead ghost carried the sedan chair, borrowing the method of yin escaping yang. Dao Yao has great Taoism and good escape skills. Su Si narrowed his eyes and praised him in a rare way, and then added in a low voice. It's a pity that the 4 boys who carried the sedan chair followed a demon Taoist master. Stop talking, mind your own business. Su Si's words were greeted with a stern warning from Qi San. The 2 families are still allies now, and they have to work together to deal with Lu Feng of the Red Leaf Society. They must not destroy the cooperative relationship. Let's go too. We can't leave Brother Erlong alone. Wang Wu smiled and changed the subject. Su Si realized that he had said something wrong and shut up. The 3 people from the San Gang worked together to activate the spiritual space. Suddenly, a starlight enveloped the 3 people. They stepped lightly and immediately, as if assisted by God, they followed Brother Erlong who was sitting on the paper sedan. On the other side, Lu Feng left the place where he killed Zhang Ni Wangma and the Black Smoke Ghost, and quickly went deep into the jungle and ran towards the center of the Shinto spiritual realm. It is said that there are treasures in the Shinto spiritual realm. Looking at the Shinto spiritual realm where the sky is round and the earth is square, what treasures can there be in this tiny place that can be seen at a glance? It must be in the center of the Shinto spiritual realm. When Lu Feng came in, he was at the periphery of the Shinto spiritual realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in the world is average. Although the surrounding trees are lush and green, there are few insects and birds in the forest, and the vitality is thin. Relying on the Kingmu spirit realm to sense the surroundings, Lu Feng did not find any spiritual roots and spiritual herbs with abundant spiritual energy, so he knew that there was no need to explore the place where he was staying. The edge of the Shinto spirit realm was too desolate. After going straight into the Shinto spirit realm for about 10 miles, after the monotonous lush forest, the forest gradually became more lively, and there were more insects, birds and beasts. After walking a few more miles, some traces of intelligent creatures came into Lu Feng's eyes. There were wooden piles left over from felling trees, ashes left over from fires in the forest, and some strange footprints with 3-toed claws, like chicken claws. Lu Feng also found fine down next to some footprints. Are there some alien races living in this Shinto spirit realm? Alien races are very common in the wizard world, and there are not a few that have formed huge and brilliant civilizations. The more than 10 languages that Lu Feng has learned are the best examples. However, this is the first time he has encountered an alien race in the earthly immortal world. He did not see any relevant records in the Red Leaf Society's collection. Continuing forward, getting closer to the center of the Shinto spiritual realm, the surrounding woods began to thin out. The smell of blood. Corpses. Suddenly, Lu Feng stopped in front of a newly broken tree. It seemed that a battle had just taken place here. Identifying the traces of the battle, Lu Feng found that the battle here was probably caused by 7 or 8 people. 1 human, and the rest were all aliens. The aliens lost miserably, they were not strong enough, and were crushed by humans. The bodies of several aliens were cleaned up. This water is. Lu Feng poked a pool of yellow and turbid smelly sewage on the ground with a wooden stick. The wooden stick came into contact with the yellow and turbid sewage, and white smoke came out directly, which was very corrosive. Yellow sewage, melting flesh and blood. Could this be the magic weapon that Zhang Niu and Wang Ma mentioned about their mother, Meng Huo, and the yellow spring water? Lu Feng guessed in his heart. Meng Huo was a general under the Chu master. She looked like an old woman and was good at using a bowl-shaped magic weapon. In the bowl was extremely yin sewage that she had been refining for many years and refined with countless flesh and blood-wronged souls. Because of its yellow and turbid appearance, it was given a nice name by Mr. Chu. Yellow spring water. This water is extremely corrosive and can melt gold and iron. If ordinary people touch it, it will turn into a pool of sewage in a few minutes. After confirming the identity of this person, Lu Feng became careful and alert. If there is a trace of Meng Huo, other people may have fast feet and come here first. If they are ambushed and attacked, it will be bad. After walking a few steps forward, the forest covering the sky disappeared, and it was suddenly clear. At the same time, a small village came into Lu Feng's sight, and bursts of alien screams like birds came from the wind. The alien forces in the village seemed to be suffering from cruel abuse by the invaders. Hearing these sounds, Lu Feng did not move rashly, but found a hidden bush to restrain his breath and hid in it. Then, Lu Feng summoned a spirit of King Mulingjing and drove it to fly to the village not far away. A moment later, the spirit driven by Lu Feng flew over the wooden wall of the village and floated into the village. In the village of the alien race, there are wooden buildings full of alien style everywhere. These buildings are not like houses, but bird nests with roofs. When he first entered the village, Lu Feng's spirit saw 5 men in black, waving weapons, driving a group of bird-like aliens to the square in the center of the village. Lu Feng controlled the spirit carefully, huddled in an inconspicuous corner, and followed all the way. When he came to the edge of the square in the village, Lu Feng saw an old acquaintance. It was Meng Huo, an old woman under the command of Mr. Chu. At this moment, Meng Huo stood in the square in the center of the village, with a black clay pot as big as a water tank in front of her. The wood under the pot was burning, the fire was blazing, and the yellow turbid sewage in the pot was boiling, and a thick thigh bone was being cooked. The big bone was 2 people tall and as thick as a water tank. One end of it was leaning against Meng Huo's black clay pot. The yellow spring water was boiling. Meng Huo seemed to want to boil the big bone in front of her into the yellow spring water. Looking at the shape of the bone, it should be the leg bone of a bird or beast. Judging from the leg bone alone, the size is amazing. Maybe it is the source and ancestor of the birdman alien race? Or the remains of the god who is the master of this Shinto spiritual realm? Lu Feng made a bold guess. Those black-clothed men who captured the birdman alien race were also the subordinates of Mr. Chu. They used force to capture the birdman alien race in the villages and towns. Under Meng Huo's order, some strong and healthy aliens were left to chop firewood and make fire. The rest were all cut by the neck and thrown into Meng Huo's clay pot to nourish the yellow spring water. The yellow spring water was bubbling, but the big bone in the pot remained standing. It was unknown how long it would take for the big bone to be boiled into soup and dissolved into the yellow spring water. Meng Huo summoned up her magic power and tried her best to urge the yellow spring water. Gradually, she began to sweat because of her anxiety. You know, this is the Shinto spiritual realm, and there are many people who come here to look for treasures. Meng Huo felt that she had finally seized the opportunity and landed directly in the alien village in the center of the Shinto spiritual realm. She found the remains of the giant beast and felt that she had hit the jackpot. If she couldn't seize the opportunity and make her cultivation level further, when powerful people came, she might not have the strength to protect this opportunity, and she would probably vomit it out after eating it. Lu Feng's spirit body explored the periphery and did not find any other powerful people. Chu Master, the 3 leaders of the San Gang, and the King Feng Mountain Demon Dao, none of them were found. It's not the time yet, or it hasn't come yet. I'm not in a hurry. I'll just watch the excitement first. Lu Feng didn't care at all about the old woman Meng Huo's behavior of boiling the bones for soup. With the information from the interrogation of Wang Ma and Zhang Niu, Lu Feng had already known Meng Huo's background. The cultivation of the top-grade Taoist boy, all his strength is in her yellow spring water, and he failed to build a spiritual realm. His strength and shortcomings are very clear. Even if Meng Huo boiled the bones into soup and dissolved it into the yellow spring water, Lu Feng was not afraid. No matter how much the pawn jumps, he can't turn over, and he can't compare to the importance of Chu and others. After cultivating the prototype of the spiritual realm, Lu Feng is more aware of the gap between the top-grade Taoist boy with a prototype of the spiritual realm and the ordinary top-grade Taoist boy. Sometimes, the gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. Lu Feng continued to shrink, waiting, and watching the development of things in the alien villages. Sure enough, not long after, a burst of evil breath and a burning breath emerged from a long distance around him, and rushed towards the alien villages without stopping. It's the leader of the Sand Gang and the demon from King Feng Mountain. Through the distant spirit body, Lu Feng sensed these two breaths, and his eyes lit up, and his own breath was more thoroughly restrained. The breath-retaining magic array on the plate armor, coupled with the effect of the King Mu spirit realm, made Lu Feng perfectly blend into the grass and trees in this forest full of grass and trees. 4 boys carried the sedan chair, and Erlong Taoist rushed into the alien village first. After a glance at the houses and buildings of the aliens, Erlong Taoist sensed the special atmosphere in the center of the village. After a few quick steps, Meng Hui, who was boiling bone soup, came into Erlong Taoist's sight. Seeing the thick bones, Erlong Taoist's eyes flashed, and a playful laugh came out of the paper sedan. "What a big bone, little kid, put down the bone quickly and give it to the old Taoist." Meng Hui was a subordinate of Mr. Chu, and Erlong Taoist knew it, but Mr. Chu was not here at this time, and Meng Hui's cultivation was nothing to him. Hearing what Erlong Taoist said, Meng Hui, who was boiling bones, suddenly became anxious. It's terrible, the demon Taoist from King Feng Mountain is here." The demon was very skilled in Taoism and was good at driving ghosts. He had already reached the spiritual realm. Meng Hui thought she was no match for him and almost gave up the bones and ran away. "I'm here, hold on." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. It was the voice of Master Chu. Meng Hui looked anxious, but she was immediately delighted. She hurriedly followed the master's request and continued to boil the bones, ignoring the words of Taoist Erlong. Seeing that Meng Hui was unmoved, Taoist Erlong said in his heart that this person was overwhelmed by the treasure. At the same time, he shouted angrily and ordered his ghosts, "Ah, ah, ah. The little kid is ignorant, don't blame the old Taoist for being ruthless. 5 ghosts, listen to my order, quickly capture and kill the little thief with me and take the treasure." Buzz buzz buzz. The cold wind blew, the windows and doors of the paper sedan opened, and 5 thick black smoke composed of hundreds of ghosts came out. The ghost voice was shrill, rolling like a tide, and pounced on Meng Hui who was boiling the bones. Second update, 3,000 words. Please subscribe and give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 98, The Cunning Young Master, the formation swallows the ghosts. The ghosts were rampant. Before they came close, the wind blew Meng Hui's body and mind cold. However, after hearing the voice of Mr. Chu, Meng Hui felt more confident. Facing the evil ghosts, she gritted her teeth and slapped the clay pot, pouring all her magic power into the yellow spring water. The yellow water boiled and suddenly exploded, turning into a water curtain to cover the black smoke ghosts of Erlong Taoist. Zizzy. The yellow spring water is extremely corrosive, and the water curtain is also not bad. The black smoke ghosts rushing towards them hit the yellow spring water curtain head-on, and the black smoke ghosts rushing in front were corroded by the yellow spring water curtain and disappeared. It was so miserable. But Erlong Taoist's black smoke ghosts were numerous. After paying the price of dozens of ghosts' deaths, they tore through the yellow spring water curtain and continued to rush towards Meng Hui. "Ah! The demon is really powerful." Meng Hui screamed and her face turned pale. The yellow spring water was her life-saving magical weapon. It was extremely powerful, but it was also closely related to her. If she prospered, she would prosper, and if she suffered, she would suffer. At that moment, she did not dare to fight with the Taoist Erlong anymore. She quickly controlled the yellow spring water that was scattered on the ground after being broken, and flowed back to her side, turning it into a water curtain to protect herself. "Haha. Old woman, you are still showing off your power with just this little skill. Hand over your magic weapon, stop and surrender, and I can still spare your life." The Taoist Erlong laughed and controlled the yin ghost to chase after her, rolling up the cold yin wind to hit the yellow spring water curtain. Knock, knock, knock. Like a heavy rain hitting a banana tree, the sound was heard. In just a few breaths, the yellow spring water curtain was hit by the rolling yin qi and was about to fall. Meng Hui inside was also affected and was shaken all over, and she vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the posture of the Taoist Erlong, it was clear that he was planning to control the yin ghost to use fragmented attacks to directly shock Meng Hui to death. For a perfect yellow spring water, Erlong Taoist was ruthless and cruel. Seeing that Meng Huo was about to die, Erlong Taoist sat in the paper sedan, twisted his beard lightly, and curled his lips slightly. This treasure is destined to be with me, and it should belong to me. Yellow spring water is extremely evil, and it has been cultivated by Meng Huo into a low-grade magic weapon with 3 prohibitions, which is quite powerful. Erlong Taoist thought to himself that if he could practice this magic weapon into the prototype of his spiritual realm, the rampant soldiers and ghosts, if they were to rely on the evil yellow spring water, would definitely be several points stronger than his current black smoke ghosts. It can also exert the power of yellow spring water, pollute people's magic weapons, and destroy people's flesh and blood. He was controlling the ghosts with his mind, and was about to give Meng Huo a hard time, but suddenly his heart was empty, and he jumped out of the paper sedan in horror, screaming, "No!" It turned out that a large array of yin-qi suddenly appeared, instantly covering the hundreds of rampant soldiers and ghosts that Erlong Taoist besieged Meng Huo. Meng Huo's previous yellow spring water was obviously just a cover to attract the second dragon Taoist. The secret arrangement of the 100 ghosts, devouring souls array, was the real killer move of Master Chu. At this moment, Master Chu appeared in front of Meng Huo, with his hands behind his back, and sneered. The 100 ghosts devouring souls array in the air turned into a big mouth under his control. As soon as he opened his mouth, he swallowed the hundreds of black smoke ghosts of the second dragon Taoist into his mouth. Master Chu used himself as the eye of the array, and the hundreds of ghosts worked together. A burst of attacks was a sure kill. The second dragon Taoist only rushed out of the paper sedan, and several chess pieces on the chessboard in his hand exploded and turned into ashes and fell. My rampant ghosts. The second dragon Taoist, who was connected with the rampant ghosts, had dread eyes. With every breath, he felt that dozens of rampant ghosts were scattered in the 100 ghosts array of Master Chu. Taoist Erlong felt distressed. Each of these ghosts was cultivated with his hard work. Although they were consumables in the battle, he never expected that the sinister villain Chu would lie in ambush in the dark and use Meng Huo's yellow spring water to lure him out. Especially since the other party was also a cultivator of the Yin Gui Dao with him, if all the ghosts trapped in the formation were devoured by him, it would probably increase the cultivation of Chu. Thief, you have such a vicious mind. Having lost the initiative, Taoist Erlong had already retreated. Chu was vicious, and the 100 ghosts formation was not inferior to his rampant ghosts. He might fall into his hands. Don't be afraid, fellow Taoist, we brothers are here to help you. At this moment, the 3 people from the San gang who were left behind also happened to arrive. The 3 of them landed on the roof of a foreign house, and the 3 of them were shining brightly. As soon as he landed, the wealthy Wang Wu's face flushed. He pulled out a small, scorching sun from the 3 people's starry spiritual realm and smashed it towards the 100 ghosts formation in the air. Wang Wu practiced the sun baking furnace method, and extracted the most yang and strong solar fire energy to refine magic power. When the small sun came out, the most yang and strong solar fire energy inside it exploded, turning into streams of red flames, burning towards the 100 ghosts formation of Master Chu. The solar fire energy is the most yang and strong, and it is the best choice to deal with the 100 ghosts formation. Facing the combined attack of the 3 people, even Master Chu's face changed slightly, and he thought about the gains and losses in his heart. If the small sun was implemented, his 100 ghost soul devouring formation would be digesting the evil ghosts of Erlong Taoist, and he would not be able to exert his full strength. It would probably cost a lot to block this attack. Meng Huo, Master, I have raised you for so many years, and I have treated you well. Today, it is time for you to lend me a hand. Master Chu did not want to give up the opportunity to devour hundreds of ghosts from Erlong Taoist and go one step further. He gritted his teeth, and a white paper folding fan appeared in his hand, fanning the old woman Meng Huo beside him. Meng Huo, who had just been able to breathe because of Master Chu's life-saving, fell uncontrollably into the earthenware pot where bones were boiled before she could react. Master, you have such a cruel heart. I curse you to die a miserable death. The pain in her body made Meng Huo react, but in the rolling of the yellow spring water, she only left a curse filled with endless resentment, and then turned into a pool of sewage, and all traces disappeared. The 60-year-old woman, who had boiled countless people in her life, finally died in the boiling pot. What a cruel Master Chu, his men are indeed his reserved consumables. Lu Feng, who was secretly peeping, saw the tragic death of Meng Huo, and immediately confirmed his guess. Mr. Chu's subordinates, Black and white impermanence, Zhang Niu, Wang Ma, and Meng Hui, are probably all consumables he prepared for his spiritual realm. Meng Hui died tragically in the pot, and all her magic power and resentment were transformed into the yellow spring water, adding a bit of power to the yellow spring water. Boom! Mr. Chu stretched out his hand and the clay pot in which the big bone was boiled shrank. The big bone fell to the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. The clay pot shrank and turned into a clay jar that fell into Mr. Chu's hands. With a splash, the rolling yellow spring water turned into a smelly water dragon, soaring into the sky and attacking Wang Wu's little son. The fire of the sun and the turbid water of the yellow spring. Boom! One yin and one yang. Once they collided, it was like thunder and lightning, with a loud bang. During the collision, the little sun transformed by Wang Wu's cultivation was obviously better, showing the power of the sun, burning and boiling Mr. Chu's yellow spring water. But after being blocked by a bowl of yellow spring water, Wang Wu's little sun also consumed 5 or 6 points of its power and continued to fall towards the Chu Master's 100 Ghost Soul Devouring formation. The Taoist Erlong, who was standing by, saw that Wang Wu of the San Gang had expanded his advantage, and he immediately had no intention of retreating. With the combined efforts of the 4 people, there might be a chance to take down Chu Master. If he could share the prototype of Chu Master's spiritual realm with the 3 gang leaders of the San Gang, he, the Taoist Erlong, might be able to go one step further. At that moment, Taoist Erlong became ruthless and urged the chessboard in his hand to release another 300 black smoke ghosts. This was his trump card. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and controlled the hundreds of black smoke ghosts trapped in the Chu Master's 100 Ghost Soul Devouring formation to directly explode half of them. Boom boom boom. Chu Master ambushed, and the formation directly captured more than 400 black smoke ghosts. The formation crushed and digested a part of them, and there were still more than 300 left. At this time, Taoist Erlong ordered half of the ghosts to self-destruct, and there were more than 100 ghosts. The ghosts that self-destructed, their bodies exploded, and the yin qi was agitated, which made the 100 Ghost Soul Devouring formation unstable. The 100 ghosts that formed the formation were also consumed by the yin qi, and they uttered waves of sorrow, and their breath declined a little. As the eye of the formation, Chu was naturally uncomfortable. His body trembled, he groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Demon Dao, are you still decisive? Chu sneered, and without saying much, he directly spit out a mouthful of blood, which fell on the 100 Ghost Soul Devouring formation. With a blessing of Chu's blood and magic power, the 100 Ghost Soul Devouring formation suddenly rose in momentum and suddenly exploded, suppressing and destroying all the remaining black smoke ghosts in the formation. Mr. Chu, you are so cruel. Another burst of chess pieces exploded in his hands. Erlong Taoist was furious. Hundreds of black smoke ghosts were all scared to death. They were simply digging up the foundation of his spiritual realm. At that moment, he could no longer care about other things. He quickly controlled the remaining 300 ghosts and took advantage of the weak moment when Mr. Chu was consuming his essence in blood to add insult to injury. Seeing the miserable state of Erlong Taoist, Wang Wu and the other 2 had a deeper impression of Mr. Chu's strength. They knew that if they did not make an effort to deal with him at this moment, when Mr. Chu recovered, they might be the ones who would be unlucky. Mr. Chu was much stronger than they expected. Wang Wu and the other 2, with their magic power surging, poured all into the prototype of the spiritual realm and blessed Wang Wu's little son. Suddenly, after a wave of consumption by the yellow spring water, the little sun, which had lost most of its power, became bright again. Bursting out the most yang and strong light and heat, they attacked Mr. Chu's 100 Ghost Soul Devouring formation. The 2 sides attacked together. Young Master Chu seemed to have expected this. He spurted out another mouthful of blood and poured it on the 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul formation. Young Master Chu seemed to be confident. The blood and essence that other cultivators regarded as treasures were in his hands. He was willing to spend it as if it was free. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, young Master Chu's face turned pale, but his eyes became brighter. The 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul formation in the air was even more powerful. However, this time, young Master Chu did not control the 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul formation to continue attacking the enemy. Instead, he let the 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul formation roll up everything here and roll back. Above young Master Chu's head, a dark spiritual realm was filled with yin energy, and the yin energy rolled back by the 100 Ghosts Devouring Soul formation was poured into it. Snap, snap. Suddenly, the yin energy in the yin ghost spiritual realm of young Master Chu became extremely dense, and there was a faint sound of expanding space. The ghost spirit realm shone with divine light, and the dark space was extremely sinister. Young Master Chu's long hair moved without wind, and his expression was extremely cold and arrogant. He smiled calmly. Ha ha ha, thank you for the hundreds of ghosts you gave me to help me take a step further. For this great gift, I should thank you with your head. The upcoming attacks of Wang Wu and Erlong Taoist were dimmed by the power of young Master Chu's spirit realm. The first update, there is one more. To be continued. Chapter 99, Miserable Old Taoist. All-out war. With the help of hundreds of yin ghosts from Erlong Taoist, Master Chu's yin ghost spirit realm has been further improved. In the spirit realm, only Master Chu can see a dark and evil spirit realm restriction. But under Master Chu's deliberate suppression, this perfect spirit realm restriction deliberately maintains a slight flaw. This places the Shinto spirit realm. The space is fragile, and after all, it cannot compare to the vastness of the earthly immortal world. Master Chu has a strong premonition that if he now completes the yin ghost spirit realm restriction and begins to transform, it will make the fragile space of the Shinto spirit realm, which is already close to collapse more. Maybe, once he is promoted, this Shinto spirit realm will be shattered. At that time, the power of the shattered space will not be good even if he is promoted to Taoist priest. The benefits of the Shinto spirit realm have not been obtained yet, so it is not worth it. Moreover, the power of the yin ghost spirit realm is enough to deal with the Sangang and Erlong Taoist. Feeling the power of the nearly perfect yin ghost realm, Master Chu was full of confidence in facing the attacks from both sides. 5 Ghosts Mysterious Yin Handprint. Master Chu waved the white paper folding fan in his hand, and a lifelike yin key hand floated beside him, reaching for Wang Wu's little son in the air. Feng, who was secretly watching, took a look and immediately felt that Master Chu's yin key hand was much more powerful than when he dealt with Monk Hujing before. Master Chu's strength has indeed increased a lot. As expected, Master Chu's yin key handprint at this moment has great power. It collided with Wang Wu's little son, and the collision of yin and yang, and the mutual suppression, unexpectedly had a trend of being evenly matched. With a spell to block Wang Wu, Master Chu's figure was like a ghost, and in a few steps he had approached the black smoke yin ghost released by Taoist Erlong. 300 black smoke ghosts gathered together, with a mighty and fierce momentum, but Mr. Chu, who was approaching the ghosts, was not afraid at all. The divine light of the ghost spirit realm above his head moved, and he stretched out dozens of white and tender jade hands, and formed claws with his fingers, and grabbed the black smoke ghosts in the air. Mr. Chu's move was like he was going to kill all the ghosts of Erlong Taoist and fleece them. I'm so angry. Seeing that the ghosts were caught by Mr. Chu and entered the ghost spirit realm, becoming the food of others, Mr. Erlong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He controlled the remaining ghosts with anger, and rolled out gusts of yin wind to attack Mr. Chu. However, the yin attack that was extremely effective against Meng Hu had no effect on Mr. Chu. The ghost spirit realm dropped down divine light, protecting Mr. Chu's body, and the yin wind attack of the black smoke ghosts was like a breeze blowing in his face, without any threat. The rolling yin key was swept by the yin ghost spirit realm's divine light and was swallowed into the spirit realm, becoming the nourishment for the spirit realm. Damn it, I've never fought such a frustrating battle. Erlong Taoist was furious at this time, and gradually had some thoughts of retreating. The yin ghosts that he used to do evil things were so vulnerable in front of Master Chu. For a moment, his Taoism began to waver. The 3 people from the Sangang on the side, Wang Wu controlled the little son to deal with Master Chu's Zuanine handprint. Although it was not difficult, it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Seeing Master Chu swallowing the yin ghosts, his breath became stronger and stronger. The 3 people had a few strands of sweat on their foreheads and were extremely anxious. If this situation continues, when Master Chu defeats Erlong Taoist, the 3 of them will be in trouble. Anxious, Su Si's eyes turned, and he suddenly shouted, Luo Feng of the Red Leaf Society, I know you are watching here in secret. What are you waiting for? Don't you see that Mr. Chu's strength is improving? If Taoist Erlong loses to us, you and him have a grudge. In this tiny place like the Divine Realm, can you still escape? The 3 followed the rampant ghost of Taoist Erlong to track Lu Feng's trail and lost Lu Feng's trail in front of the alien village. Taoist Erlong coveted Meng Hua's yellow spring water, And without further exploration, he rushed into the village, and then developed to take over the battle with Mr. Chu. The three people from the Sand Gang joined the battle a little later. After a while, Su Si was sharp-eyed and saw a strange spirit. He speculated that Lu Feng might be hiding in the dark. Because Taoist Erlong was defeated too quickly, the three had no time to find Lu Feng, so they joined the battle. At this time, Su Si shouted, pointing out Lu Feng's existence, intending to pull Lu Feng into their camp and jointly fight against the greatly increased strength of Chu Master. Su Si's voice spread out, and Erlong Taoist's face was happy, and he felt that he saw some hope of defeating Chu. In such a situation, he believed that Lu Feng would definitely make the right choice. However, there was no change in the expression on Chu Master's face. He still slowly controlled the Yin Ghost realm to not only devour Erlong Taoist's Yin Ghost, but secretly, he had already made preparations and carefully defended against Lu Feng's sneak attack. Chu Master had been playing ghosts for many years and had long discovered the Yin Ghost that Lu Feng used to spy, but he did not point it out. He had already calculated the current situation. For Lu Feng of the Red Leaf Society, who practiced the grass and wood attribute skills and cultivated a body full of vitality and spiritual flesh, Chu Master had been envious for a long time. Suddenly, pa pa pa, a sound of iron and stone colliding rang out on the stone streets of the village. Wearing black metal plate armor, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, Lu Feng, with a solemn aura, slowly approached the battlefield where the three parties were fighting. His strange appearance immediately attracted the attention of the three parties. It was because he was hiding in the plate armor that he was too shocking. How afraid of death must he be to dress like this? Although it was a bit strange, the few people in the field did not underestimate Lu Feng because of his strange dress. Thinking of Lu Feng's hiding just now, they felt that Lu Feng was a person who was patient. People with this kind of mentality either endured themselves into a green-headed turtle in hiding, or they did not make a sound for 3 years and made a big splash. Under the gaze of everyone present, Lu Feng moved, and with the sound of the plate armor colliding, Lu Feng carried a large shield and rushed towards the Taoist Erlong who was approaching him. You. What are you doing? Young Master Chu is over there, why are you coming towards me? Seeing Lu Feng rushing towards him, Taoist Erlong was really scared this time. Lu Feng, what a human being. As the fear of death approached, Erlong Taoist could no longer care about controlling the Yin ghosts that attacked Master Chu. He held the chessboard of the rampant ghosts and turned around to get into the paper sedan. Run, run, run. Survival is the most important thing. Leave everything else aside. However, just as Erlong Taoist approached the paper sedan, a sweet air entered his body along with his breath, and at the same time, countless chaotic fantasies emerged in his mind out of thin air. There were the wailing of the people of King Feng Mountain before their death, the resentful curses of his children who were trained into magic tools, and the fear of death from the joint attack of Master Chu and Lu Feng. The potion of breath of cold wind and the poison of incense worked at the same time. The double blow to the body and mind made Erlong Taoist's complexion instantly controlled, and his consciousness became a little blurred. Fortunately, he grasped the last bit of clarity in his mind and blessed his body with the power of the rampant ghost spirit realm. With the help of the impermanent ghost realm, Erlong Taoist barely regained consciousness and said bitterly, Luo Feng, you actually used poison, so cruel. At this time, Lu Feng had already rushed to Erlong Taoist, colliding with the iron shield and hitting with a hammer. Erlong Taoist, who had experienced many blows, barely used the impermanent ghost realm to support a protective divine light, but it was quickly broken under Lu Feng's continuous attacks. The hammer fell, and the shock force burst out. Erlong Taoist's head immediately shattered, and red and white splashed everywhere. In the moment of killing Erlong Taoist, Lu Feng waved his hand and sent Erlong Taoist's body and his impermanent ghost chessboard into the storage pocket. Lu Feng's series of attacks killed Erlong Taoist at such a fast speed that the three people from the Sand Gang did not react. Chu Master did react, but when he realized that something was wrong, he was still some distance away from Erlong Taoist, and immediately urged the Yin Ghost space to burst out divine light, swallowing all the Yin Ghosts that were entangled with him. Lu Feng killed the Taoist Erlong and immediately rushed towards the three people from the Sand Gang. Before they arrived, the three people from the Sand Gang had already smelled the sweet air, and their minds were filled with illusions. Fortunately, they had the help of the Star Spirit Realm, and they quickly suppressed Lu Feng's poison. But while they were resisting Lu Feng, Master Chu, who had dealt with the Yin Ghost of the Taoist Erlong, also reacted quickly. He seized the opportunity of their distraction, and the yin ghost spirit realm burst out, fully activating the Zuanine great handprint that was entangled with Wang Wu's little son. The Zuanine great handprint's momentum surged, and instantly overwhelmed the little sun created by Wang Wu and the other two. The yin qi was like a tide, blowing out the flames on the little sun, revealing a golden oven. This little sun was the sun oven that Wang Wu had cultivated with his life and sacrificed for a long time. Seeing Master Chu's great power, Wang Wu hurriedly activated the power of the sun oven, shrinking it into a fist-sized golden red streamer, and quickly flew back. Young Master Chu's Zuanine handprint followed closely behind, not wanting to let go of Wang Wu's life-defining magic weapon. Wang Wu saw that the solar oven was about to fly back. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind passed by his eyebrows, and everyone heard a ding sound. A scarlet dagger, with a terrifying pure power of death, hit the solar oven that was flying back with a lightning speed. With a snap, Wang Wu collected the energy of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, and the solar oven that he had been refining for more than 10 years, and it shattered. Wang Wu's proud life-defining magic weapon was as brittle as tofu under Lu Feng's scarlet fang dagger and the sharp edge of the Zuanine soul-capturing knife energy. The pure power of death that had been nurtured by the ghost tree fragments for many years collided with the solar fire energy in the solar oven, causing explosions. After shattering the solar oven, the scarlet fang dagger, carrying the fragments of the solar oven's explosion, continued to rush towards young Master Chu's Zuanine handprint with its remaining momentum, and collided violently with it. Luo Feng, you are so cruel. The life weapon was broken, and Wang Wu was immediately traumatized. His face was pale and blood spurted out. Brother! The three of them were of the same blood. Wang Wu was injured, and Su Si and Qi San immediately cried out in grief. At this time, the yin ghost spirit realm of Jiu floated in front of his chest. In front of this yin ghost spirit realm, there was also a Scarlet Fang. Scarlet Fang, carrying the Zuanine soul-captivating blade key filled with pure death power, he burst out all the power of the yin ghost space, and barely blocked it. A drop of sweat slowly dripped from the white forehead of Chu. The second update, 2 updates totaling 6,400 words. Exciting battle royal, the battle will end tomorrow. The one who can win the chicken is always the senior Voldemort. Chapter 100, eliminate all enemies and break through the spiritual realm? The battlefield was quiet. Even Master Chu could not have imagined that Lu Feng would be so bold. After killing Taoister along with a sneak attack, he continued to attack the 3 people from the San Gang. At the same time, he dared to fight Master Chu. 1 against 4, isn't he afraid of being beaten up? Who gave him this courage? However, when Master Chu used his nearly perfect yin ghost spirit realm to resist Lu Feng's Scarlet Fang with difficulty, he truly understood Lu Feng's confidence. From this short scarlet dagger, Master Chu felt a suffocating death knife aura. Ah! Master Chu shouted, urging the power of the yin ghost spirit realm, trying his best to push away the scarlet dagger. But at this moment, he heard Lu Feng, who was in plate armor, narrowed his eyes and uttered a word. Explode. In an instant, Master Chu's face changed suddenly and he retreated quickly. He saw that countless cracks appeared on the scarlet dagger that he had barely blocked with a yin ghost spirit realm. The pure power of death in it exploded at the moment when Lu Feng said the word explode. The exploding power of death burst out with strong power, carrying the sharp fragments of the scarlet dagger, and turned into a powerful jet that shot towards Master Chu, who was close at hand. A sense of fear of death surged in his heart, and Master Chu immediately gritted his teeth and squeezed out all his magic power, pouring it all into the yin ghost spirit realm. For a moment, the yin ghost spirit realm in front of Master Chu was shining brightly. The curled-up ghosts in it were also under the control of Master Chu at this moment. They exerted all their strength, merged their own yin qi with the yin ghost spirit realm into one, and jointly supported the explosion of the yin ghost spirit realm. Boom boom boom. After the scarlet dagger exploded, it shattered into nearly 100 pieces. In the explosion of the Zuanine soul-snatching blade key, it gained great kinetic energy. Almost instantly, the fragments that shot out crashed into the yin ghost spirit realm of young Master Chu. The scarlet dagger was made of hard material, and the solidified spell was extremely sharp. It exploded into fragments, but its sharp characteristics did not change at all. The kinetic energy of the explosion, the pure power of death, the sharpness of the material, and the fragments with multiple characteristics collided with the divine light of the yin ghost spirit realm, and actually made a series of loud noises, which caused the divine light of young Master Chu's yin ghost spirit realm to ripple continuously and become shaky. In just a few breaths, young Master Chu felt that the spiritual energy reserves in his yin ghost spirit realm dropped sharply in the process of resisting the fragment's attack. What a cruel boy, he is so fucking generous. Young Master Chu gritted his teeth. With just one glance, he saw that the magic weapon that Lu Feng self-destructed was made of a special material, and the quality was at least a low-grade magic weapon with 3 prohibitions. Otherwise, it would not have such power if it exploded. In particular, the pure death power in the dagger made him shudder, which made Mr. Chu both afraid and envious. If this power could be integrated into his Yin Ji Ling realm, it would definitely greatly increase the foundation of his Yin Ji Ling realm and make his future path to earthly immortal smoother. However, Mr. Chu knew deeply that there was no if. At this time, these pure death powers that he coveted had become the culprit threatening his life under Lu Feng's control. At this time, looking at Mr. Chu, who was struggling to resist the self-explosion of the scarlet dagger, Lu Feng's face showed a smile. He did not pursue the victory, but took advantage of Mr. Chu's inattention and shouted softly, charging forward with a shield. In 2 breaths, he came in front of the 3 people from the San Gang. Wang Wu's life magic weapon, the Sun Furnace, was shattered by Lu Feng's blow. He was severely injured by the backlash of the broken life magic weapon. With the help of his 2 brothers, he survived with the help of the Starry Spirit Realm. Combat skill, shield charge. Lu Feng raised his shield and rushed forward, like a mad bull. Boom. The Starry Spirit Realm brilliance that Su Si and Qi San temporarily summoned was shattered by Lu Feng's shield collision, and turned into scattered starlight. At the same time, 2 Zuanine soul-sucking sword Qi flew out from behind Lu Feng's shield and pointed directly at Su Si and Qi San's foreheads. With a bang, the heads of the 2 people suddenly exploded like watermelons, and red and white splash everywhere, making Wang Wu, who was lingering in the arms of the 2 people, scream all over his head and face. The seemingly fierce and huge shield attack was only Lu Feng's feint, and the 2 deadly Zuanine soul-sucking sword Qi were Lu Feng's killer. Su Si and Qi San, how could they have imagined that Lu Feng's attack would be so insidious and deadly? They died before they could react. Third son, Little Four. Touching the debris of his 2 brothers on his face, Wang Wu was overwhelmed with grief, and his face flushed with anger. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, pointed at Lu Feng under the plate armor with resentment, and died. Boom. Without the support of the 3 people from the San Gang, the starry spiritual realm that they depended on for survival also shattered, turning into a dim silver moon disk and a handful of starry sand falling from the sky. Lu Feng saw at a glance that this silver moon disk and starlight sand were the life instruments of Su Si and Qi San, like Wang Wu's solar oven. With a wave of his hand, the silver moon disk and starlight sand were all put into his storage pocket. Lu Feng did not let go of the bodies of the 3 people and took them away together. When Lu Feng finished dealing with the 3 people and looked back, Master Chu was already covered in blood, half kneeling on the ground with a weak breath. His yin ghost spirit realm was still suspended above. But in Lu Feng's perception, there were more than 10 more damages on Master Chu's yin ghost spirit realm, and the hundreds of ghosts were also weak one by one, which was surprisingly injured and broken by the fragments of the self-explosion of the Scarlet Dagger. Master Chu tried his best to stop it, but in Lu Feng's almost coin-throwing magic weapon self-explosion attack, there were still fragments that broke through the defense of the yin ghost spirit realm's divine light and shot through his body. Fortunately, the fragments flew fast and were small in size, and directly penetrated Master Chu's flesh and blood. He was covered in blood. Although he was embarrassed, he avoided the vital parts and was not seriously injured. It was just that the pure death power on the fragments remained in Master Chu's body when they penetrated the wounds, corrupting his flesh and blood and weakening his physical vitality. Young Master Chu activated his spiritual realm, trying his best to dissolve the pure power of death in his body, with an unwilling look on his face. Under normal circumstances, being entangled by this power of death, young Master Chu would definitely be ecstatic, but at this moment in the battle, all he could feel was endless despair. Lu Feng slowly walked towards young Master Chu, looking at his unwilling look, without any emotion. He was not young anymore, and the number of people who died in his hands was at least 8,000, if not 10,000. He had seen all kinds of scenes before death, so he was not so affected by other people's emotions that the knife in his hand would be affected. Lu Feng moved his magic power, and a scarlet dagger flew in the air, pointing directly at young Master Chu's head. Luo Feng, if you want me to die, you can't have it easy either. The crisis of death came, and Master Chu suddenly exploded in despair. His flesh and blood dried up in an instant. Under the influence of magic power, the red blood carried Master Chu's soul and flew up, pouring into the yin ghost space above his head. Master Chu's soul, carrying his cultivation, merged into the yin ghost spirit realm. Suddenly, the yin ghost spirit realm, which had been injured and broken just now, was repaired rapidly with the help of this power, and its aura soared. Under Master Chu's desperate efforts, the spiritual realm restrictions in the yin ghost spirit realm were completely complete in the blink of an eye. Snap, snap. Sounds like space expansion came from Master Chu's yin ghost space. Lu Feng suddenly widened his eyes and watched the changes in the yin ghost space with all his strength. Mr. Chu, you are such a good person. Are you showing me the process of the perfect transformation of the spirit realm? You are so generous, I want to thank you. Lu Feng took back the scarlet dagger and protected it in front of him. In his perception, although Mr. Chu's yin gui spirit realm was constantly perfecting, Mr. Chu's soul was constantly consuming power and gradually weakening. He was forcibly transforming into the yin gui spirit realm with his own cultivation. What did he want to do? Lu Feng already had a guess in his mind, and he also planned the corresponding countermeasures. So, he watched Mr. Chu's promotion to the yin gui spirit realm without fear, which was a rare opportunity. Lu Feng practiced the way of earth immortals without a master, relying entirely on a jade slip of the Kingmu Changsheng Sutra, and the rest was all explored by himself. At this moment, there was a predecessor who was showing him the way forward, and Lu Feng could not find a reason to refuse and interrupt Mr. Chu's actions. Watching the transformation of Master Chu and the yin gui realm, Lu Feng was very excited. He learned a lot of knowledge and had more confidence in the next transformation of Kingmu realm. Suddenly, a mysterious cold breath came from the yin gui space in front of him. It turned out that Master Chu had completed the transformation of the yin gui realm. Haha. Luo Feng, you are too arrogant. Too conceited. You are playing with your life for a little practice experience. Let me complete the transformation of the yin gui space. Haha, you wait for death? In the yin gui realm, Master Chu's dim soul recovered a little after the yin gui realm completed the transformation. He looked at Lu Feng, who was standing still outside the realm, and gritted his teeth. As soon as Master Chu finished speaking, the yin gui realm floating in the air suddenly sounded with a roar of space. In a trance, the entire Shinto realm was shaking. This Shinto spiritual realm cannot withstand a transformed spiritual realm. Although I am the weakest Taoist priest now, I am enough to cause the collapse of this Shinto spiritual realm. Young Master Chu kept chattering, his eyes full of madness and sharp penetration, as if he wanted to penetrate Lu Feng's plate armor to see Lu Feng's face full of fear. But to young Master Chu's surprise, facing the trembling and collapsing Shinto spiritual realm, Lu Feng did not show any fear. So this is your move to die together? Unfortunately, I have already guessed it. And I have thought of countermeasures. I guess I will disappoint you. Lu Feng walked into young Master Chu's yin ghost space, and said with a relaxed smile, and at the same time, a thick khaki color appeared in his hands. First update, 3K, to be continued. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.